that's holy, and then broke it, and then he broke it to put that piece, sometimes the grains that goes on. So what does Mashiach do? Everything that has, even with the big 50 pieces, and roughly two people take a product that was destroyed and rebuilt it. Take a structure that was destroyed and rebuilt it. That's Mashiach. Find that. Find that. That tells us also within ourselves what's the greatest accomplishment of the self. We talk about Torah. For example, to take all of the broken pieces and to bend them and make them whole. If you can put yourself back together, if you can become your own fire now, take the pieces of you that are broken, take the pieces of you that are fallen, and put them back together, that is the greatest accomplishment. These are those guys, I'm going to have you already up there. George was a simple mechanical device of here. George should have done it wrong. Can you have come into this action? So we'll say, we're going to see up here that there's a couple of different narratives, how we look at the narratives, about the generation of the time that immediately precedes Mashiach. Like what ushers in Messianic era? Messianic era. So watch this. Now it says as follows. So if you look where it says as follows, George should have done it, but the generation that comes miracle, that's right. That the Mashiach will come. Can we become on this matter? There's a diminution, less Torah. There's less Torah to be done. There are fewer coming to come. God shining in colors, the local by the whole. So it's fewer coming to come. And in general, a lot of suffering. It's terrible suffering. Obviously, there's kashos, these hashos, and new terrible decrees every single day. Tell me about it. What should I do about it here? Should you do the second cycle? Mashiach comes, Shalom is kind of present. Was this is the 7th period before Mashiach comes. In that 7th period, probably will occur. Period number 1. Shalom is kind of present. The entirety of the outcomes in that last look. Some cities will have to. Other cities will have a little bit of it. I'll make the ring in one city or ring in a different city. Mashiach said here, he'd say that in Shtab. So if you come along, Shliches oder Abgönne ist an der Schule da. Das ist in der Einstellung. In jener Betrieb, wo wir keine men, women, children died, sleeping protection, basic Greek people will die. The Torah, which has become down. The Torah will virtually be forgotten. Overwhelming. So material suffering, spiritual suffering, there it is before here. Some of it is so hard. Some places have food, some places don't have food. If I'm just like if you're so hard, there'll be a great satiety to eat more food. But hopefully, the Bishop said, you see, people will eat, drink, be happy. The Torah contrasts from that. The Torah wants them to come back. If you're making the Shishis Kolos in the 6th year of the sound. Rashi says, over here, the Shishis Kolos, not to Kolos, Shepherd, not be the thought. So there'll be murmurings, right? The people will be talking. The Shef is close. The Shadid's Mahalos in the 7th year of war, 7th year war, which couldn't go to Bordeaux. The Matzeh Shadid's band of Balagra. And the Matzeh Shadid's in the after that 7th year, in the year number 8, that's when Mashiach comes. So it's like, so this is a description of that for the 7th-year cycle, which precedes Messianic redemption. Moshe says, 1 second. How much Shadid's the Habakim will also? By the way, what you just described to be in a 7-year cycle, that's pretty much every 7-year cycle comes. So, like what you just described, it's interesting. And I understand that Mashiach has not come. So, Rabbi says, Mashiach is Golis. Mashiach is Muhammad's Minhava. So, I see, whatever in year 6, we're ultimately making a remembrance of Mashiach. And year 7 afterwards, the death order and habit of all. His teacher be happy. Furthermore, what Rabbi responds is, it's not just that these events occur over a 7-year cycle, it's that these events occur in this order over a 7-year cycle. So has that ever happened? Described the answer to that is, from one's perspective, it is no taika. The Rabbi says, don't ship it down the phone. And he said, he had his loss. So it says, so we have the 6th, so much is still the same. Which begin to see that inherently before the Mashiach comes, there is a general spiritual cloak. Messiah's redemption. Because Mashiach comes essentially almost like when things hit rock bottom, and if there's no choice but to redeem us, or his redemption is something we can earn, right, and we can even expedite. So just hold on to that. We'll see this phrase as we go over the coming days. And we don't read it says, Rothschild about the junction in which Mashiach comes, Beis Hadag Yetzlos. And let's say Beis Hadag is the Beis HaNefesh. The Beis HaNefesh will be turned into a place for immorality. What's the pshat? Because there will be no time to come. Therefore, no one kind of needs there. When you have large empty space, and Baki Medrash points out, challenging outside of the city, so you have large spaces unoccupied, a little bit removed from public eye. What are they used for? It's immorality. So they'll once again give you a picture of a lack of Torah. The Haggadah Yafa, the north will be destroyed. The Haggadah Yasha, and ultimately again, she says, Vagabla Yasha also means unproductive place will be destroyed. Actually, before you so year to year, the people who live in the border cities, because there'll be a lack of general security, will wander from place to place. Although the Chachmas, I know they won't fight any worse people of Chachmas, Asaf, and Tishraf, the wisdom of the political family will become putrid, in other words, will decay. The Ira hate you assume people who fear sin will be despised. There was listening. Not only will Torah be forgotten, but those who try to be pious will be looked down upon. With the Hadar, Kipnei Kalef. Literally, again, the face the generation like the face of a dog. And it's just like a sorry, Paraga, and yet in this sort of God. Let's say Sergio, which means that they'll just be a general sense of spiritual decay. But MS will not be found. So what's my batia MS Nedaris? I'm going to be around. But I make Shenasis, Adorim, so literally again, MS will become like a group that will wander around. Right? And those who seek MS will ultimately again become wanderers as well. At night, Sadly, Shiva, Komisha Samira, Mishtava Alabios. Ultimately again, anyone who tries to be Samira, anyone who tries to do the right thing will be ostracized. It actually says in Mishtava Alabios, Kala Olam Olam Shotaki, Mishtava. So let's say so, but in the absence of Torah, and even those who try to go ahead and do the right thing will essentially be ostracized from the community. Such a sense of spiritual decline in the middle of this world. Let us push the behind. So let's say this is a tremendous statement, right? Rabbi says, in the beginning, I thought to myself, there is no truth in this world. So it says, the only statement that she says, that I got pushed the behind. Adam Ballroom, she the better MS covered. Doesn't say there is no person who always speaks the truth. I always say you can't find a person in this world who always speaks the truth. Now, I want to point out that that statement does not even a condemnation. It could just be like a reality. That is consistent halacha when you're allowed to go ahead and change the truth. Right? Like it says, you're allowed to go ahead and say that change the truth for the sake of preserving greater peace. So there's lessons for that. Right? There's an ability for that. So Rabbi says, I don't think there's a person who always tells the truth. I'm going to be so again, some of the this Rav Thomas said, if he went on a said, if he would give me all the money in the world, I would not lie. I would not change the truth. So let's listen to the story. Now, this Rav Tavine tells a story about himself. This is one time it took place. The Kushta, this is called. The name of the place was Kushta. The place for every time was truth. That was the name. Where it says, Haba Mishayim Haba Haba means initiated on some of the lowest in my name. So say in this place called truth, what is the residency requirement? Residency requirement was you cannot lie. You always have to tell the truth. The interestingly enough, no one ever died before their time. That's what is that? No one died for their time. Apparently, no one died young. No one died young. People lived to like old age again, and they died like that. So what happens? Rabbi said, I came to this place, I went there a lot, I decided to settle down. And you see, this is something I learned when from the Pushka. Now watch this. So the Gemara said, I ran over there. How did you type even in? You have two sons. You know what that? How did you got some really super cut high shit? So I was looking at it, and my wife was washing her hair. He says, I was washing my hair. Outside, she's got a tarfa eyelash out. So neighbor came along, like her friend came along, knocked on the door, asked me, is your wife home? Yeah, that's how he felt, not on a fire. I'm a lot less off. That's how he felt. He wasn't seeing this stand up like he's washing her hair. Like he's sticking a bath. It wasn't like, so it's like when he said, no, I'm sorry, she's not home. She's not home. So that's what happened. She moved away, my two sons passed away. Also, usually after I come in, I'll move in my eye. So the townspeople feel like, what is this? Or this doesn't happen in our town. Why did your son just pass away? I'm not walking out of myself. So I told them this is what happened. So the family realized that happened in years of life. Now, granted, he brought from previous because it was protected of the other. So I thought he was all right. So I said to him, there are two sons enough. Hope me ask me. Talking about the Muslim qualification. They asked him, if you don't mind, please leave our town. Please leave our town, and you learn to bring death to our town. Those are the lovely story. So again, this goes in line with what Rabbi was saying, that you can't really find a person in this world who always tells the truth. That is interesting. You can't always find a person in this world. Because even if you have a town like Krishna, like what was the population of Krishna for? How many people are there, right? So that's fine. You can maybe treat like a pocket like that. But at the end of the day, that's not the normal way that people live. Because you want to say sometimes life does require us to go ahead and tell the people to go through certain circumstances. Incredible. Tanya, you know, right? David, Jeshua, so we say once again, description of the extended generation. The Jewish generation that comes in, so he says, the Arab will now be as a king. The young will embarrass both. There's a king young with the young, and the elders will be forced to give respect to the young ones. That was his going to get this sense of a generational, sense of generational disrespect. So the young will disrespect the old. The old will be forced to respect the young. The fast going to do a total of delegates together. They call it a son, a daughter that gets her mother-in-law. Then her daughter could be a Caleb, which in such generation will be like the kings who like the face of a dog. The aim had then is guidance of it, and ultimately again, the son will not be embarrassed in front of his father. The rest of father is all like that. This son of Mora, even the son of Mora. He steals the money from his father, but where does he leave the money that what legacy he needs is someone else's will trust. Why? Because there's an inherent embarrassment in the son has the presence of his father that he's not going to transgress. The generational Mashiach is going to be such a lack of decency that his son doesn't even have any embarrassment from. So I will say first, why my title? And the thing is that worship and I'll just hear that. Azus means Azus is craziness, right? Craziness. What for the story? Now look at the others. So it is in such arrogance that no one would give honor one to the other. I get them you think the final produce medicines, the Hayayi be looked at, or one would be very expensive. What does that mean? The final produce a lot of things, but the wine will still be very expensive. So once it actually plays out, the that means there's going to be a lot of wine consumption. In other words, it's an indulgent hedonistic society. Still, there's plenty of supply, there's also plenty of demand, and therefore the prices keep going up. We have cut for a lot of this produce. The entire monarchy will turn to heresy, and then we could repeat anyone. It's fascinating to see that there are these elements, right? In other words, everyone's right. Everyone is right. Everyone's feeling is right. And even if they're wrong, no one can say anything to the other. The support of this Talk, independent of the talk, actually decided to call him up with this. So the David read the ship because they come moving again to the entire government turns to heresy. Other obviously what the Hosek, Kulo comprehensive change in society, that society as a whole turns heretical, that society as a whole just loses it. Interestingly enough, that's actually a sign that redemption is on the way. As a Zabbalah, ki yadra shenamo, ki yira shen, ki yira, ki azma siyad v'afa tzatza v'asha, ein ben davar baris, no, it says that Mashiach comes, and she yidu hamusaros. Until it is a proliferation, ultimately I'm going to say, oh, that would be Saros. Now you're going to see exactly what that means. Which is for the Adam, actually, it's not like I'm moving. Until then, it is a diminution of family. That's just as well. We are share that city, we share that city about that. So there's not going to be coming, there's going to be coming. Ultimately, then there's going to start carving skull to the right hand. The most sense people have already just about this, they have all of this together. But once again, we become a society that is dispersing this issue. The Rabbi, I should take my foot in the case. I told this property. The Rabbi, I should say, should not agree with that. The Shia is used to the Shia only comes when Klal Yisrael despairs of ever being redeemed. Isn't that incredible? Only once we give up hope or redemption does redemption come. Shneimar, the FS Atzur, the Azuf, do you hope in so many parts of Israel? Can't let me see that. What's his fashion? If that's it. Can't let me see that. So what's going to tell us a couple more other things? We're going to see what we find groups of Rabbi trying to figure out the date of Messianic arrival. Of course, it is being on the groups. A lot of Rabbi spend a lot of time, very certain time, Mashiach, what is happening? What about these 5 people trying to figure out Mashiach is coming out of the road? They're about to suffer even that quote, Lord Tisrafa, Lord Tisrafa. He said, please do not believe the arrival of Mashiach. I tried to figure out when Mashiach is coming.
You hear me?
Again, with delaying his arrival.
How are you? How are you? Your dog, how are you?
these fascinating wise discourse and saying that this incredible love. Do you know as a hadas? There are things that come when you start looking for them. The Bible says incredible love. One of the three things, number one, Shia, Yitzil, Va'akov. Three things happen when you're not looking for them. Mashiach, finding the most object, and that's what backwards. That's what backwards, right? Scorpions, if I can get scorpions, what Rashi points out is that they sneak up on you out of nowhere. And they sleep, okay? It's, so it's saying, no, that's right. You know, if you go out and looking for just somebody's lost object, you're not going to find anything. But somehow, if you just find anything that's very good, you stumble across stuff. And once in Mashiach, it keeps going. Look for him, he comes. So if you start coming to God, what is going to come? But it goes, what's the shot of this? And this is so profound. It says like this. Instead of trying to figure out when Mashiach is coming, we need to become one that will make it come. And sometimes we spend so much out when future events are going to occur to recognize it. But if you just make ourselves better, then the things we want out of life can really naturally occur. And this is just an Mashiach, right? I spend so much time when is my marriage going to improve? When is my prognosis going to improve? When am I kids going to this? When is that going to improve? Well, instead of worrying about when it's going to turn around, do something better. Do something to turn it around. Change yourself. Change your life. Work harder. Put in more effort, right? You spend so much time when. Let's just talk about when. Just work about what can you do right now to improve the status quo of your life. What can you do right now about the brachos that you so badly want out of life? Stop waiting and start doing incredible tomorrow. So says, interesting. Now that we just spoke about not trying to figure out the Mashiach is going to come, we might be able to go into an exhaustive discussion on what Mashiach is going to come. Second, first, because it's two different schools of thought. Because that's what I'm saying. Just like what is about messianic redemption, right? Again, is it terrible stuff? Is it good stuff? It's two schools of thought. Contemplating or trying to think what Mashiach is going to have also two schools of thought. So we don't have to do that. Shis Alpha Shana, the world is 6,000 years old. That's what I'm saying. Everybody knows this, but this is where we all see that. The world was programmed correctly for 6,000 years. That's when they evolved. How are those 6,000 years? How are they? They can't call it within 1,000 years of destruction. The world is mostly surviving the what destruction the world is. The world as we know it exist for 6,000 years. After that, again, it's like a repeat. 1,000 years of desolation. What's going to be like tomorrow? The 100% said, you can do this house. Remember again, what happened? They give you wings and they fly over the water. It's like you can work brought back by Chesed. They don't die during their time. They hover for 1,000 years. But after 1,000 years, I got the world. I got the world is created. So it's a share not. It is Hashem Levanta by the world. Rabbi Amar Shachar. Rabbi says the world exists for 6,000 years. And it's a 2,000 years structure. And now, can you move me on time? There was usually going to be not less than the nuclear and the final time. I was going to pick up. The rights that support it says Shusha Shvis Musha Meta Shana Anas Zayin Shana. Just like Shemitah, ultimately again, it's Shemitah once every 7 years. Haka Olam Shamet Alef Shana Mishiva Apayim Shana. So people live, so to speak, when it goes to Shemitah, once every 7,000 years. The world exists for 6,000 years. And then you see 7,000 years, ultimately, it's like Shemitah, universal Shemitah, where everything is reset. It's interesting, by the way, that you often think that has a that Hashem will be established by himself, but it's more reference to the Messianic era. You don't understand, you know that the Rabbi refers after the 6,000 years of this world. And everything is reset. Only the Abishma really universe for that 1,000 years. All that. Mitzvah Shivim Shabbos, Yom Shekulu Shabbos. Incredible. What's the Yom Shekulu Shabbos? Apparently, again, that 1,000 years and that follows the 6,000 years of this world. Incredible. Moment. Kiel Shonei Hakom Eskel. Kiava. Turn the Evyo. Shishas Elov and Shona Bagal. The world will exist for 6,000 years. where it says, so now, how are those 6,000 years broken up? For the first 6,000 years, for the first 2,000 years of the world, most of this is retrospective. Right? For the first 2,000 years, let's talk about, I want to take this talk about, the Torah wasn't good. Right? For the first 2,000 years, the Torah was not given to the world. Okay? So ultimately, the next 2,000 years of the years of Torah, ושני הערכים יועץ המשיח. And the last 2,000 of the 6,000 are in Moshe Mashiach. Because let's say now, again, it seems like that's us. That would put us. That would put us. We're the last 2,000. That's no Mashiach yet. So I can say, if they say, legal about on the single, Shemahu, let's say they have Mashiach. Because this is a profound statement. But because we messed up, that's something I'm mad at Mashiach. When you do the second half, when I don't do what's right in life, when I make decisions, you know what happens? Not seeing the end of my Shivatsu. What comes out of my decisions is what comes out of yours. So many times around you find themselves in that spot, and I wonder, how did you get here? How did you get here? It's not that complicated how I got here. And then a series of full decisions. Some of them are too quick, or some of them nuanced, and that's what happened here. Like, and actually, it's not rocket science. The good news is, the same bad decisions that got me into the spot where I got it. Hopefully, if I change the processes to get me out of it, maybe not so bad, because often I can't reverse a lot of the damage that you've done. But at least hopefully I can choose wisely, I can choose differently going forward. So again, that's really the one we're supposed to work. 2,000 years without Torah, 2,000 years with Torah, and then 3,000 years last, 2,000 years that's what we're supposed to do. But because of our sinful behavior, that's in a way Mashiach. You have all of the Yehuda. I would love Salah Hasidah. This is Indiana Rabbi. That is Indiana Rabbi. It only says to Yehuda. Not only should we show the connection of this, the world will not exist for less than 85 global cycles. And the global action part bends on the clock. In the last global cycle, that's when Mashiach will come. Others have even said, no, it's from us on the cell phone. Does Mashiach come to you at the end of that global cycle? Oh, like, everyone says, I don't know. Does the global cycle finish or not? I don't know. Anyone said, I don't know. And I said, if I don't know, this is so profound. Why is it so profound? And the other one is the one who announces the level of Mashiach. So I said, the other one says, I don't know. There are certain things about this whole group that no one knows except for the Polish woman, which is why by the verse said, why do we go back to the statement ultimately I made by this Yuga? That making our Avodah is not to focus so much on life, but to focus so much more on what. And when is Mashiach going to come? I don't know. So, and here's the good news. I'm in good company. Who else doesn't know? Who else doesn't know? Everyone else doesn't know. So if I know he doesn't know, I'm soon not going to figure out. So I can't figure out right. And what I need to be hyper-focused on is the what. What do I need to do to bring about the what do I need to do to bring about Mashiach? What do I need to do in my personal life to try to fix my personal mistakes and the mistakes of the crowd? It's incredible. So Martin Schreiber, show the play. No. Rashi says, happy holiday. I thought of this talking when claimed that he left this guy. Rashi says over there, I thought about this talking. I think I don't know what this happened. That's why everyone is trying to tell the Hebrews, listen, I don't know what's happening. That was coming all the years. There's no point in waiting for him until that last deal up. Once that last deal was out, we can't tell him. Let's say second. When I want to say that he's going to fight the mindset that there's a predetermined time for Mashiach. And that's it. What you do is you don't just predetermined time. There's another school of thought that says there is no predetermined time. Like, what's the word? Like a defined and the Mashiach must come by this date. But it doesn't necessarily preclude the possibility of advancing his arrival through our spiritual meritorious behavior. You know, like the show of like, let's us see after that comes this. And was super shoots for Russia college. This is crazy. So I said, look, how about if we was like this? I found the guy. This guy had a scroll. The scroll was very precious. Russia college. And so I might know, you know, see, so I might know, we have this scroll from. I'm ready to have a show me expecting I traveled with the Roman soldiers. We came using the Tessida. And I found this scroll amongst the different tribes of Rome. Rome took this apart. So I found this here. I found this here. Because I found this message. وآخر كتاب الأربعين والسعيد بفيشن لأخذ شرط لكسر أوضاع يوم من الخمس سوسياليست شعر عون بتوع وفعل this way. After 4,000, like after 4,000 Alpine, not signed to ship, after 4,291 years, how long people want this to exist? Okay. They had, as Eli says, they had a couple of studies. Some of these years were the wars of great sea creatures. They had the colors of the level, some of them from the level, which shall be what's Mashiach. And rest of these will be what's Mashiach. They had those powerful mechanics as a level, and the Akar Shubas are quite short. Like a trouble only starts the war after 7,000. Just remember again, it seems to be no motif. 6,000 type of creation, 1,000 of 12 are going to release from the universe. But I have a dead already, I put 100 inches of for sure. But I have after 5,000 years, so let's say, how do you like the rest of the owner and says, look, let's say, you don't need more alcohol. It's not the consequence, again, but literally, it says that this is the word of the death. What's the concept? He owned the classroom of the Lord. The upper against Floyd Castle. אם סימני אחת יבואו, גיבור לא יאחד ולא יאחד. Nothing so again, this is a very concept from the So it's a point to interpret the concept and a little more interpreted. He also has on the board, there will be a fusion first, which will be a point in time. The upper is the case for the castle. The end will come, and you will not be deceived. If סימני אחת יבואו, if he's to live, wait for him. People he will come and he will not be delivered. You know, it's like, what would I ever say? Shane Darshan had either people who come up to me. So I think that I want to say, and not like that I want to say, that you shall only come at a defined time. That she says over here, I've eaten people who come to him, even my God, I'm trying to hurt out years, but the names, even that's years when things years have all been done. There's Sabbath. So it's a comment that I want to say. And some of the same predictions, these are that there's a previous dollars. The local very small, I try to reach, help them looking definitely low, but I feel no schnish. And that very small, there was a very small, I say, that she's over here, but I still don't schnish. You know, my cash goes with my dog, and the house on the dog, dollars, but I schnish dollars, other people does, was always the point over here, she's on that one. Like the Rabbi themselves, and then it's so like they came up with 5 amounts of time from Mashiach comes. Well, look at this already. But look at the Akiva, Shai Dorish, all Anfas in Anti. That he married Heshemed and Zaretz. So it's also with the Akiva, it's not that the Akiva either. Like the Akiva is so easy calculation. And Malchus Rishon, Shimon Shana, Malchus Shnia, Chamishi, Malchus Ben Koziva. So is that so much this? Rather than the calculation, Marcus we showed you and what's what this sounds like is the first page is 7 years. Second is Shana Kashnia, Kalisha 52 years, and Marcus Ben Koziva, we just learned about just 2.5 years. So it's important, what does that mean? So the word seems to be saying is as follows, the word seems to be saying that I'm not following some people of Shaq's like that. We have no idea what Shaq's like that. But what happens when we start telling the Kriya and Mashiach, it is filled with incredible tumultuous activity. But there are periods of struggle. There are areas of kindness. So that's what we see over here. During the first days, Sanikdash, ultimately, during the second year, for that's the first one to double itself. Second days, Sanikdash, ultimately, 52 years. And then as the 2.5 year main of Black Hole Fall. Now, 2.5 years, I mean, the Black Hole is actually a relatively good time. Good time. It's strong, right? People are not. So the idea is all these sort of difficulties, all these sort of turbulent times that I think that short coding, is at some point in time, Mashiach is going to come. But here, as we use yourself in the calculations of those who try to understand when it's going to come, because often those calculations are not correct. You know, like that. My Yahav, like this one, has been working with that. So, Ticket, Aslan, Shabbat, Kosher, and both should make a function because seven of those will try to calculate what Mashiach is going to have. But if you say, when it's an exercise in futility, try to figure out what Mashiach is going to have. Shall you only? Shekeven Shekiyah as I do to the law, should in your law. Because what happens for those who go out and try to calculate what Mashiach's going to go right, what happens? They calculate, they come up on the term, and then when Mashiach doesn't come, what do they say? What do they say? You say, he's not coming. It's dangerous to calculate that they said arrival. Ella, was it Ella? Fuck you up. What is our avodah about Mashiach? What's our avodah? Wait. That is our avodah. Mashiach. Now, it is Mameh Chakero. If you believe it, just wait. Shema Torah. Other than fact, you could wear the fact that you say, ultimately, again, that we wait, but she doesn't wait. And we're going to the fact that Shema Torah can, but if you don't, no, when we I could respond to this everybody's good. I first showed you the fact that we never active. So again, if we're ready to Mashiach, and Mashiach is ready to come, so why don't we teach us to come? We don't have to teach what we do that. Leave us I do. What's the ultimate leave us I do? In other words, that the attribute of strict justice says, why we solve not yet this right. So God says, in the art of Shemidas, I did not get us. And strict justice is preventing Mashiach from coming. Then why we? But I said, we're waiting for futility, because we can't come Mashiach's not going to let it go. You know what it says? The Kabbal's Chai. Because ultimately, again, there is a reward for Mashiach. Not actually called for people. But so we're going to say, what is this? First of all, Mashiach is the Kabbal. We're ready for Mashiach. Mashiach is ready to come. The Torah wants to Mashiach. But the Mitzvah of the strict attribute of divine justice says it's not yet time. So then why do we, if we know that our waiting is not going to make a difference? Because it is a reward for it. Okay, what was it? Because when we read for something and we want it badly, it builds up the anticipatory excitement. And the greater the anticipatory excitement, the more I am ready to take decisive action to make this happen. Waiting is not in pace. Waiting is a means to push myself to do more, to keep more, to bring about that which I want more than anything, becoming a Mashiach. Okay, one second. All right, so good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show today. Our annual Tournament sponsors for Rothschild and Crossing Shbach of dedicating all of the streaming references this year. As its host for the song of Rabbi Shbach from the Tournament sponsors with the work of Ada, Terry and Steve King, Rabbi his father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Hakohen, Ziv Levin and Roman families in memory of William Ziv, Zeb, Shmuel, and Yisrael. Now with our very sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of Jude Goldman, Yukitis Esther Bas Amozor, Meritva Tam Torah, all of the Neshama Sabna, families in the Kama, all those in the Ruf, Moshe Avankin, Kol Choli Yisrael, which brought the Shemer to Shepherd, all of our hostages, the holy soldiers should be successful before Master. As we then let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Good. Okay, today's daf is Tzaddik Zayin, day 7. We are picking up on Tzaddik Vav of the days, second line down in the wide line. So it's when we left off with our fifth haven yesterday of Sakhirat outside the Vutzaran after killing almost 100 people, having this desire to convert, recognizing that the enormity of his actions. To go ahead and join the race of province throughout. So Mar now picks up on that beat. Verse Naaman, Ger Tov Shachaya. So Naaman was the general of Aram, also responsible for spilling much Jewish blood. So Naaman became a Ger Tov Shachaya. We'll say Ger Tov Shachaya usually means a man non-Jew, repudiates idolatry, accepts Hashem as his God, and lives in Israel. That's the general definition of a ger kosher. So now when we became ger kosher, the Rutzaron ger tzedek. Now it's interesting. So the Gemara says that the Rutzaron really became ger tzedek means again he converted. Mibnei Banav Shel Sisra, Lam Yerushalayim. Sisra's grandson. Remember again, Sisra, the general who went against the Jewish people, defeated by Barak and Yael. In Sisra, we read the Haftarah of Shana, that Tiyanti and Sisra, his mother's cries, service to the basis for a lot of what we do to children. The big Banav Shel Sisra, Lam Yerushalayim. Grandson of Sisra, Lam Yerushalayim. The Banav Shel Sancheriv, Limdu Torah Beladim. The grandsons of Sancheriv taught Torah in public. Uman, who were the grandsons of Sisra, who taught Torah in public, Shmaya and Atayon. That's wild. Remember Shmaya and Atayon, who were the opinion of Hillel and Shammai. So Shmaya and Atayon, the man of Hillel and Shammai themselves were descendants, or grandsons of Sancheriv. They made fun of Shel Haman, Lomdi Torah in Beba. Haman's grandsons learned Torah in Beba. The Ad Bibli Baruch Shal Osa Rashra, Bikesh HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Nachnis and Kakas Neshkele. Even the grandsons of Nebuchadnezzar were going to become Jewish. But it's going to happen. Abu Malach Hashem HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Malach Sefer HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Ribono Shalom, Mish Yechiv Es Yesefa, Safes Nechalecha, Tatnis Takas Kevi Hashem. So the Malach Sefer HaKadosh Baruch Hu, no, what's going on over here? Could it be that someone would destroy your such, someone would destroy your city, someone would do so many terrible things to their children, such a person should run and his family come underneath the wings of the Shekhinah? How did this situation? What's interesting, it seems to be that the Malachim convinced HaKadosh Baruch Hu not to allow Nebuchadnezzar or Nebuchadnezzar's descendants from joining the ranks of Klal Yisrael. How did this say? Rafinu as Baba Nefesa. We tried to heal Babel, but it could not be healed. So it was this idea that Babel could have been healed technically by the conversion of Nebuchadnezzar's children. But Babel was so broken. Babel was such a easy state of spirit. The Babel did so much to us that they were beyond incredible. Ula Amr says that for something else. Ula Amr is Nebuchadnezzar. There was no going back into Nebuchadnezzar. There were no children of Nebuchadnezzar. No foreign Jewish friend. But the Shmuel by the time of even narrows Babel. Tirgama, it's nice to about, but some say that it refers to the rivers of Babel. Rashi says in here, it's the last Rashi, second last Rashi, right against, right? Even narrows Babel, shaped by the Shtups. The waters are right there, and there's no way to sweeten those waters. The Gemara says, it's like this, about what Rashi says, coming up the body, and showing the narrows. Ultimately, and then bitter deep, not only are the waters bitter, but ultimately the deep tongues that go by the water are also bitter. So they're listening by the way. It says that the only thing you can't heal is how now is narrow spot. Reminiscent of the chapter of Turin, how narrow spot, Shama Baku. So you guys see the Shadow so now that image is whenever how this goes being led out from areas of the social media because sat by the rivers of Rabbi, tried to the rivers of the says there are some things there are some things for some people or some things that are crazy as that sounds because we believe that everything is changeable. No, there's some people that's perpetrating in this world that simply cannot be undone. Because what the kindness I give to our people is simply beyond cannot be changed, cannot be uplifted, cannot be defeated. Incredible. So he wants it as follows. So I'll just point out a lot of this I got asked yesterday. That's interesting is Nebuchadnezzar is offspring. There's no indication of Nebuchadnezzar belongs to his parents. He had no desire that his descendants were to take a flock to get son on. If you tell him you go ahead and convert. So it's interesting, what exactly does that mean? Who converted? So there's Sefer called Chukas Hager. In it, he has like a lot of discussions about Jews and a lot of interesting cases. He brings down a Shiloh, where after the war, there was a particular Nazi guard who wanted to convert. And again, he had this tremendous talent of or I forgot the author of his name, and to convert. And was a shame about the people were there, so I just convert this guy. You know, he showed up to these against heads. And the fact the second says, what can we say? Based on Allah invitation, that's an interesting expression. Allah invitation, called one to that, called one of Allah, you should be able to do it. Allah is the sign he cares about Shabbat, right? And the Imam Shabbat, the past the right should be able to convert. But he says, but how can you convert to this? How can a person like this be welcomed into Islam after everything that he did? How could it be? How could it be that a person would have behaved in such an egregious fashion, such cruelty towards Islam, and then he would welcome it into our rights? So he asked him, don't convert him. He asked him, don't convert him. But what's interesting is, you don't often find this in our thought. It was much more an emotional psak than it was a legal psak. Because the legal psak is convert. If the guy sees here, and understands how to convert it. But emotion, how could such a person like that be welcomed into this concept? So it's interesting, by the way, where it says, like the Sarah, right? Who converted it, but he pays and took responsibility for this. And it's interesting to note that the Russian by the Sarah is he ran away. You see, he just went off somewhere else, not part of the community, not part of regular Jewish people. He went off. He went through a formal process. Doesn't even just accept it for himself. I don't know. It's interesting to point out. Okay, everyone is right there. Our Ummah says as follows: I'm going to go off. Shivi Bishop and Shah. I'm going to go off. Back to Yerushalayim. Even the Shah, who were going to be from Yerushalayim, when I'm going to go off further, the Rabbi was prophesying about the destruction of Yerushalayim. Shalfu, the Nebuchadnezzar, they sent word to the Nebuchadnezzar. What was pointing out here is what caused the Nebuchadnezzar to go ahead and attack Yerushalayim, especially after seeing what happened to Central River. What is prompted him to do this? He says, I'm going to go off. I'm going to prophesize this. It's going to be destroyed. So they said, that's like, oh, time to come. Nebuchadnezzar, all these will speak. Israel is going to be destroyed. Come and look at Omar, the feeling of Abu Dhabi, keep the body covered. So again, the Nebuchadnezzar said, I'm afraid that they're going to eat me, but it is their previous enemies. Again, he's referring to Sarkaref, Shal Fudai, Ki'in Haish Budesa. The Ish is not home, Ki'in Hakaref Rafel. So it's like, Holof Nikaref Rafel. So he must say, the Ish is the Ish Abakashwar. So the Ish means he said, the man is not going to be Kashwar, who has left his home. Shneemar, Hashem Ish Mil Chamon. So ultimately, again, we tell Nebuchadnezzar, this is at the time, this one who has abandoned Klal Yisrael, you should come and fight. Show for the people of Asi. So he says, well, maybe you get this one who's close by. In other words, maybe emotional, as much as it looks like he's not Klal Yisrael now, when they're in a state of he will return. Show for the Allah, no, God is going to be a guide. God is really far away. Shalom for Israel with Tzadiki, the Bayrachani, my Sirah, what lies on Tzadiki, and Tzadiki at the Prophet Tzilo, and when they got me, I'm not going to try to back. Shalom for the Israel, I can't say what of the other, they can't say all that the Ish has taken his bundle of money with him. And what's the bundle of money? He can't say the second of Shneemar, the Ethel, the Phoenician, Sarkazaf, the Homer Sorim, the rest of the Shalom for the Hajri, the Shi, the Chuba, the Bayrach, Rachami. My Sirah, most of these conversations have to be people. So the financier says, okay, well, even if the issue is going right now, and if the Ethim are going right now, what's going to happen? So the Shah won't be killed. So the Shah comes from the Shah of Klaiso will do Shabbat, and they'll ultimately again bring HaKadosh Baruch Hu back to the Messianic Rush. So the Mercy Shah Fulay, Kvar Kabbalah, and Islam. No, it's just so it's actually a little more sense to it. The Shmuel already decreed, and not only that, he even set at the time for the destruction of his English Shemar, Yom HaKesed, Yavo Yipitso. In Kesed Elas Lod Shemar, Vakesed Yom Chagim, Rasha. So the Chanesha said, Sisvan, Velo Matzina Da'asim not only yourself. It's winter time, like fall, winter, and it can't come and cause it's only cause the so what's the other way? But you clearly see where something fascinating, which is Nebuchadnezzar doesn't want to come. He doesn't want to come. In other words, he has just a bad feeling about this. Like, even if someone is successful, he's like cautious about it. I don't want to come to life about it like that. Show tomorrow, show everything. Don't look at it. Trash him. When you compare to show so now, go ahead and travel by the books, especially should be from the rate of discussion and art. Show our emotional errors, we sell in the bar of like so and hard as so. Show them. Show them. Yes, let's the look out, yes, Vanessa says, if I come, there's no place for me to stay. There's no place for me to close my money. So I said, don't worry about it, I send back to himself away. Kiddos, Shalahem, moving the parking shofar. The parking shofar. You eat of the Jews, or even nicer than your houses. So we're going to say, Ma'isa Lino Uma Shem, Matthias Asmos Mavi Dog, there's Asmos Sarab, there's Asmos Apoanim, there's Asmos Alakim, there's Asmos Mushi Yushan Kivayam. Shut the Shabai, the Arach, the Fotu, Shaban, Basha, Dubasha, Fafar. Amalai, the Vista. Vishnu, the Father, so that's the end of the story. So it's just interesting to know what the first of all, there wasn't just general us to our neighbors, towards us, right? Like the Amin and Love have to be involved in this. Those are our cousins. If I wanted, I really have to get involved. I come and love come. And they say that that's terrible. Again, too much. Incredible. Listen, now we're going to switch this back to the topic of Mashiach. So remember again, up until now, I should say, up until now, the focus really was on Kilos Mashiach. Now the Gemara is going to focus a little bit more on Mashiach himself. Beautiful Gemara ahead of us. But we don't know what it is called. Mishmir, the Gemara will say, this is incredible. Have you heard anything? Amos Asti Bar Nafi. When is Bar Nafi coming? Now, Bar Nafi is used for when is he coming? So, Marnove Man Bar Nafi. Bar Nafi. Amalei, Mashiach. Bar Nafi is Mashiach. So the Gemara says, Mashiach. So the Gemara says, Mashiach Bar Nafi. Understand? Mashiach is called Bar Nafi. Amalei, yes, he is. I'll keep it, say, top of Tats 9, 8, 7, 8. I'll keep it as Sukas, Rabbi, and no forest. What's next? Incredible. What's next? I will lift up. Early again, I will lift up. Sukas, Rabbi, and no forest. Only Sukkah of Rabbi, and a reference to the base of the Fashion says, over here, Sukas, Rabbi, and no forest. Melchus is Rabbi, Bahaki, Kari, Mashiach, Bayan. Suppose this was interesting. Rashi understands here. Sukkah's David Elman Fellas is not to be said. So one of the things that Mashiach will do ultimately is the restoration of the Davidic covenant. That's what Mashiach is called Dar and Nafi. The one who lifts up fallen things. Let's say something you yourself. Out of all the things that Mashiach is going to do, right? Go boom go. There's some nation and some stuff. Right? That he's going to restore the monarchy. Well, by the way, also others understand this because I don't know if I was right? That's what he liked. So sometimes the greatest advantage in life is to rebuild things that were broken. You know, to take something from new and rebuild it, that's one thing. But to take something that was whole and then broke it, and then rebuild it again, broke it again. But that from what we once were, sometimes greatest apple. So what does Hashem do? Everything that he has, he's able to take pieces. And actually, he's able to take a matter that was destroyed and rebuilt. Take a structure that was destroyed and rebuilt. That's Mashiach, by Nafi. Incredible, by Nafi. So that it tells us that within ourselves, once he is the accomplishment of self, become about Shiva. What does it mean to become about Shiva? It means to take all of the broken pieces that you can then make back together. If you can put yourself back together, if you can become your own fire enough, if the pieces of you that are broken, if you push them forward, put them back together, that is the greatest accomplishment. The Gemara goes like, I'm not happy, I'm going to be open up. George was a really incredible Gemara. George should have been done it all. How did he have 100%? So we're going to see here that there's a couple of different narratives about the generation kind of like what ushers in Messianic era. Messianic era. Just watch this. The Gemara says as follows. So Rabbi Yochanan says as follows. Rothschild and Rabbi, the generation of I'm sorry, that the Mashiach will come. There's a diminution, less Torah. There's less Torah to be found. There are fewer Talmudim coming. God share alien colors. So there's fewer Talmudim coming, and in general, a lot of suffering. There's terrible suffering. Zeros, koshos, slashos, and new terrible decrees every single day. Terrible. Shavua should end up about a year or 2 years, like a 7-year cycle in which Mashiach comes. Shalom Shalom is Kayim because I'm supposed to say that this is the 7-year period before Mashiach comes. In that 7-year period, the following will occur. In year number 1, Shalom Shalom is Kayim because in Tarki Agir Achos, some cities will have food, other cities won't. Literally, again, I'll make a ring in one city, won't ring in a different city. Second year, famine everywhere. So in year number 1, some places have rain, some places don't have rain. Year number 2, everyone has famine. Year number 3, Shlishis, Rav, Nesima, Russia, this is the Akshay myself. In year number 3, there'll be a great famine. Men, women, children die. Eventually, great people will die. The Torah, will down. Torah will virtually be forgotten. Overwhelming. So material suffering, spiritual suffering, where the 4th year, some of it is silver. Some places have food, some places don't have food. In the 5th year, silver double. There'll be a great distinction. Or but often it shows situation. People will eat, drink, be happy. The Torah flows out of that. Torah once they come back. The Shishis Kolos. In the 6th year, there'll be sound. Rashi says from here, the Shishis Kolos. Kolos Shatan David Dog. So there'll be murmurings, right? The people will be talking. The Shach is close. The Shavi is Machalos, the 7th year war, which couldn't go through the road. The Basik Shavi is and the Basik Shavi is, right? That 7th year, and in year number 8, that's when Mashiach comes. So this is the description, right? The description of the 7-year cycle, which precedes Messianic redemption. Mercy says, 1 second. How much is the also? The Yossi says, by the way, what you just described over here, that 7-year cycle, that's pretty much every 7-year cycle of God's like, in other words, what you just described is rich history. And I don't say that Mashiach has going to come. So Rabbi says, Mashiach is fullness. She is from us in Hava. So basically, was it every year 6? We're all trying to get anyone word, it's not Mashiach. And year 7, of course, the can't order have happened, but he's still trying to happen. Furthermore, that's what Rabbi responds is, it's not just that these events occur over a 7-year cycle, it's that these events occur in this order over a 7-year cycle. So has that ever happened? The answer to that, so from the Gemara's perspective, is, China. It says, Rothschild and Rabbi, they Sabbath, Yelisnos. So what's it so? We have 6 of us, which is still be so many parish communities. Which begin to see that how before Mashiach comes, is a general spiritual calling. Now, I'll just put this, I will see this one later, but there's like these 2 models about this redemption. Mashiach comes essentially almost like when things hit rock bottom, and therefore there's no choice but to redeem us, or is redemption something we can earn, right? And we can even expedite. So just hold on to that. It's framed as people are in the coming concern. You know what it says, Rothschild and Rabbi, the generation in which Mashiach comes, Beis Havad Yelisnos. The Lord says, Beis Havad is the Beis HaMedrash. The Beis HaMedrash will be turned into a place for immorality. Those who wants to shine. Because no time coming. Therefore, no one can be there. When you have large empty space, and Rashi points out children outside of the city. So you have large spaces unoccupied from public eye. What are they used for? This immorality. So they'll once again paint a picture of a lack of Torah. The north will be destroyed. And ultimately, again, Rashi says, Vagabla Yesha also. other productive place. So actually, before you so hear people live in the border cities because there'll be a lack of general security. Will wander from place to place. Although Yechoninu, the Chachmas, and they won't find any person. The Chachmas, Asof, and Tisach, the wisdom of the Chachamim will become putrid, in other words, will decay. The Yirei hate the Asum, people who fear sin and despise the Chosen. Not only reportedly for that, but those who try to be pious will be looked down upon. Pnei Hadar, Pnei Kalef. Literally, again, the face the generation that the face of the dog. And interesting again, so like Balado, 11 verse 45. So which means that there'll just be a general sense of spiritual decay. But MS Ne'ederes, MS will not be found. Shene'emar Bati MS Ne'ederes, Sarah Mishkara. So you must my Bati MS Ne'ederes, Amidirav, V'lamek Shnenesis, Adorim, V'olachesla. So literally again, MS will become like a group that will wander around. Right? And those who seek MS will ultimately again become wanderers as well. Ultimately again, anyone who tries to be Samira, anyone who tries to do the right thing will be ostracized. Rashi says so we'll say so there'll be an absence of Torah, and even those who try to go ahead and do the right thing will essentially be ostracized. Such a sense of spiritual decline in the God's Rabbi. Rabbi says as follows. Right? Rabbi says, in the beginning, I thought to myself, there is no truth in this world. Joe says an overwhelming statement. Actually says in Rebecca Kushna Alma, Ein Adam Olam Sheyedaber Emes Kabut. Listen to the statement. There is no person who always speaks the truth. Like Rabbi is saying, you can't find a person in this world who always speaks the truth. Rabbi is saying, I want to point out that statement does not mean a condemnation. It could just be like a rebellion. Remember that you have instances in Halacha where you're allowed to go ahead and change the truth, right? Like it says, you're allowed to go ahead and sometimes change the truth for the sake of preserving greater peace. So there's a license for that, right? There's an ability for that. So Rabbi says, I don't think that the person who always tells the truth. So again, someone told me, this Rav Thomas said, he went on record and said, if you all the money in the world, I would not buy it. Supposed to listen to this. Now, this Rav Tabuni tells us himself. This is one time I went to a place. The Kushta straight. The name of the place was Kushta. The name of the place, the name of the town was Truth. That was the name. Where it says, Hava Mishkari B'Diburayu, Hava Mis Husam Belows in this place called Truth, the residency requirement was, you cannot lie. You always have to tell the truth. It's interesting enough, no one ever died before their time. So if nobody knows what is that, their own death, right? Apparently no one died young. No one died young. People lived to like old ages there, and they died like that. So what happens? Right? So he started I decided to settle down. The CB, this is something I married a woman from the Kushta. Now watch this. So the Gemara says, I married from there. He had two sons. So it wasn't one day. My wife was washing her hair. Whoever was washing her hair. Outside, so neighbor came along, right? Her friend came along, knocked on the door, and asked me, is your wife home? Rav Tavini felt, felt it wasn't serious to say my wife is washing her hair, right? He's just taking a bath. It wasn't right. So I said, when he said, no, I'm sorry, she's not home. She's not home. I said, so what happened? My two sons passed away. Also, my high. What is this? Or is it? This doesn't happen in this town. teacher's sons pass away. I'm not going to have a nice son. And this is what happened. So the family realized that what happened here is you lied. You lied. I can't really lie for two reasons. So I told you what I said. I'm not like, they said to him, لما توصل enough, talk to me as friend, or tag me for who is most of a kind of friendship. They asked him, if you don't mind, please leave our town. Please leave our town and do not bring death to our townspeople. Wasn't an overwhelming story. So it's like, so again, this goes in line with what Rabbi was saying, that you can't really find a person in this world who always tells the truth. That is it to stick. You can't always find a person in this world. Because even if you have a count like Kushta, like what was the population of Kushta before, you know, like, I don't know, like, I can't how many people are in there, right? That's fine. You maybe create like a pocket like that. But at the end of the day, that's not the normal way that people live. Because once they some friends, life does require us to go ahead and bend the truth a little bit for certain circumstances. Incredible. Tanya, Rabbi, right over. David, Dorship, and David Bob. So we'll say once again, it's the generation of Mashiach comes in. So verses Na'arin, Kalbina pays the king. The young will embarrass the old. There's a king and younger within Na'arin. And the elders will be forced to give respect to the young ones. It's going to be like this sense of a generational, like sense of generational disrespect. So the young will disrespect the old. The old will be forced to respect the young. The bastard will rebel against the mother. The Kalabeth on the son, a daughter will against her mother-in-law. The face of generation will be like the face of a dog. The ain had been misbiased, and ultimately again, the son will not be embarrassed in front of his father. Because say, by the way, I just want to point out, remember this Gemara? It's Surah Umola. Remember this Surah Umola. He steals the money from his father, but where does he eat the meat and wine? Where does he eat it? In someone else's rituals. Why? Because it's an inherent embarrassment that the son has in the presence of his father that he's not going to transgress. In the generation of Mashiach, there's going to be such a lack of decency that the even had any embarrassment from child. So first of all, like I know, when he says, Dorship and David Ba, Azus Tirda. Azus means brazenness, right? Brazenness will proliferate by your character, always. Rashi says, so you just need to be such arrogance, and no one will give honor one to the other. The vine will produce many grapes, but wine will be very expensive. Because what does that mean? The vine will produce a lot of grapes, but the wine will still be very expensive. So once it actually goes out to the it's going to be a lot of wine consumption. In other words, it's an indulgent, hedonistic society. Still, there's plenty of supply, there's also plenty of demand. And therefore, the prices keep going up. And that the entire monarchy will turn to heresy. And no one could rebuke anyone. It's fascinating to see everyone's right, everyone's opinion is right, everyone's feeling is right, and even if they're wrong, no one can say anything to the other. Instead of Rabbi's book, support of this for Rabbi's book, in Ben David Bob, I should start to call him out with the leaders. So when David married Mashiach, and come literally against the entire market, the entire government, turns to Harris, Amar Rabbi Rabbis and West the Pasik, Kula Hafak Lava and Taha. So it's interesting, for the book there, the entire body turns white, and ultimately again it's tar. So when there is this unfortunate, comprehensive change in society, that society as a whole turns heretical, that society as a whole just reduces it. Interestingly enough, that's actually a sign that redemption is on the way. As it's Rabbanon, Ki Yadin Hashem Amo, Ki Yira Hashem, Ki Yireya, Ki Azla Sad Va'afis Azra Va'azra, in Bein David Box, going out, says like Mashiach comes, and Shiyirbu Hamus Soros. The building is a proliferation. Ultimately, again, we'll say, Soros. Again, we'll see exactly what that means. And just to uncover Akar, and she's not to a music. Until again, it is a diminution, ultimately, again, of Talmudim. Rashi says over here, Shemachsiki the Israel Aksir Motav. So there's not really coming, but there's not to make it ultimately, again, there's the ones who restore the progress, to the right path. There are most people who go with the juice together. Because you have all of this together, and once again, you paint the picture of a society that is spiritual decision. The Ba'acher, as she did not put them in that case, it's this problem. The Ba'acher, as she said, she would have moved up. She is interesting. Mashiach only comes when Klal Yisrael despairs of ever being redeemed. Isn't that incredible? Only once we give up hope on redemption and redemption of Shneimar, the FS Artsur, the Yaakov, and the so many questions of Hebrew Zira, was his fashion, fascinating. Hebrew Zira, you have a mashki Rabbi in the house today. So let's talk about this more on the days. Rabbi Zira would find groups of Rabbi trying to figure out the date of Messianic arrival. Also, he's doing up days. A lot of Rabbi spending a lot of time doing this, and when Mashiach, what's happening? Whenever Rabbi Zira would find people trying to figure out Mashiach is coming, I'm going to go home. About two stuff in the go. Low tirachat kupa. He said, please do not figure out Mashiach. By trying to figure out when Mashiach is coming, ultimately again range his arrival. Isn't this fascinating? Why is this? They say, no, this is incredible Gemara. There's things that come when you stop looking for them. The Bible says incredible Gemara. What are the three things? Number one, Elohim, Mashiach, Yitzhak, the Akrav. Three things happen when you're not looking for them. Mashiach, finding a lost object, and a scorpion. So let's work backwards. Right? Scorpions, apparently again, the scorpions, where Rashi points out, is that they sneak up on you out of nowhere, and they sting you. Okay? And it's just that we know this, right? In other words, if you go out looking for just somebody's lost object, you're not going to find anything. But somehow, if you just find a real basic thing, you stumble across stuff. And the rest is Mashiach. If you don't look for him, he comes. In other words, if you start trying to figure out when he's going to come, they'll go and say, what's the pshat of this? This is so profound. The more things like this. Instead of trying to figure out when Mashiach is coming, live the kind of life that would make you come. In other words, sometimes the more saying, we spend so much time trying to figure out when future events are going to occur instead of recognizing that if we just make ourselves better, then the thing we want out of life will naturally occur. And the thing was just even not Mashiach, right? I spend so much time trying to figure out, when is my marriage going to improve? When is my prognosis going to improve? When are my kids? When am I this? When am I this? All of it's going to improve. Well, instead of worrying about when it's going to turn around, there's something better. Do something to turn it around. Change yourself. Change your life. Work harder. Put in more effort, right? We spend so much time, when? Let's just talk about when. Just what about what can you do right now to improve the status quo of your life? What can you do right now to bring about the hopes that you so badly want out of life? Stop waiting and start doing. Incredible Gemara. Rav Katina. So now interesting. Now that we just spoke about not trying to figure out how Mashiach is going to come, Gemara is going to go into an exhaustive discussion about what Mashiach is going to come. So again, mostly because it's two different schools of thought. That's what I'm saying. Just like what brings about messianic redemption, right? Again, is it terrible stuff? Is it good stuff? It's two schools of thought. Contemplating or trying to figure out what Mashiach is going to come. Also two schools of thought. So we don't have to do that. Shis Alfi Shreyavam, the world is 6,000 years old. So also, everybody knows this, but it's American. We all speak about this. The world was programmed to operate for 6,000 years. That's the way of the world. How are those 6,000 years? How are they? The Chadchar, and then 1,000 years of destruction. What I was going to say, so the way that the world destruction work is, the world as we know will exist for 6,000 years. After that, again, there's like a reboot. 1,000 years of desolation. What's going to be tomorrow? Then what happens to the Tzaddikim during those 1,000 years? Remember again, what happened? They're given wings and they fly over the water. The Tzaddikim were brought back by Chesed. They don't die during that time. They hover for 1,000 years. And then after that 1,000 years, another world is created. So the Moshe Shneimar, the Niskav Hashem Levata by Yom Ha'u. Abai Amar, train hard. Realize that the world that exists for 6,000 years, and then for 2,000 years there is destruction. Shneimar, Yichayinu Miyomayim. The rice that supports your Gemara says, Shimsha Shvius. Misha Meta Shema Achas just like Shemitah, right? Ultimately, again, it's a Shemitah here once every 7 years. So to the world, so to speak, undergoes Shemitah once every 7,000 years. In other words, the world exists for 6,000 years, and in the 7,000th year, ultimately, is like the Shemitah, universal Shemitah, where everything is reset. What's interesting, by the way, that often that pasuk that Hashem will be established by himself. So there's more reference to the Messianic era. The Gemara understands what that refers after the 6,000 years of this world, and everything is reset. There will only be a Kodesh Baruch Hu in the universe for that 1,000-year period. Gomer, Mizmor Shir Yom HaShabbos, the Yom Shekul Shabbos. Incredible. What's the Yom Shekul Shabbos? Apparently, again, that 1,000 years that follows the 6,000 years of this world. Incredible. Gomer, Ki Elav Shalom Ve'enecha Yom Esrol, Ki Avartan Ve'elyon, Sheishes Alevim Shana Havi Almo. The world will exist for 6,000 years. The Gemara says, Havi Almo, Shnei Alpayim Tovavo. So now, how are those 6,000 years broken up? For the first 6,000 years, for the first 2,000 years of the world, most of this is retrospective, right? The world that we're in. For the first 2,000 years, there was Tovavo. Now, what is this Tovavo? That Torah wasn't given. But for the first 2,000 years, the Torah was not given in the world. Okay, Shnei Apayim, Shnei Alofim, Torah. So ultimately, the next 2,000 years are the years of Torah. Shnei Alofim Yosef Mashiach. The last 2,000 of the 6,000 are Yosef Mashiach. So let's say now, again, we see this, we're like, that's us. That would put us, right? That would put us. We're in the last 2,000, and there's no Mashiach. That We'll say this is a profound statement. But because we messed up, when you say, when I don't do what's right in life, when I make poor decisions, do you know what happens? What comes out of your decisions is what comes out of your decisions. So many times in life we find ourselves in bad spots and we wonder, how did we get here? How did we get here? It's not that complicated how I got here. I made a series of poor decisions. Some of them acutely poor, some of them nuanced poor, and that's what got me where I got to. It's not rocket science. The good news is the same bad decisions that got me into the spot where I am. Hopefully, if I change my decision-making process, things can get me out of it. Maybe not fully out of it, because often in life you can't reverse a lot of the damage that you've done. But at least hopefully I can choose wisely and choose differently going forward. So again, that's where the work was supposed to work. 2,000 years without Torah, 2,000 years with Torah, and then 2,000 years less, 2,000 of the 6,000 was supposed to be in Muslim. That's what was supposed to be. But because of our sinful behavior, that is Eli Navi. Navi says to Yehuda, the world will not exist for less than 85 global cycles. In the last global cycle, that's when Mashiach will come. Says, it's because Mashiach comes at the beginning or the end of that global cycle. Elio says, I don't know. Does the global cycle finish or not? Elio said, I don't know. Why is this so profound? Eliyahu is the one who announces the level of Mashiach. So I'll say, Eliyahu says, I don't know. In other words, there are certain things about this whole law that no one knows except the Rebbe Shalom, which is why, by the Rebbe say, why we go back to the statement ultimately again of Rabbi Zera, that maybe our avoda is not to focus so much on when, but to focus so much more on what. When is Mashiach going to come? I don't know. So, and the truth is, here's the good news. I'm in good company. Who else doesn't know? Who else doesn't know? Every Navi doesn't know. So your Navi doesn't know. I'm still not going to figure out. So if I can't figure out the when, then what I need to be hyper-focused on is the what. What do I need to do to bring about Kudah? What do I need to do to bring about Mashiach? What do I need to do in my personal life to try to fix my personal mistakes and mistakes at the club. It's incredible. So Mar goes like that. Sholachle, no. Rav Ashi says something on it. At Hava Lod Tistati, they can the Ilah Tistati. Rashi says over here, at Hava Lod Tistati, I do want to ask them about what's happening. So what Eliyahu was trying to tell you was this. I don't know what's happening. I mean, one thing is clear is there's no point in waiting for him until that last Yovel. Once that last Yovel comes, that's how it was. Again, what I want to point out is that these Gemara's reflect the mindset that there is a predetermined time for Mashiach. And that's it. What you do, what you call is a predetermined time. There's another school of thought that says that there is no predetermined time. There may be a, like, what's the word? Like a defined ending. Mashiach must come by this date. But it doesn't. So, through the possibility of advancing his arrival through our spiritually meritorious behavior. One is like the Shalach, like Rav Rabbi Taklido Rav Yosef. Rav Rabbi Taklido Rav Yosef. Matzasi Adam Echad was into this. Obiyodo Mikela Achas Suva Ashuris V'Lashon HaKodesh. So Rav Rabbi Taklido said like this. I found a guy. This guy had a scroll. The scroll was written in Ashuris V'Lashon HaKodesh. And it said, "V'amarti lo minayin lo zu." Right. So Amarti lo zu minayin lo. I'm looking at the scroll from. I'm reading the Chayalos Shoromi is that I traveled with Roman soldiers and being pleasing Roman Mitzvah. And I found this scroll amongst the pilfered treasures of Rome. Rome took this from Chal Israel. I found this in the treasure. Because I found this Roman's great message. The Afrik found it out by my side with the Sheba Afrik Shalom, Yosef Shalom. Yosef man, no, almost so listen to this. Shalom, all of Mito. The found this scroll. After 4,000, right? After 4,000 Alpine, after 4,291 years, how long the world will cease to exist? Okay. They had, says, they had almost some of those years will be wars of great sea creatures. They had Lochanas Gogomodo, some of them will be Gogomodo, Ushar Yimos Mashiach. The rest of the years the world became Mashiach. Miracle Baruch Hu Mechadish Esarono. After Shivas HaPayim Shana. Like Hashemah only restarts the world after 7,000 years. Remember again, since we go with the motif of 6,000 active creation, 1,000 of Tov Avo, and the restarting of the universe. But after we grab on the after Phoenicians and nothing Shana. But after 5,000 years, so you might say, Tanya Rabbi Nafs, owner of Nafs, says, because Yoki, Yorik, the following plastic ultimately again, literally pierces the world until the death. What's the pasuk? He owed Chazon Shaloid, the Yafach Akis Kvani Chazon. In Misimamea Chakelo, he bought Yovo, Bo Yachar, Bo Yachar. So say so again. This is an incredible pasuk from the Habakkuk. So I'll say, let's translate the pasuk and then we'll interpret it. He owed Chazon Shaloid, there will be a vision for the future, for the appointed time. Yavech Lakis Kvani Chazon. The end will come. And we will not be deceived. If he's delayed, wait for him. He will come and he will not be delayed. Here you go, let's say. Not Rabbi saying, Shayadarshin at Ethan Ibn Upala Ibn. It's not like Rabbanon who say, not like Rabbanon who say that the Mashiach will only come at a defined time. Rashi says over here, at Ethan Ibn Upala Ibn. Even like God was showing time about there's days, yes, on the case, yes, you done. There's Sakako. So once I feel like that, I want to say, and some I'm saying potential is based on the calculation of previous dollars. The low Rabbi Shmuel, like Shaydorish, has helped them enough from the definitely Gimel, Tashkil of the goals, Shlish. And that's like Rabbi Shmuel. Now, what did Rabbi Shmuel say? That she says over here, Tashkil of the goals, Shlish, יש כוסות לבחור בגלוסה מגלוס פלאו, שליש גלוס אדם כיפן גלוס, that's what is referring to over here is these other Rabbanon, like Rabbanon themselves, and then the they came up with defined amounts of time until the Mashiach comes. Now Rabbanon doesn't follow any of it. The Lord Rabbi Akiva, Shahayadorish Od Afas Naati, Bani Marish Esharai Nesaras. So as I said, ultimately again, and it's not Rabbi Akiva either. Right from there, Rabbi Akiva also gives the calculation. Hello, Malchus Rishon, Shin Shana, Malchus Shia, Chamishim Stein, and Malchus Ben Kosiva, Stein Shari Yachza. So what is this? Rather, what's the proper calculation? Malchus Rishon, and that's what it sounds like is the first base of Mikdash is 7 years. The second base of Mikdash Malchus Shia, Chamishim Stein, 52 years. And Malchus Ben Kosiva, what we just learned about, is 2.5 years. So say, what does that mean? So the Gemara seems to be saying is as follows. The Gemara seems to be saying that halacha l'maisa. We don't know Mashiach's going to come. We have no idea Mashiach's going to come. But what happens most of the time between Mashiach is filled with incredible tumultuous activity. But there are periods of tranquility. There are periods of calmness. So that's what he's saying over here. In the first base of Mikdash, ultimately again, there's 7 years. Well, that's just referred to Galus itself. Second base of Mikdash, ultimately 52 years. And then there is the 2.5 year reign of Bar Kokhba. Now, the 2.5 year reign of Bar Kokhba was actually a relatively good time to come. It's not right to be more on top. So the idea is the world is filled with difficulties. The world is filled with turbulent times. Dark days are tranquil. But we believe this at some point in time, Mashiach is going to come. But do not lose yourself in the calculations of those who try to understand what's going to come, because often those calculations are not correct. Where was I there? I had the Yapach like it's funny. I think we're going to do that. Or Shona Money or your son. Tipech Asman Shabakashli person. Early again, the bones should break, the bones should become swollen of those who try to calculate when Mashiach is going to come. Those of us like that is an exercise in futility. Try to figure out the Mashiach is going to come. Show you only. Shekeven Shekia as a feat for Allah, Shuv in your law. What happens for those who go ahead and try to calculate the Mashiach is going to arrive? What happens? They calculate, they come up with a time, and then when Mashiach doesn't come, what do they say? What do they say? See, he's not coming. If you can just calculate the date of Messianic arrival. Hello? What says it? Hello? Chakelo. What is our avodah by Mashiach? What's our avodah? Wait. That is our avodah to wait. Shneimar, im yisnameach chakelo. If you believe, just wait. Shema Tomar, anu mechakim, b'kuenu mechakim. Maybe you'll say ultimately again that we wait, but he doesn't wait. No, we're waiting. Everybody's waiting. So again, if we're waiting for Mashiach, and Mashiach is waiting to come, so why doesn't he just come? Who's holding him back? Midas Hadin. They'll say ultimately Midas Hadin. In other words, that the attribute of strict justice says Rabbi Israel is not yet disturbing the Mashiach. So the Gemara says, if strict justice is preventing Mashiach from coming, then why are we waiting? Then obviously waiting is a futility because we can't come. Mashiach's not going to let him go. The Gemara says, because ultimately, again, there is reward for waiting. So what does this mean that there's reward? First of all, tremendous nechama. We're waiting for Mashiach. Mashiach is waiting to come. Trump wants some Mashiach. But the means that the attribute of divine justice says it's not yet time. So then why wait if we know that our waiting is not going to make a difference? Because there is reward for waiting. What kind of reward? When you wait for something you want badly, it builds up that anticipatory excitement. And the greater the anticipatory excitement, the more I am ready to take decisive action to make things happen. Waiting is not an end. Waiting is a means to push myself to do more, to be more, to bring about that which I want more than anything. Becoming a Mashiach, Rabbi Yameinu. All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip. Our annual commentary
Come on, baby.
For Tough Shit the Closing Shpacha. A dedicated orchestra of drushes this year, as is Chus from Solar Father on Israel. Commentary sponsors for the month of Adar, Steve Zinn, the mother of Harry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, the City Hirsch, Ben Yosef Akoy, إذا كل كان يسمى بالسعودي وزي بالزبش وأبن بالصوت for the golf. I'll be completely sponsors. They're and then you'll keep going with this extra fast. I love it. And I got three sponsors for today. Marks and then Matt's father, Charles Marks, coming then modified to go to the golf. Oh, that was all of the Charles Lavin on the families in the cover, all those who were for Charles, cold for the scrum, which were pushing the next session bring home all of our hostages. And our soldiers should be successful for called mass saving. Let's do that. Let us begin. And a special welcome back. Fortunately, some shorts. I want to share to give you a four. And that's a shame that this let's be happy that. I was going to say, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Again, also, by the way, this is it. It's all we can forget it, right? This is Baruch Hashem. This is beautiful, beautiful Gemara, active Gemara. I got it after I got it, the story, lesson, messages, everything that I can go with. So we'll get Halacha as well. So with that, let us begin that the 7 o'clock, 96. We have to get up in there, touchdown. On the bottom of the side of the of the base, 95 feet also playing today. But we have to Shemaz up to our beloved Kazan. And I got to remember that I held out. Rabbi, I'm going to be a killer. I can go here like one. Thank you. I'm going to be sitting right over there. I'm not lucky brothers today, Baruch Hashem, Shalom, Mekhlakos, Mazel to the Alpha, Mishpachah. Let's begin. So we have to pick it up. We have to pick it up on the bottom of today's episode, 96. We have to pick it up on top of Genesis, 95 feet. On the left of 4 lines up the bottom. I'm not going to hold. The result says as follows. So, moment you can constantly have Shalom. Had the concept have said it, you couldn't have said it yourself. That's it. However, Yalla Hashem Lekar Hashirot, Rabbi Nara, Hashem Saroch, Sarah Brian, the Amazon Tisba. So it says the mother calls the positive. It says on that day, and to the upper, we almost show only will get a haircut. We'll cut the beard, we'll cut the hair of the king of Ashur. So what is this talking about? So the words about the Kuchukiko. It's when they put down the Sabbath. So it says, remember again, you saw that story already. Like suffering humiliating defeat, not even as the head because remember again, he suffered as humiliating defeat that comes up 12, which is this ridiculous event. The white guy was on it overnight. He now has to go back home and face his constituents. So the verse shown here is as an old man. That's why the guy was stopped on the way. This is like an output in Israel. Now, it was just another guy sitting on the man that had to see it, my own team. So the old man, was foreign. Like, but you have to go back home and you have to talk to all the people and say, hey, this huge army. Those were armies for independence as well. So you have to go back home and face all of us kids whose sons you convinced to come out into battle with you. And now those sons are dead. What are you going to say to them? What are you going to say to them? I don't know. I'm glad that we thought Nami Yosef. This is a answer. You know what? I'm afraid. I don't know. I too have that idea. What am I going to say? I'm like, maybe other. So Sanhedrin says to the old man, what should I do? So let's say the person who went so easy for the doctors is remember again. Fascinating how things changed. Sanhedrin was this general in charge of everyone, constantly. And now what happens? He's asking an old guy he just met. Like he has no idea who this person is. And he's asking this old man for advice, what should I do? I'm like, so ultimately, so the old man says to say, hey, listen to this on the way. Zero is shunning not stop. It really changed. You should not shop. Shana has no part to be so you have to look up. So it's fascinating. So the old man says to say, hey, if you know what you should do, you should change yourself up and nobody recognizes you. And so you go home, no one's going to bother you. All right, but now you change. So how should I change? I'm the way, so I see this girl. Guys like that. Go get a pair of scissors. I'll give you a haircut. We'll change your hair so we don't say so to find out what we're doing. What a profound you are. And this is such the timing of this is incredible because it's almost ever. And you really like have to and how like it's so important to be able to get into the mindset of change. So look what happens over here. So Sakina is in trouble. What is Sakina realizes the way I'm living right now, like what I'm doing is not the way I need to be focused. It wasn't, we all have the physical fight when what I'm doing just isn't not the way it should be. So just not the way it should be. be it. I know that I could be more. So Sanhedrin has that hypocritical moment. And he says, right, so he goes to me. I know that he says, you should change yourself. Change. You can change whatever you want about yourself, whatever you want. You should change. And let's know it's so often it happens when it comes to change. So parents, if you know that's a great idea, it's a good idea. And how should I change? I know it's in my heart. Let's say sometimes in life we have like these moments of clarity where I recognize that I need to change. And then instead of affecting the real change, you affect cosmetic change. It's cosmetic change, oh, you know, this should change. That hairstyle really should change a little bit, right? It's a little bit much over you, but you understand, right? Like, you know, like we just instead of focusing on real change, cathartic change, personal change, we just content ourselves with cosmetic change. And then in the end, it could have been so transformative, simply goes by with little or nothing concrete to show for it. Such a metaphor. Anyway, and listen, by that time, that's what's happening with some kid of the and see these careers with more. See, some places you really need to be. Let's say there's nothing that gets you to think about change more in life that you really think we've all had or experienced it. And those are moments where I've been the most open to everything and to everything. Okay, so get a haircut. I'm gonna let the haircut, see? So sometimes it's still there. Everybody's going to haircut, see the show. I'm gonna let all of you do so I see. So what happens? So this guy says, look, there's a house over there. So we get the appearances from there. So as a favorite goes in, he finds scissors. Also, my lucky insurance, but he really make it happen. So it says, this is a tremendous setup. Okay, my luck will come into that house, and they appear like people. How can you cash yourself? You find the cash yourself. She said, everything got 8 tomorrow. It was, eight seats. So you run this up. So I'm related, how would this file? So some shares is kind of like I bought the scissors. I'm related to call the cut in New York, the cash that said it in the hub. So it's okay, there's no such thing like this for scissors, right? So you want scissors. Along with if you really are big hits with us. Okay, work a little bit more to get the scissors. Talk of how you do. I said, well, I'm going to describe what someone said that. So here on the ground but the big fits, right? And the key thing that you also have a tremendous hospital. This is a hero. This is a hero, right? Commander of the largest army civilized world at the time. And I'm not saying, it's incredible, like desperation, failure compassion, and desperation, the person is desperate, you do whatever you have to do to get the job done. This is incredible. When you're in certainly going to need you there, nothing going to do. When I'm in trouble, you recognize that you do whatever you have to do in order to get the job done. So something that you go back home, right? You get a haircut, you need a pair of scissors, you got to grind beef cuts, you do what you got to do in order to get the job done. I will let you just I'll ask that shit. So that I come back here and come back with the scissors, and the old man, came down. I'm going to see, I see him now. Now the old man says, the old man is well, he says, listen, I can't get a haircut with the dog. So bring me a fire. So the Gemara says, so also I said, the hajj kind of I do the year of the beginning. So what happened? Also, that's the relation to it. So as I heard that the blend and the fire is really hot fire a little bit. And it turned out that ended up singeing his beard. So ultimately, the old man ends up cutting off his beard and his hair. On the hand fixes, the garments are top of his back. On the Papa and the what people say, you say that I'm not shot, right? This is the need of the beginning and the southern school company. So what's up? This a kind of control. This thing tells you that you see that I got a shot that I had. And I found a time as how I know this. So what up there, you know? How about that? It's physical. If you go ahead and you set fire to the around and you like it, you can also go ahead and singe his beard. And it will be an unending source of entertainment. Okay? You can look at what you want, right? So I don't know I'm ready on it, right? And so once again, like, you'll be here, say, if talking about that side, I think the key from this entire Gemara, and the source says, is life could change so dramatically, and we experience this specific ways, that a person can be on the top of the world much older and the bottom of the bottom of the next. It was so profoundly important, and again, 2 centimeters, I think the centimeters cut it a little bit. You have to be able to roll with it. You have to be able to get it. You have to be able to know what to do when you're a commander of the army, and you have to know what to do when you're a humble, defeated individual. And you notice again, Samantha, check this out here. That's very good. Whatever you listen, there's some people already who life doesn't go their way, and the plan doesn't materialize, they simply get paralyzed. They don't know what to do. They're stuck. They can't get over the fact that life can never materialize the way that I wanted, and they don't understand the power of the pivot. And if you see the starts out here, to his credit, you don't become the commander of the largest army in the civilized world by just being thinking like that. So here is less than how you diesel close. Part of those combos is the powers of pivot. You gotta be able to fit into whatever life throws your way and recognize that whatever it is, figure it out. So nothing like that. Ashta, you said it also is incredible. So said him is journey home. As he journeyed home, what does he find? It's mostly incredible storage. He finds a plank from Noah's table. There was another cheap grant from the T-Bob kind of where's the dot? Let's just dot per se. Rounded, correct. But there's like this is like a rush. It's like when it washes the shore, whatever, correct. Dot, rounded, stopped. Right? On Hare Ararat, right? Which actually, by the interesting enough, geographically, notice some moments like, yes, he's heading back to our shore. So he finds a plane from North Staples, like, you can't even see incredible. Like, you act like I think that, but just to understand, this is quite a thing for this idea that you act like there's one who, and what's another thing point out, I want to point out, the owners should only appear this idea. Didn't see what that means. You know what that means? Because again, Sanhedrin, interesting enough, remember this is because we so lasting. Sanhedrin was on a divine mission. His mistake was that he went back to Yerushalayim. That was his mistake. And that was his. He defied the divine mandate. He was a Shaliach HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but he was there. He was there. He only comes to Hashem without possessing some other person's forgiveness. Next, he finds a place from North Staples. Also anstatt darauf die Buße gebracht aber the North he said, oh, this is God, you see more from the flood. I'm not keeping God, what my father. My cousin will be trained in our middle. So Sanhedrin says, if I go to a successful universe, if I go to and able to survive and play my life over greatness, I will offer up my two sons as a sacrifice to the God of Noah. God of that this is what it seems to be. It is describing some type of divine powers in actual play itself. And then he pledges to go and offer up his two sons. Well, one son is walking imagine. The sons turns out they said what overview saying about this promise, and then for the Khatib of the children. So he was assassinated by his own sons. I would say by the evil which that kind of thinks us with Elokot, Adamela, and Sha'at Sarpanov, he called up her. So here is worshiping his beauty, and then he's worshiping his Avodah. His own sons go ahead and let's say, by the way, it's such an interesting deal. People like this energy. So he was trying to hold on to a plank from Noah Steva. So it is an edge tells us who else held up to Noah Steva in the safe. The edge says that right onto the table in the safe. And let's say in times of distress, everyone's trying to hold on to something. The issue is that you have to make sure that you're holding on to the right. So even here, so here the tragedy is okay, the tragedy of this condition is so often he's so close to turning things around, which is never managed to get together. In other words, he said he finds the plank of the table, and he's like, you know what? I'm going to show you if my brain for a second. Like I can hold on to turn this stuff anywhere, but it comes a little bit, but yet brings up all kinds of signs. It's almost as if he misses it. Just by a few steps, so close to the influence. That's right, that will change. He doesn't have to turn things around, but always missing it by looking at the pieces that are put together. It's incredible. So what's about? separate. So the boss says, let's say switching gears from just a moment, this is the outlook. Now this is in state relations. Remember that there was the battle of the four fortunes against the five. The four should beat the five, Avram goes to war against the four. So the boss says, like that. Uba Abadar, the Fayakim. But we don't get that. The little translation is, he split the night, Avram and his servants, and they smoked. They smoked the fortunes. I'm not here, bro. Also, Marsh is not even the Avram's right respect. It was actually an angel who decided Avram to fight this battle, and the angel's name was I'm a boy together. At least not that, but says, Sha'asi, people, myself, like that. The ultimate video of these is that discussion points out stars, right? The stars actually fought on the half hour. They actually did battle on the half hour. They fought together on the other side of the Shemar and Shamayim, which is something called Sisra, Torah and the Yankah is Barnafah. The words of the Yankah, the blacksmith, the Yitzhak, the Yankah are better than the words of the Coconut. The Yoga is not the Shas of Fataz, Barnafah. So the words of the blacksmith are better than the words of the son of the blacksmith. Okay, so the stars were against the fortunes. Also, just point out that they had a form of there's many times I've heard Shas. Why does the why does the stars and stuff that he's talking about? Okay, so simple answers, but there's no importance for the stuff. Those are the different messages. A lot of times they're like, okay, our profession, that's like torn from coming against any talking or going about that. So one thing, the other one talking about is like that. So that's like you're going to go to bring yourself a place on the page of Shas. You don't have to work for it. That's just the way that it is. Yes, I have a talk about that. So that's the thing. The career to descend from a shitty excellence in Zola. Natural. To be excellent in our professions, but an equal obligation. It's not a clear obligation to be excellent in Torah as well. There's no telling what we could become, even though we all have good jobs. The unit of Adam, so let's say that the box said, I believe in pursuit of fortunes up until the story. So what happened in the Quran, which also started Adon, Pashash Tofo, where so Adam is so, but Adam is pursuing to be that to be done done. Somewhere again, his strength was diminished. Why? Not only one of Shasida La'abon Abon is done. Because he saw aesthetically that his descendants, when he worshipped Abon, so because that of his spiritual strength was weakness, as soon as they got done Shemad, was that what happened? But Shemad, by us, and as I cover themselves, that's it's actually pointing to me rather than the doctors. But what is that? So, how about the first over the split kingdom of Islam? It's spoken to two eagles, that's two calves, two golden calves. So, that's one of it was put to a trouble area. So, this wasn't going to happen until centuries later. Centuries later, the last half of years of strength was diminished with regard to the future state of our Zola children. The opposite Russia, when we scattered, actually give her. So to again, I don't say that we Zola also, we're not striking to the back of the Shemad, not done, Nishma, that that's Susa, Aranzira. How about that, Michelle, after the answer this evening? It was a good place. So who's the father? The father is as well as the sailor. He's one of the Shabbat, the woman of the Zonsa. It was like, be careful, come from. He lost his learning because of extenuating circumstances. But also sometimes in life, a person gets older and forget their roots. Whether it's because of something like dementia or Alzheimer's, or whether it's just part of getting better in life. Be careful with it coming from who forgot his life. It doesn't necessarily have to be called that in learning is still a part of what he is, and therefore there's a condition to go ahead and expect. Which also teaches us to tremendous life lesson as well. How the Torah has a purpose is not only in the knowledge that it's in. This is very important for us, especially for us, that young people. There's a lot of times one of the most beautiful things about documentary movies, you see so much in one day. One of the most difficult things about documentary movies come the next day, I actually have no idea what I did. Right? But sometimes it's very frustrating for us because, like, what am I doing? What am I doing? Let's say, now, okay, here's the answer to that. He's going to this. What's the answer to that? Is that's all right. That's why I person has this. I person has 1,000 of you know that. I'm going to say, because personal destiny is showing because we look at people with retention. It is entirely experiential. The act of sitting and learning Torah, by definition, fundamentally changes me as a person. And even if I don't remember one word, I am still changed to the as what says. Yeah, so you become a something who forgot his name, he gets because he can't recall it. Therefore, again, it's Torah impacts and endless as a show. Still the same holy Jew, because Torah has imprinted on his nation fundamentally changed. And furthermore, these are the beauty. I see the judge of the breed. So it's interesting how the women from the last cycle is we learned about this. When you check the bird, you check popos, so there's a blood vessel that runs next to the esophagus. Because my focus as to whether that organ needs to be cut. As part of Shmita, that we this says you should be careful to do it, because that allows the animal to bleed out fast. So you drain down the blood fast. That's called a breathing. You know what it says? It's over. That we just do everything up. Let's say, watch this. Be careful with the children of ignorant people. Because from them, from the children of Amal Haaretz, ultimately again, that's where Torah will come from. And I say, this is an astounding Gemara. Take a look at Rashi in just a moment. It's the last Rashi on the right side. These are Amal Haaretz. He's talking about over here, children who grow up who are children of Amal Haaretz. For children, in first of all, I will say that in this context, Amal Haaretz is not using it disparagingly. It's using it factually. Right? A person looks at the homework, parties are all the parents. Right? You don't do it because that's what you're not doing. You're just like a very 20%. So that's his situation. And those children who grow up in a home of Amal Haaretz, become coming to covenant, last of time covenant. Make sure to give those coming to covenant whose parents are Amal Haaretz, make sure to give them the greatest amount of covenant. Why? Sheneken takes it toward Israel. Because those that come to covenant are going to create and affect the greatest change for Am Yisrael. Sharing, not too shnai about time, they were some key examples. So it's like, what's the pshat? What's the pshat? That is the children of Amal Haaretz who create the greatest impact across Israel. Not the children, the children whose fathers are coming to covenant. What's the pshat? Because I think it's a very simple result. You know, when a person goes out in a home of Amal Haaretz and then decides to become a covenant father, they have to work 10 times harder. They have to work 10 times harder. Sometimes they have to work against greater resistance. So certainly they have to learn a whole new variety of things that perhaps they do not see growing up. The push, right, from the community, the resilience, that those coming from people who grew up with it don't necessarily have the same thing. And therefore, ultimately, contribution, because those coming from it, ultimately, again, is tenfold. Incredible idea. So again, firstly, in culture, we have also the Gemara says, she's here on the other artists. Be careful. Now, you have to tell someone to be careful. What does that mean? What does that mean? Right? Because people, in general, okay, are not careful with this. Okay? Why? Because it's so interesting in itself, when you're in the world, it's so interesting in the world. We put so much time to say the point that Nikos, right? This is Nikos, and Nikos is wonderful. Nikos is wonderful. Right? Because it's beautiful, fantastic. We come from all of these from as we discussed about the best things in the world. But so much. So as I heard this, good. Share the Nikos. But just understand, it's also goes. We do not have distinguished heads. But they decide to do something magnificent of themselves. Those are the agents of change. Those are the people also have the most dramatic and tremendous. The ones who society say, like, somebody's probably like that necessarily she didn't have its since then. So those types of Shiva. Why? Just as a lot. I know it's without. Like what? Without. So you very much without is someone who grew up like more and exactly I just think that's become much more religious with that. So I said so people with anyway, when you say without so people who start with something and then decide to get more, it's like that's a fix. It's so warped, also worked. That's like in the world, somehow somebody started with less and then shows more. That person is excited. Like that person was like peaceful. A person who shows that he wants to accomplish more, even though perhaps they didn't have it very well. Even though perhaps again, maybe the parents they don't like the arts support, classics or whatever it is, but they decide to want more. It's just so interesting. Sometimes it's such a work view of where actual greatness really comes from. It's very nice. If you come from a family of righteous people, that's fantastic. So he's incredible. But that does absolutely nothing for you except start to walk at a higher pace. So stop looking out for yourself. Right. And so that's like one has to say, he's not and they are others. Careful children on others. You think that the goal is not. Because sometimes the most of the greatest people in this world are the ones who aren't born with the spiritual super spirit in their mouth. And instead try to accomplish good things on their own. Those are the people who expect to change. Incredible. The other thoughts, he says, he's hot and not so Sabe da Hashem, que olha aí, os fortes na gata, os tomas, a chão de sol, chão com bom ideia, chão bom de fada, chão, e a coisa nossa, this was what the child was saying, this is evil. No, sorry, so let's ask you, what's the part of we're going to focus on here. So part of this focus we're going to focus on here is that what is it? What is it that a choice or why is it that you seem to go ahead and prosper so much like this? I'm not sure about the sorry. My idea, what was introductory Rabbi? She asked Rabbi in Rothschild because they got this color as a recent orange from Atmosphere. They got seven guy. What is it say? Much more than that. Show your full and still by self success. So listen to much more. So guys, the guy that can run faster than he's even run faster than horses. I could run 3 times a month in parts of a lot of area. I can run 3 by myself before and I can even outrun horses. It's at night. Like I can even run smart. I can see much harder further as well. So what happened? It's time to go right to that hard. So now that he's racing against the people runner. I guess he's a runner. Right, but other people who don't have much of it. And this runner, the two runner, outpacing 3 meters, which is a much lesser distance, and did about 100 away. So the man says, come away, and my left leg out in half the face, you see, how about this guy with the camera? I'm saying to this guy, if you can't beat the human, you certainly can't outpace horses. The march just really got the results. If you can't beat the runner for 3 minutes, you certainly can't go ahead and outpace them with no results. So he goes, you don't have a cover. So yeah, but that's kind of cover. And if you can't outpace someone, try that. So you can't outpace anything on this one. So I thought, so to you, even know it. So to you, know. So what's this? What is it? What does this mean? What does this mean? At the end of the day, what you're telling you know is that you don't understand the ways of control. That's something that you think you understand, you think that you can see, you think that you know, but at the end of the day, you don't. Not this car out of this house. Shilantino also Russia. Shilant's Akar Kofi. Akar Kofi. She's supposed to listen to this. We're going to see the surface of the moment. You're bounded by the fact, that I went ahead and I allowed you to kind of be successful in such a dramatic way. So just you should see, you can't take back the reward of steps, 4 steps. We'll see this going into those 4 steps in just a little bit. So you see all of the reward that you have that's a particularly 4 steps. I will be like that, you can be overwhelmed. When I reward traveling, let's say the fun I can see a lot less time on the camera. So you look at it, I took 4 steps on this reward. You'll be overwhelmed to see the reward. I need something out of the round of forces and then we'll see that's for you just a little bit. So you might say, say, and reveal, niche, part of the call out once I see you sugar, and you give her a real, and you are sharing your different culture. And well, how does it feel like you? What do you mean? What do you mean? And that's like, I'm chart with 4 steps. What's that story? The same, to those in the story. The same, right? Each side, each shava, the Ruda, the dragon, Like the Lagon Melech follows Forest. So what happened is that Baruda Balagon, that was his name, Ben Balagon, son of Balagon, tried to see what the king of Balagon sent a letter. There wasn't a letter for the person who she sent a letter to his PO because he knew that his PO was ill and that he was healed. Okay. So you know, so I was there. We should keep up with his PO by the Catholic ship on the start in the cause. So you know, that's because his PO got sick. So this king, the king of Badal, Mulata, sent a letter and this king on what's going on there. There's the emergency in, you judge as no things higher. So the emergency, you know, I should high bars. Yes, because Balata, Mulata, or the world of Balata was very interested because he said, oh, his king was healed. Miracle occurred. He was walking on by his miracle and he said, you know, I gotta find out that this guy's his skill. What's his story? What goes in the book? Is he still not real good? Also, you Shanice, oh, after, especially by the I find I don't know if it's myself, but it's so catching it up and then I said, I got a good idea. And then you will see like this year, and then you kind of got it. It's going to be what's going to be our content from this year. Not just like identify some of these incredible stories and just go through them. I think it's a word like that. So what happened? Also, you know, Shanice, go Akos. The David Akos guy. Who's Akos? Who's Akos? Akos was the father of Iskido. Akos was a tremendous Russia. On the David Akos died, Still shows higher. So the trial was shortening the day dramatically, caused the sun to set after 2 hours. So why did he do that? He did not want Akos to be energized, he did not want Akos to be very productive. So he dramatically went ahead and caused the sun to set. To set prematurely. So what happens? So the Gemara says that he called his skill, he thought, and it's incredible. When his skill was healed, so ultimately identified for who returned to those 10 extra hours. That was what the food. And then his skill was healed, it would take extra hours of daylight in that day. Isn't that incredible? So it was prolonged by 10 hours because he was slow. Obviously, I said that it was prolonged by everyone. So the Lord of Morocco, if you can remember, Morocco, ultimately saw this 10 extra daylight hours of what's going on over here. So the Gemara says, so Ma'ana Kasachani, Sekum Yusha, as Sarah Hanamos, Hashem Yakumaris, Akam Sham Shakuras, as well as the Nation of Shemish, I suppose, the Mount Hashem Yada. Only my way. So Morocco, so you want to this, I'm going to skill Kadosh, he is not. So only the skill was healed, he became healed, and I want Hashem even back 10 hours of daylight. Alright, so I'm going to keep the cover key high, the Loba, even the Shalom, and Shalom. So it's incredible. So Morocco said, listen, if there is a man like this who gets 10 extra hours of daylight for a finish final food, how can they not, like, you know, they say a Shalom Aleichem, like to know that like this. So he wants to discuss when they listen to this. So you know better, here's the letter, then the note of Morocco sends to his kilo. Here it is. Shimon says, what's the next? Shama Morocco Fiskio. Peace be unto you, King Fiskio. Shalom the character of Yerushalayim. Right? Peace unto Yerushalayim. Shalom le'elokah. Peace unto the great God. Peace unto the great God. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so what happened? Nebuchadnezzar separated the Malagan. So Nebuchadnezzar, and then it was like, this Nebuchadnezzar was young. So what was the job? He was the scribe of the king. He was the scribe of Baroda of the Baroda. So the Gemara says, listen to this. So apparently Nebuchadnezzar wasn't there when the Rosa Baroda wrote this letter. He was there, he was over it. You know, so later he comes back, he finds out that Baroda wrote this letter. He has all of it. We're talking what was the letter that was written. I'm going to I think that's he told me the letter. I don't know what it is. I used to have a kid out there. So you kind of say, you kind of say the letter makes no sense. He says, you call the God of the Jews great, but you put him last. Right? He says, Shalom Aleichem, great king, great Fiskio. Shalom Aleichem, great Yerushalayim. Joy in great God. And the person doesn't even say this. If God is great, then where does he belong? All the way in front. Or say, this is Nebuchadnezzar. This is Nebuchadnezzar. So, Shalom Aleichem, Shalom Aleichem, Shalom Aleichem, so Nebuchadnezzar says, yeah, how you right? Shalom Aleichem, Shalom Aleichem. So I say, so like, you know, like, I don't want to like that. I left for 5 minutes. I didn't get the letter right. So what happens? Although they said that, kind of together, you have a hard time. Just as it's expression before it, you get it. Kind of together, the letter should be the one who goes ahead and the letter says the idea of that. So if you feel the good idea, execute. The idea, execute. Don't come fast and full of good ideas. The good ideas, execute them as well. So in the letter is in transit. You think that it should be done? Okay. Go out to the courier, get it. So it's this. Rabbi says, let's listen to this. To his credit. He's going to look at that. Goes after the courier. Right past right. He wrote out of Psios as he took 4 steps. Also, Gabriel stopped him. Gabriel stopped him. So I'm not going for the moment of Gabriel that he do. I can't say listen to this. Because what was this credit? Nebuchadnezzar was running after the courier because Nebuchadnezzar was concerned about the coming of the Rothschild that was stopped him. Because had Nebuchadnezzar run any further, there would have been no way to stop the future carnage that's clouded now. So I will say that's what we said before. In the source of the Arabs, 4 steps of Nebuchadnezzar running after the courier because he thought the letter was not find enough way to the particle. That gave Nebuchadnezzar ultimately a tremendous power over God himself. And the heads had developed a real not stop him where he was. Who knows how to show what the carnage would have been. We'll say actually it's amazing. We'll say the point that is amazing. Sometimes it's always interesting to see what makes people how people want to be successful, So we're talking about this story so that there's some prayer. So what is he story there from the Nebuchadnezzar? So it's just out of what's a decent brother. I'm really speaking of not anti-ignorant. A lot of times in life, we're chock full of ideas, and it's great. And I have one, I'm really people and I have all of ideas, collectivize and categorize and anything you want, and then I'm trying to give them over to someone else. And then as long as someone else does the execution. What makes great people great is they have beautiful ideas and they're willing to put in effort to implement. They don't delegate. They do what has to get done in order to get the job done. And Nebuchadnezzar has this insight. So they got the clever who wants to go after the courier. Again, he's talking to the king, but that's a pretty important position. Because that's how us to run after the courier. And instead he decides to do himself. Because great people recognize that if you believe in something or not, roll those things and get it done. Don't wait for someone else to help you do the job yourself. Incredible. And it's like the mother, my Balaga, then Balaga. So let's get back over here to this king. What's actually what that over here? This king, the king of Balaga, but what we have that time. So for that, his name was Roda, Balaga, then Balaga. What's the shadow? That's a pretty strange name. Well, the Balaga, Balaga, then Balaga. This is the expression. Amen. Balaga, Balaga. Balaga was his father. Balaga, the father was king. What happened? The Ishtori Adu Rahadi Kikalaza. And apparently, in some type of illness, his face looked like a dog, transformed into a dog. Right? Again, I know the dog caucus and goes, see how Chazal do it out of dogs. Okay, good. So, that's a nonsense of you look like a dog. Since let's begin the point. He can't be king. That's the problem. He can't become king with a deformed face. So he abdicated the throne. So his son Mordechai becomes king. It's actually very beautiful. So his son Mordechai becomes king, but as part of the way that his son, his father is helping, is he took his father's name as his own. So instead of just being Yeroda ben Baraga, he became Yeroda Baraga ben Baraga. And it's just coming to his father who was still alive. So he says, I need to say, then he had it out, so this is what it means when it says a son will honor a father and a servant will be best with him. So it's actually pretty striking, which is interesting to see. And the example that Chazal want to bring on this passage, which is from a lot of people that quotes it. The example that here, it's often looking at it as Meroda, a lot of other examples of people out there. And it's interesting to see that they choose this one. And you might say, what's the Adonai? They say, בחודש החמישי בעשרים לחודש, ישנת 19 שנה לבחור נבוכדנצר, בוא נבוצר רבת אלפים, Amar Melech Bala B'Yushalayim. Yisrael has placed Hashem has placed on us. So let's say this. So the example, what was the example of the servant who revered his master? The servant who revered his master was the Yisrael. I want to transition back. Remember here, just so you know, Nebuchadnezzar is the king of Babel. The Yisrael was his top general. The Yisrael was a cruel and bloodthirsty man. He's giving the appellation Raj Hatavafid, the chief butcher. The chief butcher. In fact, we speak about the Yisrael and the keywords for Kishabah, and we see specifically that the Rothschild bloodthirst for children. He couldn't put that easily to his children. So the Gemara says over here, so what's the possibility that says that the Rothschild goes ahead, he burns down some like a Shvarku and the palace of the king. Now the pasuk said that the Rothschild was standing before HaKadosh, was standing before Nebuchadnezzar, his master. The Gemara says, how many days? And he said Nebuchadnezzar in Shalayim, so let's say, now let's just get the job right over there. Rothschild is in Shalayim, because he's just destroyed, it is an introduction, he's destroyed ultimately in the palace of the king. But it says that he's standing before Nebuchadnezzar in the Babel. But Nebuchadnezzar was never in Yerushalayim. He was in something Nebuchadnezzar in Yerushalayim, he got sick. Vayam also the Babel, river stuff. So Nebuchadnezzar was never in Israel. Like that's what he was. So how does it say that the Zohar stood before the Nebuchadnezzar and said, "Sat above his name, 6 feet three like that." This is his stuff like really kind of high stuff that people are very confident that the Zohar had such covet for his kids, and he had the huge covet of Nebuchadnezzar really engraved on his chest. He felt like he was always before his kid. The Chagdamar, it might be Seirah, Aisalon, Lehu, don't look at the show over the front. The other things is he had so much reverence for Nebuchadnezzar, so much reverence. He was standing before the king of God's words. So he went to Rabbi says this high, so they have to back a little bit. So the initial attack on Yerushalayim. So it says, the Shabbat was Nebuchadnezzar had sent to Rothschild wagon loads of 300 of the sharpest axes that were so sharp that the metal could cut through metal. Shabbat is the answer in the Torah. And all the axes broke, trying to break down one thing that Yerushalayim. It wasn't so long before I know what happened. So it is. So right? So in other words, everybody knows the Torah essentially. Massive. There's the problem. So now you have 300 of the sharpest axes, metal that can cut through metal. And if they ever break on one floor and shines, it does not walk like a good forward. So if the zone is ready to turn around, go back home. Not to come for Amar, Shabar. So Basco came out. Travel. Basco came Shabar. It looks like Shabar really means a jumper. Someone who's jumped. Rashi says that Shabar is the right hand column of Rashi. About 10 minutes into the short lines. Don't let your guard, don't let how much you shall I? And it's already Kalman, so it's a substitution. So apparently, it says, so apparently that jumper, because interesting, we don't see it was upset his kid as well. And interestingly enough, also remember again, what was so here to stay? Also, there was a stay. He was the windows. So apparently, the seller was burning to here, back now. That's why it's called the jumper. But he was ready to leap into the battle, to jump into the battle. So the Basco comes up and says, jumper, don't abandon the plan over here. So the word says, Shabar, Shabar by Shabar. Shabar, do not deceive them to make the Shachari, they ain't going to mix it. So ultimately, if it was time for the Mitzvah to be destroyed, don't say that that's going to point out that these are very profound. Because oftentimes when we suffer misfortune at the hands of the nations in the world, what's compounded is what compounds our pain is the notion of a feeling of abandonment by a Kadosh Baruch Hu. Now it's interesting if I must say, it's Chazal always tell us, nothing ever happens to us unless the time of Shabbat wants it to happen. And even when there's pain, and even when there's suffering, even when there's loss, and only what what's painful because why is Baruch Hu this to us? On the other hand, it's interesting enough for a lot of you know, it's to element of Muhammad. Because I know it's not something that someone else is doing to me, it's something that I could have Baruch Hu is doing to me. Which means that the Rothschild is quite likely to even use for normally the situation. Which is difficult as it is, but I know it's not haphazard, I know it's not random, I know it's coming from a coach. So the Vasco comes out and says, Zara, don't abandon ship, don't abandon ship. And it's time for the Messiah to be destroyed. So watch this. How should they hide that America? There was one axe left. One axe left. Also, without even to get them. So as I said, one axe left. So now it's interesting. So the Messiah is a very smart man. So the Messiah realizes now that he's at a very, very dangerous crossroads. And I'm going to be like Santander, and he left that mansion, or they're going to be reaching the last one. So what does he do? He takes the last axe. He goes over to the gate of Yerushalayim. He doesn't hit the gate with the sharp part. He hits the gate with the handle, with the blood, the dull part. Why? What's his logic? The logic is like this. If this one comes far over, the Rothschild wants to try this in English, the gate will open even with the blunt parts. So the says that sure enough, they lift up. He knocked against the gate with the dull part, but the gate fell down. Shemar, Yodea, Canadian, the Bible, the Slav, please, Hagimas. On the cut over Ozzy, I did not know that I had it. So says, now, this is a tragedy overwhelming story. When we start out about the ancient culture, next that we get to Yerushalayim, and he's literally just going to turn everyone in sight. And then gets the Messiah push. I believe he's in New York. He sets the Messiah push. He sets the Messiah push on fire. Because it's Robert tomorrow. Come on, hey, Robert. As someone lights the Messiah push on fire, the Messiah push itself begins to withstand heaven. Almost as if the Messiah push is trying to save itself. How one is a credit. The American Messiah push uproots itself and begins to go and literally set the center of the book. And what happened? He argued that he even should argue. They almost pushed it back down. But the Messiah push itself, the Messiah push itself is trying to escape. The Messiah push itself is trying to see no one. Sometimes even the Messiah push sees all the pain and all the suffering and all of the hostages and everything that's happening in this world. And the Messiah push just wants to remove itself. So the Messiah push doesn't escape. So enough. Shmuel says, there's a plan. Whatever the plan is, there's a plan. So the Shmuel itself takes its hand and literally pushes the Messiah push back down. Overwhelming. Shemai. God does not Hashem the Yeshua Tasuda. Cousin Tadaiko. So one can imagine at this point in time, when we examine, student so think about that book. Think about that, a little bit arrogant. That's what again, he's never to success. Right? Working down the house of a college quality. Not Kabasta, the Amrame, Amo Katila Katlas, Gathama Kalia Kalis, Kim Kreta Hina Kahilas, the Mizar Kanda. You killed a dead nation. You destroyed building, literally again, you ground up wheat that was already flour. The truck was telling the result is pretty proven to do anything. I did this. I did this. You're carrying out the mind. Don't think for a moment that this is your success, right? That this is your accomplishment. Everything that you're doing is only occurring because I'm allowing you to appreciate it. If you're a head of up and down, going down, the question is, going to show up the speaking the Yama, and the Torah. It doesn't say anything about wheat, it says again, flour. It's saying that if you come in and find flowers, that's all the flour, that's the base. So you've already destroyed people, you've destroyed people. There's an example story there. How's that done with Zakaria? Rabbi Karasa. It's one says the other Zakaria. It's a tragic story. It's overwhelming. So the account, so Rabbi Zakaria, even was at the time, so I said that they have to be true or they can be destroyed. I probably saw this message, they killed Zakaria. Now they killed Zakaria in the case of the church itself. So what happens? So the Torah is standing in the celebration. And he sees Chazal David is covered us. He sees that the blood that's bubbling blood that is a crush. I'm going to go my life. Says how you sit there, people choose them, it's a crush. What is this? I'm going to be spoken in Shtaka. That was the one like that. That's just sacrificial blood that's spilled. I'm going to look at it. So these are the stuff that doesn't make any sense. What does it do? I see this. I see the unseen. That can see. But what if you so if he's one of the young he shuts an arrow, takes the blood from the shut the arrow, compares it to his blood that's why he's supposed to. He doesn't want to see that blood. Doesn't want to see kind of blood. I think you're right there. He's one of the blood meats. He must have the thing of food side, the side food, and so he has that. So in regards to tell me what this is. On the other hand, I will kill the skin off the body iron coals. Some of them, I call it the Navi. This is the blood of a man who is both a coin and the Navi. The Indian the Sabbath in Shalai, they cut the movie. The prophesied to the Jewish by the destruction of the Semidosh, and the Christ shall be killed. He killed it because he didn't like his message. I'm a little, I'm if I see it. So the Zara says, okay, I will tease this all of these in I see that one on, cut off and read it, those other times this is blood. It's all right, it's his blood. So what does he do? He gathers up the Rabbi and their leadership. He kills them all, but the blood didn't stop the blood. I used to guide the king of that. He brought the school children. He called them in up, he slaughtered them, blown up, and the blood did not stop. I see him take the wound of Kato, he brought the Yokohanan, killed them, and the blood did not stop all of them. So you must add the Kato, Yuya, Tishu, the Ivory Boat. 940,000 people. For no enough, and ultimately again, the blood did not stop all of them. Kato did not end. So there's a certain goes over to the blood and he says, Sekaria. Go to the ship ahead and back. So it's over the month. So the Brazilian says, Sekaria. No, they're going to explore the best at Pakistan. If you come in the cooler, should I kill more? No. And that moment again. So the blood is a fire step over the next day. Such a one, you should just know, I was still going to tell us. It's interesting to know that not close to 1 million Jews were slaughtered when the Russian fell. They were destroyed. So it's interesting. A lot of times, like, you might have said that it was a hyperbolic. It's interesting. The 940,000 number is, again, so many people saw it. Like, when you figure out something that makes an English, you have to figure out just the instruction of the structure. If you forget that just the colossal loss of life over almost 1 million people. So the Gemara says, now we're so we saw that. The Gemara says, I was trying that. Well, you ask me, killed it up on it. Killed the children. I killed the innocent people. I killed the best of crop we smell. You want more blood? So I have more bloodshed, and then the blood stopped on it. So once again, you might as well stop there. The Gemara says, here, shoot up at that thing. So this is one of the ones that something amazing happened, which is, so the Mizara says, like they say, not sure no matter, like, this is not problem. This is not a moving cycle. Like, he has his thoughts of Shuvah. Why is he thoughts of Shuvah? He says, Ma ein Shuvah, if you ever had this Afas, Ka, who gather not the heavy away. So the Mizara like this. So all he saw was held to such a responsibility because they killed one person who was the Christ. So when Sarah says, what's going to happen to me? I kill almost 1 million people. What's going to be with me? Allah, shut it for Tisa, what they say, let's guide it. Yes. And then Sarah sends a letter to his house saying, I'm not coming home. And it goes off and he converts. He goes off and he converts. So let's say, absolutely, and the only words, even Sarah, sadness overwhelmingly with us here, which always I sort of point out all the time. The Rothschild is Shabbat. You know, the Rothschild that I'm not going to Shabbat, you look this way, just I'll say it's very different. So Rothschild is Kishiyas and Shabbat. Kishiyas and Shabbat, I know sadness. So it's interesting that the person Kishiyas and Shabbat, what is that actually Kishiyas and Shabbat? The president of Shiva has a beautiful simple hope in great Shiva. But keep the rights, but something to describe me as well. And the first step of Shiva is Hebrew Shiva. What's yours? Here is a thought. Before you even do anything concrete, before I change anything about my life, the first step in Shiva is that thought. What's that thought? That thought is, I can't go on the way things are. First step in Shiva is this level of kaddish, where I say to myself, I gotta change. Things just after the Egypt. How, what, when, where, that remains to be seen. But I know that the way things are now should not be the way that that's going. Even sorrows, has that over the cure, I standing there with one of precious dreams on his hands, standing with some English that is going up against hands. It started to know that says, you know what, I don't know how to do it. I know that I can't get it this way. Motivation everything. Shapes up everything. It goes on to become a guy, it goes on to become some amazing problems. So on the side, start out over, but we're going to stop here for today. The rest of the songs, stories, so other great areas I said tomorrow now. Want to start taking one side? Shkoya. All right, time goes longer than All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip to thank. Our annual Talmud sponsor for Tafshin Tosim Mishpacha, dedicating all the Shemer Rothschild this year as his chus from Surah Sallallahu Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Hirsch, Ben Yosef Cohen, the Steve Levin and Burning family's memory of Mr. William Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael's our week of learning sponsors, Nick Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldsmith, Esther Bas Alazar's Rafa, and our Dakobi sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Matt's father, Charles Marks, Culman Ben Mordechai, and the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, the families in all those who are pushed from Israel, which for us should enhance that should bring home all of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful to Chol Masiyah. With that, let us begin. And a special welcome back. And we're fortunate with Dr. Schwartz. Baruch haba, Baruch haba, Baruch Hashem, to give you refuah. And Baruch Hashem, we missed you. That's great to have you back. As just said, with that, let us begin. We have a lot today, Baruch Hashem. Again, also, by the way, this is it until we get to the end, right? This is Baruch Hashem. This is beautiful, beautiful Gemara after Gemara. I got it, a story, lesson, messages, everything rolled in. We're going to have a little bit of halacha as well. With that, let us begin. Today's daf is starting from 96. We're picking up in Eretz Hashem on the bottom of Sadi Cave for the days 95b, and also same here today because we have to wish a Mazel Tov to our beloved father and our daf member Avron Elbaum, our rabbi, our daf killer. I hope you're like one. Keep it number. He's sitting right over there. He's marrying off his daughter today. Baruch Hashem, B'Shato, and the Farfas, Mazel Tov to the Elbaum Mishpacha. Yeah, Rabbi says begin. So we are picking up on the bottom of today's outside 96. We are picking up on Sadi days 95b. And we left off 4 lines up the bottom. So now we have all. And the Rebbe says as follows. We have shalom. As a person can said it, you couldn't have said it yourself. It's him. Vayomahu, Yigal Hashem B'Tara Hashira, Shavinar, Hamelech Bashur Sarosh, Sarah Glaim, the Gamazokin Tisa. So it says the water goes to the house. The house says on that day, like Yachol, the Ribono Shalom will be a haircut. We'll cut the beard, we'll cut the hair of the king of Ashur. So what is this talking about? So the Gemara says, "Asa Kucher Bichol, making Gavra Saba." So remember again, Sanhedrin is being defeated. We saw that story already. Right? Suffered a humiliating defeat. Not even at the hands of Chizkiah. Remember again, he suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of the 12, which is this ridiculous event that wiped out his army overnight. He now has to go back home and face his constituents. So the Rebbe Shalom appears to him as an old man. It's like a Gaza staff. On the way, he also says as a Malchus in Israel. Malchus in Israel, so the old man, right, comes to Sanhedrin and says, hey, when you have to go back home and you have to talk to all the kings, remember again, Sanhedrin have raised a huge army. Those were armies from neighboring kingdoms as well. So when you have to go back home and face all of those kings, whose sons, who did things that come out, battle with you, and now those sons are dead, what are you going to say to them? What are you going to say to them? I don't know. So Sanhedrin says, you know what? I'm afraid. I don't know. I too have that fear about what am I going to say. So Sancheriv says to the old man, what should I do? And also, of course, what's interesting about this is, remember again, it's fascinating how things change. Sancheriv was this general in charge of everyone, confident. And now what happens? He's asking the guy he just met, right? He has no idea who this person is. And he's asking this old man for advice, what should I do? So ultimately, again, so it's incredible. So the old man says to Sancheriv, listen to this, Zil Yishtoni Nafshach. Really change. You should really change. Rashi says, so that's saying, so the old man says to him, you should change yourself enough that nobody recognizes you. This is when you go home, no one's going to bother you. All right, so now Ishmi, so how should I change? I'm going to say, this as I got. Go get a pair of scissors. I'll give you a haircut. We'll change your parents. So we'll say, so without going to our, what a profound thing. And this is such the timing of this is incredible because it's almost Elul. And we really like have to and how like it is so important to be able to get into the mindset of change. So look what happens over here. So Sancheriv is in trouble. What does Sancheriv realize? Sancheriv realizes the way I'm living right now, right? What I'm doing is not the way I need to be focusing. It's like we all have those epiphysical moments, right? And when I realize that what I'm doing this is not the way it should be. It's just not the way it should be. I know that I could do more. So Sancheriv has that epiphysical moment. And he says, right, so he goes to the old man. The old man says, you should change yourself. Change. You can change whatever you want about yourself, whatever you want. You should change. And once you do it so often, happens when it comes to change. So he says, that's a great idea. It's a good idea. And how should I change? Oh, take a haircut. I'll say, some things that happen, these moments of time where I recognize that I need to change. And then instead of affecting real change, we affect cosmetic change. It's kind of bad change. I really should change. Right? That hairstyle really should change a little bit, right? It's the wrong muscle. But you understand, right? Like in other words, we just instead of focusing on real change, cathartic change, personalistic change, we just content ourselves with cosmetic change. And that moment that could have been so transformative simply goes by with little or nothing concrete to show for it. Such a metaphor. Anyway, and also, I just want to point out, that's what's happening with Sancheriv. We'll be honest, you're going to see this tomorrow with more. Sancheriv suffers this humiliating defeat. We'll say there is nothing that gets you to think about change more in life than humiliating defeat. We've all had it, we've all experienced it, and those are moments who offer you most open to anything and everything. Okay, so get a haircut. I'm going to lay the hair, see? So Sancheriv is still there. Everyone's supposed to get a pair of scissors from. I'm going to lay Allah Rubik. So the icy Azaj Kechinu. So what happens? So he says to Sancheriv, look, there's a house over there. Go in there, get a pair of scissors from there. So Sancheriv goes in, he finds scissors. Also, Malach tries to get me like a gap. So it's a tremendous setup. The Malachim come into that house, and they appear like people. They were grinding. Kashrus. Rashi says over here, Gardini is more. It was eight seeds. So they were grinding this up. So Amalek, how about this bottle? So here's this camera. Can I borrow a pair of scissors? Amalek, the phone will cut the jaws, the Kashrus, and the top. So if this over here, no such thing like the three scissors, right? So you want scissors. Grind the Julia of the eight. So okay, work a little bit and I'll give you the scissors. Tachan Chad Julia. Kashrus. So we'll have them Sparta. So Sancheriv found the bits. Right? And they gave him another tremendous Master. This is Sancheriv. This is Sancheriv, right? Commander of the largest uncivilized world at the time. And I must say, it's incredible, like desperation. Failure humbles you, and desperation, when a person is desperate, do whatever you have to do to get the job done. Isn't that incredible? When we're riding high, so there's certain things that are beneath me that I'm not going to do. When I'm in trouble, we recognize you do whatever you have to do in order to get the job done. So Sancheriv now is afraid of facing the people back home. Right? He needs to get a haircut, he needs a pair of scissors, he's got to grind day pits. You got to do what you got to do in order to get the job done. All right? So by the time Sancheriv got back like the scissors, the old man already came down. I see them. Now the old man says, the old man is controlled. He said, "Can you please help us in the back? So bring me a fire." So the Gemara says, "So Azol I see Nura, Bahadi to Kanafakle, Akli be Nura to Kine." So what happened? Azol Gazavation to Kine. So as Sanfil was bringing back the lantern, the fire, his beard caught fire a little bit. And it turned out it ended up singeing his beard. So ultimately, again, the old man ends up cutting off his beard and his hair. Amru Hainu Kasiv, the Games Hazakon Tisibet. Papa Hanudam, people say, Isla Arma Shakere, is Lenura, but the Kine of Osavis Ukabede. So we'll say this gives this apparently birth to the famous adage. Rashi says, Isla Arma Shakere Babe, and Atamatari Es Haramori, for what of the Eno, Harala Ishbizikino. If you go ahead and you set fire to Rami and he likes it, you can also go ahead and singe his beard, and it will be an unending source of entertainment. Okay? You can work out what you want, right? And I was like, I don't have anything on it. I don't have anything on it. Right? It's so nice, again, the idea of here. I'll say, it's talking about also, I think that the this entirely tomorrow, and it's life changed so dramatically. We experience this in different ways. That a person can be on the top of the world one moment and literally again the bottom of the bottom the next. And what's so profoundly important, and again, 2 centimeters, I think the centimeters credit a little bit, you have to be able to roll with it. You have to be able to hit it. You have to be able to know what to do when you're the commander of the army, and you have to know what to do when you're a humble, defeated individual. And if you notice again, so now it's just a centimeter of getting haircuts and whatever you need to do. Listen, there are some people in life when life doesn't go their way and the time doesn't materialize, they simply get paralyzed. They don't know what to do. They're stuck. They can't get over the fact that life did not materialize the way that I wanted, and they don't understand the power of the pivot. And I think you see this terms like these credits. You don't become the commander of the largest army in the civilized world by just being a regular guy. So here must have had a critique in his co-hosts. Part of those co-hosts is the power of the pivot. You got to be able to move into whatever life throws your way and recognize that whatever it is, figure it out. The man was like, Oslo Ashka, Rafa, one says incredible. So Sanfev is journeying home. As he's journeying home, what does he find? It's one says incredible stories. He finds a plank from Noah's Teva. From Noah's Teva. That was by the way, geographically we know that remember again the Teva kind of what's the word? Mandy, what is it? Dock, I don't know if it's dock, say grounded, crept. It's like a wash, it's like when it washes the shore, whatever, crept, docked, grounded, stopped. Right? On Hare Ararat, right? Which actually, by the way, interesting enough, geographically, works along this idea as his head back to our shore. So he finds a plank from North Mosaic. You can't, this is incredible. Like you imagine, like again, just to understand, this is part of the day. More important was that theory. He ran into a Kodesh Baruch Hu, and what's the matter? I want to point out that the Bono Shem Olav appeared to Sanhedrin. You understand what that means? Because again, Sanhedrin, interesting enough, remember, it was Sanhedrin was on a divine mission. His mistake was that he went after Yerushalayim. That was his mistake. That was crazy. He defied the divine mandate. He was a Shaliach of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but he overstepped. You don't become a Shaliach of Hashem without possessing some type of personal greatness. See, men HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he met the HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Next, he finds a place from Noach Seva. Amar. Taza Anshkak Kapal, Mitibusa Dura. Amar. Amar Hainu Alaka Rabbi. She said the Noach Mitibusa. And he said, oh, this is the great God who saved Noah from the flood. Amar, Esau looked after Matrab. Matrab Lahu trained Noah. So Sanhedrin says, if I go and I'm successful, in other words, if I go and ultimately I'm able to survive and I'll reclaim my former greatness, I will offer up my 2 sons as a sacrifice to the God of Noah. The God of Noah. Now, interesting, it seems to be that he's ascribing some type of divine power to the actual plane itself. In any event, he pledges to go and offer up his 2 sons. Rabbi said, if one can imagine, Shamuel, his sons heard about this and weren't overly excited about this promise. and therefore they killed him. Sanherib is assassinated by his own sons. V'aynu Tziv, V'yihu Mishkachah Beis Nasuch Elokov, V'adar Melech V'shar Atzar Panav Yikol B'Cherev. Sanherib is worshiping his deity, and as he's worshiping his Avodah Zarah, his own sons go ahead and kill him. I will say, by the way, it's also interesting, that this image Sanherib is trying to hold on to a plank from Noach's Teva. So that means that the Medrash tells us who else held on to Noach's Teva. Let's say Oak. The Medrash says that Oak Melech Abasha, right, was held onto the table and was saved. So let's say in times of distress, everyone's trying to hold on to something. The issue is that you have to make sure that you're holding on to the right thing. See, even here, Sanherib is always the tragedy of Sanherib. The tragedy of his condition is so often he's so close to turning things around, but just never manages it to get together. In other words, this idea that he finds the plank of the table. He's like, you know what? The emotion could be my life preserver. I could hold on to and turn this around. And when we're going to see this comes for a little bit, but then he brings up offering his sons. It's always as if he misses it, just by a few steps. So close to being able to affect that real change, to be able to turn things around, but always missing it and not being able to put the pieces directly together. Incredible. So what is it by Chalik Ali and Kaila? So the boss says, I want to say, switching gears here for just a moment, this is Admon. That this is in his very voracious. Remember again, there was the battle of the 4 and 4 kings against the 5. The 4 defeat the 5, Avon goes to war against the 4. So the Pasuk says, Vaychalik Aleim Laila, Uva Avadav Vayakim. Literally again, the literal translation is, they split the night, Avram and his servants, and they smote. They smote the 4 kings. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Also, Malach Shazdamin of the Avram Laila Shmo. It was actually an angel who was helping Avram to fight this battle. And the angel's name was Laila Shnei. Laila Amar Horgever. Rabbi Nafka says, Sha'asi Imo Maisa Laila. But ultimately, what it means is that this Rashi points out the stars, like the stars actually fought on behalf of Avram. They actually did battle on behalf of Avram. They fought together alongside Avram. The words of the Nefka, the blacksmith, Nefka, are better than the words of Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan is known in Shas, sometimes guys, Nefka. So the words of the blacksmith are better than the words of the son of the blacksmith. Okay, so ultimately, Rish Lakish chooses that Yitzchak Nefka's ideas, and the stars went with Avram Avinu against the 4 kings. Let's just point out here how we've mentioned this many times on our journey from Shas. Why does the Gemara call it Yitzchak Nafka? Okay, so simple answer is that there's more than one. There's more than Yitzchak. And the deeper message is, a lot of times in life we think that if you have a profession, that's my tour from becoming an outstanding Chacham, a Gadol Batorah. So what does the Gemara tell us? By the way, to be a blacksmith, to be a Gadol Batorah. To be a blacksmith and earn yourself a place on the page of Shas. You all have to work for a living. That's just the way that it is. Yes, I'm not talking about that. Unless you think that your career exempts you from achieving excellence in Torah, not true. We have an obligation to be excellent in our professions, and we have an equal obligation, if not a greater obligation, to be excellent in Torah as well. There's no telling what we could become, even though we all have day jobs. Now, you're not at done. So let's remember again, the Pasuk said, I was being pursued them before it was up until dawn. So what happened at Rabbi Yochanan Kibbutz also Tzaddik at dawn, Tashash Kofo. So Avram was pursuing the king, so when he got to the area of dawn, suddenly again his strength was diminished. Why? Because he saw prophetically that his descendants would worship Avodah Zarah in dawn. So because Avram's spiritual strength was weakened, as soon as they got to dawn, Shneimar, so then what happened with dawn? Shneimar, Vayasem Esa'echa b'Beitzel, Esa'echa Nasam b'Dawn. That's referring to Rabbi ben Nevat. We spoke about this last week also. Rabbi ben Nevat, the first king over the split kingdom of Israel, installed 2 eagles, 2 calves, 2 golden calves. And this was, and one of them was.
Oh, Kira, can you hear me? How are you? Do you speak English? You're
Was put in a tribal area. So it's incredible. So even though this wasn't going to happen until centuries later, nevertheless, everything's strength was diminished when he got to the future state of Avodah Zarah of his children. Va'av also Rasha, so to again, Nebuchadnezzar, the Zara also, were not strength until they got to Dan Shneim. I'm done, Nishma Nefras Susa, or Zera. Now the Shadach, you know, say receive it. So this the following Zera said the following message was given by Yehuda and Zera. He's not exactly Shachach, the Mudam Afmasonsa. It was like, be careful to come Chacham. He lost his learning because of extenuating circumstances. But sometimes in life, a person gets older, they forget their learning. Whether it's because of something like dementia or Alzheimer's, or whether again it's just part of getting old in life. Be careful with a Talmud Chacham who forgot his learning. He doesn't necessarily have to recall that learning is still a part of what to do, and therefore there's an obligation to go ahead and respect him, which also teaches us a tremendous life lesson as well. The power that Torah has upon us is not only the knowledge that we obtain. It's very important, especially for us, Daf Yomi. A lot of times, one of the most beautiful things about Daf Yomi is you see so much in one day. One of the most things about Daf Yomi is come the next day, I have no idea what I learned. Right? So sometimes that's very frustrating for us because, like, what am I doing? What am I doing? Mostly, of course. Now, again, the answer to that is, what's the answer to that? The answer to that is Chazara. Chazara. That's why a person has to chazar the daf. We know that. What's the answer to that? The real power of Torah is what it does to you as a person, what it does to your neshama, and it has nothing to do with retention. It is entirely experiential. The act of sitting and learning Torah, by definition, fundamentally changes me as a person. And even if I don't remember one part of the story, change me. As the Gemara says, you have a Talmud Chacham, a Saki, who forgot his learning. You think that because he can't recall it, therefore again, the Torah impacts him, and this is Neshama. It's still the same holy Jew, because Torah has imprinted on his Neshama, fundamentally changed it. Furthermore, a Zorah of breathing. Also be careful with the breathing. So it's interesting how I'm remembering it from the last cycle, we learned about this. When you chef the bird, when you chef ophos, there's a blood vessel that runs next to the esophagus. There's a machlokas as to whether or not that artery needs to be cut. As part of Shita, that Yehuda says you should be careful to do it, because that allows the animal to breathe out faster and drain down more blood faster. That's called the breathing. Gemara says, he's over breathing. Let's say, watch this. Be careful with the children of ignorant people. Shemehen say Torah. Because from them, from the children of Amei Ha'aretz, ultimately again, that's where Torah will come from. This is an astounding Gemara. We'll look at Rashi in just a moment. It's the last Rashi on the right side. These are Me'am Haaretz. Shenachsav B'Nechal. He's talking about over here children who grow up who are children of Amei Haaretz, who are children of ignorant people. That wasn't in this context. Amei Haaretz is not using a disparaging way. It's using like factual way. Like a person grows up in a home where his parents are ignorant. Ignorant doesn't have to mean they're not ignorant. It just means they don't know Torah. They don't learn Torah per se. So that's just it. And those children who grow up in a home of Amei Haaretz become Talmidei Chachamim. Ask those Talmidei Chachamim. Make sure to give those Talmidei Chachamim whose parents are Amei Haaretz. Make sure to give them the greatest amount of cover. Why? Shemehen Tetzei Torah L'Yisrael. Because those that Talmidei Chachamim are going to create and affect the greatest change for Am Yisrael. Sharei, not to shine about time, never saw the example of those that. What's the pshat? What's the pshat? That is the children of Amei Haaretz who make the greatest impact for Am Yisrael. Not the children who are the children whose fathers are coming from the Rebbe. What's the pshat? Yes, I think it's very simple. So, when a person grows up in a home of Amei Haaretz and then decides to become a Talmid Chacham, you have to work 10 times harder. They have to work 10 times harder. Sometimes you have to work against parental resistance. Certainly, again, you have to learn a whole new body of things that perhaps they did not receive growing up. The push, and the commitment, and the resilience that those Talmidei Chachamim have. Sometimes people who don't necessarily have the same thing. And therefore, ultimately, the contribution that those Talmidei Chachamim will make, ultimately, again, is tenfold over what others say. It's an incredible idea. And again, it's like, if you notice up here, the Gemara says, be careful. Now, if you have to tell someone to be careful, what does that mean? Right? That people generally, again, are not careful with this. Right? Why? Because we'll say it's so interesting. In the world, it's so interesting. In the world, we put so much primacy in the part of Yichos, right? This one is Yichos, and this one is Yichos. And Yichos is wonderful. Yichos is wonderful. Like, Yichos is beautiful, it's fantastic. You come from, you all have beautiful Yichos. It's not the best Yichos in the world. We put so much on. So Chazal is telling us, good, Shmech and Yichos. But just understand, it's often those who do not have a distinguished pedigree, but then decide to make something magnificent of themselves. Those are the agents of change. Those are the people ultimately that make the most dramatic and tremendous difference. The ones who decide, like, it was the other day at a stream, we didn't have the same standing. So she posed as in Shiva. Why? This was the Lashon. She said, it's filled with flip outs. I'm like, what? Flip outs. So, you know the Lashon, flip outs. There's someone who grew up, like a little bit modern. We had to become much more religious. So, first of all, I said, like people like we want to emulate, right? When you say flip out, you like, so people who start with something and then decide to get more. That's it. It was like so warped that like in the world somehow someone who started with less and that shows more. That person is a tzaddik, it's tzaddikim. Like that person goes on a pedestal. A person who made a choice to do more, to accomplish more, even though perhaps they didn't have it growing up. Even though perhaps again maybe their parents did like it, don't like it, aren't supportive, passively supportive, whatever it is, but they decide they want more. It's just so interesting that sometimes you have such a warped view of where actual greatness really comes from. It's very nice if you come from a family of righteous people. That's fantastic. So he's incredible, but that does absolutely nothing for you except start you off at a high place. There's stuff to accomplish yourself. All right. And everyone says that.
All right. How is all right. So I got your message. How was your travel? Are you there now? Yeah. All right. Did you get the pizza party? Yeah. Very cool. What happened with the person on Friday? Yeah, I've got some and a super pizza, perhaps over just as 20 to 50, like one say yesterday, so 20 to 60 minutes. There's like 10 people joined, which is great.
And you still have it where there's no like text area where we just like chat. Like this has to all be talking to you.
That's correct.
Here.
I used to. I used to let people say whatever they want in any of the channels. And then I get one bad actor who comes in and we really want to know what it was. Somebody put a gift, maybe like 1,000 times, in all the different channels of someone self-circumcising themselves. And it was incredibly gory and incredibly lovely. And so that caused me to limit any kind of discussion because I didn't want to have to just spend my life moderating a channel. And then there's also a reason why I do it. There's a way to get that. Um, so, like, what you do exactly. And I get a lot of people who sabotage it. So, because of that, you want to say stuff. If you want to talk to me, you can always send me a message. What I do is offer in the Ask Rabbi anything or support channel TV help. You can always send me messages there. And I look forward to a day when I can have enough moderators to be able to watch a certain stream. But until then, I also, some hey, if you allow some people to chat in your server, all someone has to do is put anybody's address, and then they will ban your entire Discord from docs. So they can even do that kind of stuff. So you can put your own address in there, and then report it with a different account. Just like self-dox yourself. And, yeah, and I looked really hard for Discord and put a lot of effort into it. And I got a lot of links that move traffic here. So because of those reasons, if you want to say something though, I will let
you do not have a sense of
yeah. But I let people speak right away, which a lot of places won't let you do that. So yeah.
Absolutely fair. No, I admire your setup.
I appreciate that. So I did sleep for a lot today, which is something that I do my best to try to during the day. I would like to sleep at night. I get friends who come in the middle of the night and then they reverse my hours, and that's okay. It's not too big of a deal. But yeah, so we've got an approximately 9.5 hours, but NFL season, or not season, but NFL week starts. And so I'll be checking out all the games that we have Brandon here in the street, and I'll be streaming. So excited for that. Maybe college football. I know you're not really too much work with that happening most of the day.
I'm listening.
And then I got my bots that I work really well on Twitter for me. And I had somebody come in here recently, their director, and they basically they directed like I think it was 100 directed individuals. They never got that opportunity like they would do, but they've had some really good actors in the movies. And so they came in yesterday and they came in again today. They've been really interesting, and so that's kind of been distracting. And yeah, just enjoying getting
don't do like word stuff, so it's like actually like
Okay, so it's in Discord.
yes,
Yeah, I'm following it. All right.
and it is called Tiny World.
Or,
Or yeah,
yes. All right. I have started. That's hilarious that we're playing this right now, and on the radio, the playing song is on the piano. It's very sounding.
nice.
All right. By the premium battle pass and unlock verse. Except by Captain. All right, which guy's good?
No, all I know is I would have to accept you into the team for us to play together.
I'm not going to accept me on the team. All right, I'm just gonna read this. Okay, it's just like a finding match. No, I want to play with you.
Day 3, it's real.
Welcome. Good job. Okay, we the same.
It's not like, oh, they're going to now it'll go pop up. Oh, yeah, this is back again.
That's right.
But yeah, should be fun. Here, yeah, okay, good.
Oh, okay, I see.
There we go. Again. Okay, so now you're leader, and then you pop the bottom one on the right with the top.
Okay, it's a 30 for me to discuss on my screen.
This is the city for me.
Okay, who's the great?
Okay, so you're right to the second. So what to do with the prompt? I know it's going to this is real quick. I don't know if it was not. Okay, here comes the prompt.
I did accept it the first time you sent it, right? What if I send it to you? Squad builder. More squad members. Better starting lesson. The next couple. We have to have 2 more people. Where the squad? coffee. All right, hopefully you there. Okay, I'm bouncing. So, like, oh, Mr. Puppy's there. Mr. Puppy, you there? Oh, hey, you looking big dog. Well, you're hard to hear. Are you near the microphone? Can you hear me? How are you? How's your day going? Excellent. What happened to Miss Puppy? Puppy Gia. What happened to her? Do you play Discord games? Mr. Puppy, do you play Discord games? No, you don't play Discord games, is that correct? Alright, that's okay. What kind of games do you like? Do you like any games? Yo, what up, Equestria? How'd you find out about me? No, how'd you find out? Okay. You mind if I talk about other things in the world, things like in the world communities, technology such as agricultural transporting greenhouses, solar greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, I talk about things like what there's sponsored by $3 million. We do like Nigeria, how those things help the efforts initially on the advocate for the lifestyle program and that's the community salvation and sanitation. We cover seawater underlying language. I did those things like absolutely. So it's essentially a timeline or time capsule of human society, of human um, experiences. It's basically the story of a human life consistently over the course of years. I'm live on about 20 different YouTube streams. So you can go back to any minute of any given day over the course of the last 4 years and see exactly what I was doing. Not only what I was doing, but I keep radio going in the background so you can know what's going on in the world events and be able to essentially track time that way. In the past, I've been someone who's like a diarist, who's writing about me, or a journalist, someone who's writing a journal. But instead of today, I do so using a camera. Does that make sense? Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's for everything. So I spend my day generally programming robots and um, just street code. Um, I have 2,200 people in the joint center who are allied to what we do. Additionally, I have things for the betterment of the world through futurology, which is studying the future and using measuring future objects, futuristic physics of someone who wants to study the future of the world, things like ending everything anything manifest from and travel, back to the like communication, things like teleportation, space elevators, space tourism, terraforming another planet, things like perhaps interstellar travel, invisibility cloaks, things like Santa Claus machines, replicators, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. I've been using large language models since they were available to the general public, starting being an early adopter of ChatGPT in November of 2022. I'm using ChatGPT since launch November 30th, 2022, and I've been able to see the different iterations of it. Additionally, I'm an advocate for other kinds of technology de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 in the Caribbean Islands, which was a located in the World Trade Center France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded on Rothschild Scientific. They made it their goal that within the next 3 years, by the year 2040, to reach the magic of the Arctic Circle, utilize the Asian elephant circuits, which this is a mind-blowing goal. Additionally, following the reproduction of the forms, they want to reproduce the Tasmanian tiger by the dodo, which is just really insane. I think one of the things that may benefit you in the future, you and your family, and when you are more in that life expectancy years, and like you're probably about 80 years old, don't increase the age of 140 for use of technology, such as you know, What up, Zoo? What's up, big man? Folic acid, what's your big reveal?
And they're trying to, the FDA is trying to push folic acid to supplements to help children with autism and adults.
All right, is that the plan?
Yeah, so
All right. Where'd you find this out, big dog?
look into it. The FDA is trying to folic acid supplements to train children and adults with autism, and the folic acid supplements have been increased.
All right, you're not saying it correctly, but it's folic acid.
Where folic acid.
You're good, big dog. All right, aside from folic acid, what's new in your world? Nobody wants to take it. So what else is good, big dog? You're just chilling? All right, are you ready to lose? All right, big dog. Well, I'm going to take your ass to the woodshed. Are you ready? Sure, big man. That on black. All right, how would you rank your drive? All right, what are your thoughts on that shot? So what are your thoughts on my shot? Do you think you're going to win? No, I just feel like it was you are wrong. This is a very short saying. It was almost. I mean, what do you want me to do about it? Right, so right. You ready for the shot? Look up. Oh, fuck, man. Oh, come on. Dude. Dude. Oh, perfect shot, dude. Oh, so you got an important, shot here, and you missed it. Side, dude, are you proud of yourself for that shot? Dude, are you proud of that shot? Dude, what? Look how simple. Dude, not that good. Not good. Not a good shot, dude. Dude, your ball just went in the water, son. Thanks, baby. Dude, are you ready for this? I dedicate this shot to you, baby. So you have to make it. So you're down 2 to 1. What up, dude? Dude, look how good this shot is.
Why do you think they so started it up?
It's the German term Schweinsteiger. There's like a joy that emerges because of things they perhaps don't have to work as hard in the future. So usually the two are that related. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna jerk yourself off raw? Dude, check this shot out. I'm gonna dedicate this to you. Look at this shot. Are you serious? Are you fucking serious? That's some garbage. That's some garbage, dude. Dude, I just made it. Are you gonna go? What about Bitcoin Obama, big dog? He's your secret lover. So what are your thoughts on these shots I'm putting out? So do you know who Mr. Rogers is? Dude, why don't you make Sora movies? That's what you should do, big dog. Dude, I dedicate this shot to you, my friend. Look at this shot, dude. Are you serious? Dude, are you fucking serious? Dude, are you fucking serious, dog? Oh, for sure. He's, dude, we're gonna get back to Montala. What up, baby? Alright, do whatever. That's Oh, that shit was so fucking funny. I love it. Oh, that shit is so funny. Yo, how are you? Oh, dude, that shit is so funny. No one gives a shit. This. My truck is something, and it's me to blow. What beats in my truck? What beats in my truck? I really had a fun. Cause we're living in a world of cats. Posting comments. Oh, a perpetual line stepper. A perpetual line stepper. Perpetual. Oh, that's not perpetual line stepper. I really need to. I bet you. Is that bitches. Oh, guys, keep getting that shit. You know, right. You just advance again. And come to me, what makes you better? See my trust. I really feel the flood. Oh, see comments. Oh, that shit is inspiring so far. That shit is inspiring so far. Oh, this shit is so funny. Oh, this shit is so funny. It's inspirational. What is this bullshit? Where stream up? No, you gotta do where no, dude. Oh, it's me you need to show. How many things are that? Your love, happy feels your love. I really need to know that we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down, and they all should let us be in the love with you and me. I just think when you come to me, long as so free, giving one and you don't and the sun. It's me you need to show. I'll give you a joy. I really need to know. Cause you're in a world of fools, breaking us down. And they all should let us be. We belong to you and me. That shit is so funny. Oh, it sucks. Worst stream ever. Like you show and I didn't say to you were my friend. Seats just for the fame. Pretty eyes, private smile. There's a music man. dancing in the sand. Now she's in me, always with me, tiny dancer in my hand. Rabbi breathe out in the street, and then tickets out for love. Turning back, she just laughs. Full of fun, it's not that bad. Piano man used to stare at the auditorium. Look at her, she sings her song. She knows she's on. Oh, heart feels so real. Like no one near me, only you, and you can hear me when I say softly, slowly. Hold me closer, tiny dancer. Count the headlights on the highway. Baby mountain, she's so clear. It had to be the day today. Hold me closer, tiny dancer. Count the headlights on the highway. Laying down, she's so clear. You had a busy day today. Gucci, baby, LA, lady, seems to fall in bed. Pretty not smile, make me see. I feel so real, like I wanna be only you, and you can hear me. And I say softly, slowly, oh, so tiny dancer. Now the lights on the highway, laying it down, she's a man. Only the tiny dancer. Now the headlights on the highway, laying it down, she's a man. That's all suck. Working on this week without it. Sweet. No. How you moving? Yeah, go fuck yourself. Nobody wanna talk to you. Douche. It's so long. Talk to me. You walk with love softly. But it's for you need to glow. Cause it's in my touch. You my touch. That in me was a touch. Living in a house. Something that's every Oh, that shit is so funny. Yo, what's up? Yo, what up? You speak? Do you speak? How are you? You're a cool puppy, so I'm gonna start with you anyway.
That's why the Gemara has to say, Yizaros, Ibnei Ami Haaretz. Careful with the children of Ami Haaretz, which means that the felt is not, as sometimes the universe said, the greatest people in this world are the ones who aren't born with the spiritual secrets in their mouth, and instead try to accomplish great things on their own and make it. Those are the people who affect change. Incredible. There was Yamilsa looking away. The word says, "Ki hot milsa looking away." Tzadik ata Hashem, ki arevei levat. Ach mishpatim adaros. That's why they're for Shan Salifa. Shalom kol bog de benet. Shalom kol bog de bagat. And I'm sure show. Yafu gam also. What's the shot in this process? So this is Eov. No, sorry, give me over. So Yom is asking. And also the part of this possible going to focus on here. The part of this possible going to focus on here is that why is it that of the Shamsai? Why is it that the wicked seem to go ahead and prosper? So the verse is like this. Mashal Adam, sorry. Maya Hajjulai, what was it back to you, Rabbi? He asked Ragrayim, Ratsasabi Alufa, the Taf Khara as Asusim Ba'aret Shalom Ataboteach, the Kasar Gorayai. What is this? Mashal Adam Efan, Shama Yochel, and Baros Go Barso. So what's it? So was a guy. The guy claimed that he could run faster, even run faster than horses. I could run 3 parcels. Was it parcels? A lot of area. I could run 3 parcels before, right? And I could even outrun horses. Then it's at night, right? I could even run in swarms. Obviously, much harder to run in a swarm. So what happened? Nizdamino Ragli Afot. So now he was racing against the runner. I was a runner. And this human runner outpaced him 3 meters, which is a much lesser distance, and the Abasha on dry land. So the Gemara says, I would say to this guy, if you can't beat the human runner, you certainly can't outpace horses. You can't be runner for 3 million, you certainly can't go ahead and certainly can't outpace them to be up ourselves. So the Gemara says, and if you can't outpace them on the leg, you certainly can't outpace anything on the spine. So so too Yo. So to give me Yo, what does this mean? At the end of the day, what they're telling you Yo is that you don't understand the ways of the chart. That's simply it. You think you can understand, you think that you can see, you think that you know, but at the end of the day, you don't. You're not the star out of the fields. Also, Russia. Shiraz Achar Koti. Ata Tamio. Keshani Mishtumas is to this. We're going to see this in just a moment. So, Yamio, you're bothered by the fact that I went ahead and I gave this, I allowed this Tadetzar to be successful in such a dramatic way. But as you should see, Nebuchadnezzar got the reward of 4 steps. We'll see the story of those 4 steps in just a little bit. So to see all of the reward that Nebuchadnezzar got for taking 4 steps, then ultimately, again, you're going to be overwhelmed. When I reward Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, Shirasu Lefanek, Susim, Alachas Kamavatava. So Nebuchadnezzar took 4 steps and was rewarded. Maybe ultimately see the reward of also Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, who ran before me like horses. Again, we'll see that story in just a little bit. So the Gemara says, "The save and the Levian, Nish part of the Kevi, Gaf, Kalasmos, Ayisi, Shikar, okay, Kibar, African, and Hashem, and the very conscious." Incredible. I need help, sales, my what do you mean? When did you answer? What for I can talk with 4 steps? The save, it was an incredible story. The save, Wa'isa, Shalach, Merudach, Ben Ladon, Ben Ladon, Melech, Babel, Svarim. So what happened that Merudach, Ben Ladon, that was his name. Ben Baladon, son of Baladon, right, who was the king of Babel, sent a letter. That wasn't the rest of it was like he sent a letter to his PO because he knew that his PO was ill and that he was healed. Okay, so the Gemara says, because his PO got sick, so this king, the king of Babel, Baladon, sent a letter and he's what's going on over here? The Gemara says, in Josh as no face higher. So the word is a little yes, because Baladon was very interested because when Hiskiah was healed, a miracle occurred. He was overwhelmed by this miracle and he said, I gotta find out about this guy Hiskiah. What's his story? what was the miracle? Listen to this. Rabbi Yochanan. Also, Yom Shemes Bo Achas. What's the name? I apologize. I know what I'm doing at some point. So actually, that's another one I said very young. Maybe Shavuos night this year, we're going to do Parak Achela. It's going to be our this year. Mamish just like identify some of these incredible justice with them. I think it's a worthy endeavor. So what happened? Also, Yom Shemes Bo Achas. The day that Achas died, who was Achas? Who was Achas? Achas was the father of Hiskiah. Achas was a children of Israel. On the day that Achas died, Shnei Shaos Chaya. I think Shmarok is shortened the age of caused the sun to set after 2 hours. Now, why did he do that? He did not want Achaz to be eulogized, and he did not want Achaz to be buried properly. So he dramatically went ahead and caused the day, caused the sun to set prematurely. So what happened? So the Gemara says, and there's a incredible. When Chizkiyahu was healed, so ultimately, again, Baruch Hu returned those 10 extra hours. That's what this is. And then Chizkiyahu was healed, there were 10 extra hours of daylight in that day. Isn't that incredible? So the day was prolonged by 10 hours because he was healed. Obviously, again, the day was prolonged by everyone. So Balanda Merodach, ultimately saw this 10 extra daylight hours. What's going on over here? So the Gemara says, so Lahana has a shiny gate. They say as Sel Hamalos, Ashegadu Malos, Achaz Shafonas, as well as the Shiva Shemesh, as well as the Malos Ashegadu. Only my high. So Merodach Baladon said, what is this? Amalek is Gil Khalash. Hizkiyahu was ill. He became, and I brought him back. That's 10 hours of daylight. All right. Amar, he could gather key high, but all by should really shalom. So there was some wrong that Balak was like this. There is a man like this who gets 10 extra hours of daylight. How can I not write him a letter and say a shalom aleichem? Right? You gotta get to know a man like this. This is customary. Listen to this. So here is the letter. Here is the letter. Balak sent to Chizkiyahu. Here it is. Shemar says, "Cause relates. Shama Amaka Chizkiyahu. Chizkiyahu unto you, King Chizkiyahu. Shalom the characters you shine. Right? Peace unto you, Shalom. Shalom the Elokarabo. Peace to the great God. Peace unto the great God." So the Gemara says, so what happened? Nebuchadnezzar suffered to Baladon. So Nebuchadnezzar, everyone will say, Nebuchadnezzar was young. So what was his job? Scribe of the king. He was a scribe of Merodach Baladon. So the Gemara says, listen to this. So apparently Nebuchadnezzar wasn't there when Merodach Baladon wrote for the letter. It was every no break, So when he comes back, he finds out that Merodach Baladon wrote this letter. So tell me what was the letter that was written? They told me the letter. So because the letter makes no sense. It says you call the God of the Jews great, but you put him right. You say Shalom Aleichem, great King, Shalom Aleichem, peace in Yerushalayim, great God. Because it doesn't make any sense. If God is great, then where does he belong? All the way in front. We'll say, but it's Nebuchadnezzar. Shalom Shalom So Nebuchadnezzar says the Hanzus right. Shalom great God. Shalom. So as I say, right, can you imagine? Everybody's one of these ones because it's like, guys, I left for 5 minutes. I didn't get the letter right. So what happens? Trying to be Yardo, you may have a parbanko. So you've seen this expression before. They're really again. Trying to be Yardo literally means he who reads the letter should be the one who goes ahead and delivers it. The idea being that sometimes if you have the good idea, execute. The good idea, execute. Don't come, asking for the good ideas. You have good ideas, execute them as well. So the letter is in transit. You think that it should be done? Okay, go after the courier and get it. So listen to this. Rabbi says, listen to this. To his credit, runs after the courier. Roy Basrei, Kideroy Abba Pskos, as he took 4 steps, Asa Gabriel stopped him. So I'm Rabbi Yochanan. The Mali lo bag avil v'amidu v'haya takar l'seim shel Yisrael. Listen to this. In this, what was the Nebuchadnezzar doing? Nebuchadnezzar was running after the courier because Nebuchadnezzar was concerned about the covet of the Rebbe Shalom. Gabriel stopped him. Because had Nebuchadnezzar run any further, there would have been no way to stop his future carnage against Klal Yisrael. So I will say that's what we said before. In the schools of the Arab seals, the 4 steps of Nebuchadnezzar running after the courier because he thought the letter was not written in a dignified enough way to have a Shmarachum, that gave Nebuchadnezzar ultimately again tremendous power over Klal Yisrael. And had the Malach Gabriel not stopped him where he was, who knows what the carnage would have been. Was absolutely amazing. Also, I just point out sometimes it's always interesting to see like what makes great people. Like how do a woman be successful or become successful? So the Gemara tells a lot of these stories, so there's something to be heard. So what do you see in the story here? Several sections, the basic level, are willing to do a lot of times. We're chock full of ideas, and it's great. I'm willing to take all my ideas, I'll alphabetize them, categorize them, anything you want, and then I'm ready to give them over to someone else. And then as long as someone else does the execution, what makes great people great is they have beautiful ideas and they have the effort to implement. They don't delegate. They do what has to get done in order to get the job done. And if Nebuchadnezzar has this insight, it's not like, okay, who wants to run out to the courier? Again, if he's the sovereign to the king, by the way, that's a pretty important position. He could have gotten someone else to run out to the courier, but instead he decides to do himself. It's great advice that if you believe in something enough, roll up your sleeves and get it done. Don't wait for someone else to do the heavy lifting. Do the job yourself. Incredible. The Gemara goes like, by the way, my Baladon ben Baladon. The Gemara goes back over here to this king. This king is the king of Babel before Nebuchadnezzar. So his name was Rodach Baladon ben Baladon. What's the pshat? That's a pretty strange name. What does it mean, Baladon ben Baladon? Amri, Baladon Baladon. Baladon was his father. Baladon, the father, was king. What happened? And apparently, it's some type of illness. His face looked like a dog, transformed into a dog. Right? Again, I know the dog caucus is going to say, but it's so cute, so beautiful, so wonderful. Right? Okay, good. You clearly see how Chazal feel about the dogs. Okay, good. So, hey, that's the Gemara says over here, you look like a dog. So his face became deformed. He can't be king. It's the bubble. He can't become king with a deformed face. So he abdicated the throne. Of Yosef Re'al so his son Meroda becomes king. And it's actually very beautiful. So his son Baladon becomes king, but as part of the way that his son gave his father covenant is he took his father's name as his own. So instead of just being Merodach ben Baladon, he became Merodach Baladon ben Baladon. This was covered to his father with the whole life. So the Gemara says, I don't deceive Behi Hamidav ve'eved Adonam. So this is what it means when it says a son will honor a father and a servant his master. Behi Hamidav Hadam. So we'll say, by the way, it's actually pretty striking. It's just interesting that Chazal want to bring on this pasuk. Behi Hamidav, which is from Malachi, where it goes in. The example it gives ultimately again is Merodach Baladon ben Baladon. There are a lot of other examples of people out there, but it's interesting to see that they choose this one. The Gemara said, "Ever Adonah, what's the Ever Adonah?" Say, "Over Chodesh HaKadosh B'Yisrael, Chodesh Shas Yishon Melech Nebuchadnezzar, Melech Babel, one of the certain Ravat Abachim, Amar B'Fnei Melech Babel B'Yisrael. Yisrael as place Hashem as place Hamelech." So what's this? So the example, who is the example of the servant who revered his master? The servant who revered his master was Nebuchadnezzar. Now we're transitioning back. Remember again, just to give it a Nebuchadnezzar is the king of Babel. Nebuchadnezzar was his top general. Nebuchadnezzar was a cruel, bloodthirsty man. He's given the appellation Rav Hazhabach, the chief butcher. The chief butcher. In fact, you speak about Nebuchadnezzar in Tishabach. You speak specifically about Nebuchadnezzar's bloodthirst for children, the cruelty that he exhibited towards children. So the verse says over here, so the was the pasuk that says that he burns the house of the Baruch and the palace of the king. Now the pasuk said that Saron was standing before was standing before Nebuchadnezzar, his master. He was supposed to say, other days. When we saw Nebuchadnezzar in Yerushalayim, someone said, now let's just get the job right up here. Nebuchadnezzar is in Yerushalayim because he's just destroyed he destroyed ultimately in the palace of the king. But it says that he's standing before Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babel. But Nebuchadnezzar was never in Yerushalayim. The Gemara says, Nebuchadnezzar in Yerushalayim, God said, Vayanu also Malach Babel, Riverside. So Nebuchadnezzar was never in there. He was in Antiochia, right? That's where he was. So how does it say? How does it say that Saron stood before Nebuchadnezzar? Was like Tzaddik on his name. That Nebuchadnezzar had such covet for his king, and he had an image of Nebuchadnezzar literally engraved on his chest. So he felt like he was always before his king. Another thing is he had so much reverence for Nebuchadnezzar, so much reverence that it was as if he was standing before the king at all times. Incredible. So Rabbi says as follows. So we'll say now we're jumping back a little bit. So the initial attack on Yerushalayim. So it says time twas out from Daisa in Argoda Tarzan, the Shalapan. So Nebuchadnezzar had sent to Nebuchadnezzar wagon, and the wagon goes of 300 of the sharpest axes that were so sharp that the metal could cut through metal. All right, so sharply in the and all the axes broke, trying to break down one patriot of Yerushalayim. So fine. Amar, Mistafina, the Abdubin, Kihehi, the Abdu Besef. So Saron is ready to turn back. Now why is it already to turn back? It wasn't very good. It wasn't so long before I know what happened. It's right? So in other words, everybody knows the story of Sensitive. Massive defeat that has progress. Now you have 300 of the sharpest axes, metal that can cut through metal, and all of them break on one Torah and does not look like a good omen. So the zone is ready to turn around, go back home. Not the Kama Amar, Shabar Bar Shabar. So Basker came out. Basker and Shabar, it looks like Shabar literally means jumper. Someone jumps. Rashi says, okay, Shabar is the right hand. Golden are golden. The Kabash and Shabar. The Zarin Kabar, let's say, so apparently, the Gemara says, that he called it the jumper because, interestingly enough, Saron was part of Sancheir's campaign as well. And interestingly enough, let's remember again, what was Sancheir's mistake, or Sancheir's mistake? He missed the window. So apparently, Saron was the one who was urging Sancheir, attack now. That's why it's called the jumper. Right? He was ready to leap it without a battle. So the Basco comes up and says, jumper, don't abandon the plan. So the Lord says, Shabar, 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 not the so ultimately it was time for the Beis Hamikdash to be destroyed. And let's say, I just want to point out that these Gemara's are very profound because a lot of times when we suffer misfortune at the hands of the nations of the world, what compounds our pain is the notion of a feeling of abandonment by a powerful. Now it's interesting what they'll say. As always tell us, nothing ever happens to us unless we almost should have known it. And even when there's pain, and even when there's suffering, even when there's loss, it only comes from a powerful. And on one hand, it's painful because life has brought to discuss. On the other hand, it really is interesting enough, or ironically enough, a street because I know it's not something that someone else is doing to me, it's something that I call the Shukarahu, which means that Rothschild is choreographing even this overwhelming painful situation, which is difficult as it is, but I know it's not that hazard, I know it's not random, I know it's coming from a Shukarahu. So when Vasco comes out and says, Zaron, don't abandon ship, so it's time for the Beis Hamikdash to be ready. So watch this. There was one axe left. One axe left. Also, Maki the Kufi. So there's one axe left. So now this is interesting. The Tsar is a very smart man. So the Tsar realizes now that he's at a very, very dangerous crossroads. Am I going to be like Sancheriv and be wiped out by Hashem, or am I going to be huge to Hashem? So what does he do? He takes the last axe. He goes over to the gate of Yerushalayim. He doesn't hit the gate. He doesn't hit the gate with the sharp part. He hits the gate with the handle, with the blunt, the dull part. Why? What's his logic? His logic is like this. If the sword comes far away, if the Rothschild wasn't destroying his English, the gate will open to the part. So the Gemara says, and sure enough, he knocked against the gate with the dull part. The gate fell down. Shneimar, Yodeh can make the mile of the staff is at the worst. This is a tragic little story. When we started Rabbi's Nabachim, the chief butcher, knocks down the gate of Yerushalayim. It's literally again killing everyone in sight. And so he gets the Beis Hamikdash. Adlik Day New York. He sets the Beis Hamikdash. He sets the Beis Hamikdash on fire. Goes in. This is Yom Kippur. As Zara writes the Beis Hamikdash, the Beis Hamikdash itself begins to ascend heaven, almost as if the Beis Hamikdash is trying to save itself from what is occurring. Imagine the Beis Hamikdash begins to go in a little bit, ascend everywhere. And what happened? Darkness day in Shemai. And almost pushed it back down. The Beis Hamikdash itself. The Beis Hamikdash itself is trying to escape. The Beis Hamikdash itself is trying to say, you know what, like, sometimes even the Beis Hamikdash sees all the pain, all the suffering, all the hostages, and everything that happens in this world. And the Beis Hamikdash just wants to remove itself. So the Beis Hamikdash doesn't think enough. Shekhinah says, there's a plan. Whatever the plan is, there's a plan. So Shekhinah itself takes its hand and literally pushes the Beis Hamikdash back down. Overwhelming. Shneimar. So one can imagine at this point the Zara is feeling a little bit arrogant. After all, again, he's met with success, right? Burning down the house of Rothschild. You killed a dead nation. You destroyed a destroyed building. Literally, again, you ground up wheat that was already flour. The 12 was telling the Luzaran is you didn't do anything. I did this, Shvos. I did this. You're carrying out mine. Don't think for a moment that this is your success, right? That this is your accomplishment. Everything that you're doing is only occurring because of the around you. It doesn't say anything about wheat, rather it says again, flour. The sailor is saying that if you come crying flour, that's already flour, not doing anything. So you've already destroyed people, you've destroyed this great building. That's from Bible stories. Chaza, Dami, Cesario, Dami Karasa. So tragic story, it's all about it. So, Kali, so Nabi Zecharia had given most of the Kali so I said that they had to be true or they going to destroy it. How did Kali so kill this message? They killed Zecharia. And they killed Zecharia in the Beis Hamikdash itself. So what happens? So now, the Futur is standing in the Beis Hamikdash. He sees, because of Dami Zecharia covered us, he sees that there's blood that's only literally double the blood in the Beis Hamikdash. I don't know my height. So Zechariah says to the people in the shoes of the Mikdash, what is this? All the way down the Smochim, the Ishtat. Don't worry about that. That's just sacrificial blood that's spilled. I'm not going to look. So the Mizraim says that doesn't make any sense. What does it do? I'm going to look. I see this. I'm going to I see the democracy. I'm not even. So I'm going to find out. He shets an animal, takes the blood from the shafted animal, compares it to the blood that's around this. Doesn't look. So the design says a little bit ahead, I can feel the skin off the body by the corners. So I'm very high coldness enough. This is the part of a man who is both coin and Rabbi. The even removed in some of the Yerushalayim, they cut him. Prophesied Jewish about destruction of his Hamikdash, and the cry saw we killed him. We killed him because we didn't like his I'm the who, I'm the festival. So God says, okay, I will appease. I'll appease him. I see that on. There was other veggies, blood. Found out it's blood. So what does it do? He gathers up the Rabbanim for rabbinic leadership. He kills them all, but the blood didn't stop at boiling. I used to down to keep the alive. He brought the school children. Caught the Lina, he slaughtered them. Oh no, and the blood did not stop. I see Kirchei Fuhuna, Kato, brought young Kohanim, killed them, and the blood did not stop on them. So he was anti-Kato, Fuhuna, Tishri, the Agaribo, until he slaughtered 940,000 people. Below and ultimately again the blood did not stop on them. Kato Vligabe. So the Tzon goes over to the blood and he says, Zechariah, Kovim Shebahem Tikarta. He says, so the Tzon says, Zechariah. No, again, I just ordered what the best of God's Nechel Lahu is Diktalun Lakuna. Should I kill more? Miyad Enough. In that moment again. So the blood of Zechariah stands on them. It's such a one, you should just know by historical accounts, it's interesting to note that over close to 1 million Jews were slaughtered within the Mikdash itself. They were destroyed. So it's interesting. A lot of numbers are hyperbolic. It's interesting. The 940,000 number is again it's close to 1 million people. So that's like when we think about the structure of the basic infrastructure, we think about just the structure of the structure. Forget about just colossal loss of life over almost 1 million people. So the Gemara says now when it's literally from Sarah, it's Zechariah. What else do you want? Check it up on it. I killed the children. I killed the Pirchei Kuhuda. I killed the best of Klal Yisrael. You want more? You want more blood? You want more bloodshed? And then the blood stopped on them. So I said, you might as well stop there. The Gemara says, here, the Shuv of the Daite. So this one was something that basically happened, which is so the Zara says, so they say like Mashu about like this is not good. This is not from the side. And he has Shuvah. What is your thoughts of Shuvah? He says, My aim Shuvah is to Ella Nefesh Achas. Kaf Gavra not to heavy away. So the Zara says like this. Klal Yisrael was held to such a huge accountability because they killed one person that was Zechariah. So the Zara says, what's going to happen to me? I killed almost 1 million people. It's going to be all up. Subject Batista, they say, Gaia. Crazy. The Zaran sends a letter to his home, goes off. Goes off. So let's say, absolutely, even if it's sorrow, even if it's sorrow, again, Ravat Habochim, chief butcher, says this overwhelming moment of here, which else over here. The Lashon of the year is here in the Shabbat. You know, the Lashon of the Rambam in Ilchos Shabbat, just it's very quickly. Lashon of the Shabbat is Kishiyas Shabbat, Chayim is others. So it's interesting that what is in Kishiyas Shabbat? What is that Lashon Kishiyas Shabbat? The Gifter, Shiva has a beautiful sefer called Nekuret Shabbat. The Gifter writes, but Salvation has this one idea as well. But the first step of tshuva is hirur tshuva. What's hirur? Here is a thought. Before you even do any concrete, before I change anything about my life, the first step in tshuva is that thought. What's that thought? That thought is, I can't go on the way things are. The first step in tshuva is this level of cognition. I say to myself, I gotta change. Things just have to be different. How, what, when, where, that remains to be seen. But I know that the way things are now should not be the way they were before. If we sorrow has that moment of cure, right? As he's standing there with blood of precious Jews on his hands, standing in his Mikdash that is going up in flames, has this cathartic moment of here says, you know what? I don't know what I'm going to do. I know that I can't continue this way. Runs away from everything. Gives up everything and goes on to become a dad, goes on to become a member of Klal Yisrael. I will say, the story's not over, but we're going to stop here for today. The rest of the story, and we'll start other Greek game and session tomorrow's daf. Want to start to go outside? Shkoyach. Alright, so let's say good morning. Let's begin. We have taken all of our sponsors for this morning's show. To thank our sponsors for the year of Capture the Rothschild and the Rothschild series is host from Southern Bubbles for all of our sponsors for the month of either of our tendencies in loving the takes father that had crush that USA Pakoi, the CPV and Birmingham is the middle of the music is very short, it's short and it's slow. And we have learned sponsors and that advert, and then we choose to go over to do this Esther fast as much as not by Polyphoto. All the shows that we have. Exactly the same as all the years of the shadow for the following so shows and over hostages will allow our soldiers to be successful in all of massive data. But we want to go through a lot of detail profession. We've got something that we made before. We have to have something on it, please. And it is very much up to the point it's white. So Robert Rothschild was straight passing. So Robert says, you want to take abilities. Now, we need to show that we're going to be both need to snow and church. What else I do? So we're going to keep the snow and church after this. Go ahead and you must civil the shovel tennis, or even the ocean with what is this? Someone wants to snow and church. So he's like, one thing wants to go ahead and he says that we are might have to do more about that. Should I even talk about the shopping? We have kind of a show my own that such a key sense of judgment. So people can perceive that which is right and that which is wrong. Without people hearing that which is knows, but I'm simply able to almost smell the others. And you know that where it says, Bar Koziva, where it goes in the middle of the story. Bar Koziva, also in the guys, Bar Koziva. So Bar Koziva, that she says in the year, we now think for this for that. He was one of the American kings, and one of the descendants of heaven. So he was the king over Claudius' throne. So like I see a lot of healthy shield in power of so like I see the 21 years. I'm going to that way to that, but I'm the Mashiach. I am the Mashiach. So if I call for one, be so prepared for Mashiach. I'm ready for Mashiach to say, the Lord of my God. And Mashiach says that he is going to snow judgment. Doesn't need to do all the details in the case. Rather, he's even just a little bit snow, that which is right and that which is wrong. So the Gemara says, say, I know you are my God. So if I call for you can get your Mashiach. Let's say, can you snow justice? As if you are more of my God. Once they saw that he was unable to sell justice, so he said that he was a false Messiah, and they killed him. Then look at this is interesting, right? Because they said about what start with exactly what happened at Kofa. Furthermore, that by Kofa was by the Jews. Other accounts have it by Kofa was killed by the Romans. So things either way, by Kofa all been used in the self revolt. Just to point out, remember again, that he had Kiva, started by Kofa or Mashiach. So I hope we have a tremendous amount of support, not just as a leader of itself, but as a potential incident figure as well. Okay, one was right there. And we know, I am sure that I got the signal, I share in behind calling in to come in my life, and my skin will come out, crop enough, you know, they gas with the view and not, no, I should call for him, but I'm going to tell you now. The Rabbi of Safer, production captain, there's a this project highlighting the cases of Karang showing us down. You might not go to it, but then you're kind of about it. I actually had common. What is it that they had no flourish? When I become about any of I feel because this sort of habitable. The people even have like the puncture of the needle of blood that's flowing. They're healthy. Profession, they never even had a blood like. My bad check off for Donald Bay, however, what is it that he had strength to stand in the power and time of Rabbi or Rothschild, the ultimate aspect of the soul, and the Sifa, and the Shia. It means that when they were before the king, they were refrained from any type of laughter, any type of chatter, from sleep. And when I meet I was going to be shushed and trapped on the day. And they were steam from going to the bathroom, they pulled back their knees, it was helpless because of the grandparents for the monarchy. So as you ask yourself, so like, what's the shot like? What is it matter? Like, that's like interesting information. But so what does it matter for us? So I say, I'm very simple, but what happens is that the correct each other is area. you observe restrained violent peace because they in the presence of His friends. And if you do all of those things in the presence of a human being, then Allah has come of a cover. The ability that we have to exercise self-restraint, and the ability that we have in order not to be grateful for the rest of period because we too step on the king out of all time. Otherwise, the glory will be there. So, like the Lord said, that all of them, the real Israel, will all come to share their kingdom. So the Lord says, that Shmuel by the breath of us, the word of the Yehuda, can I use our time, use our slightly, disagree. So, yeah, so the Shmuel by the money says, look, the Yehuda, but everyone else wants to have a shot. But that actually needs to be the heart. Actually, told you to see the air from that fall out. The Bible says to your sons, that you go from you, the truth as Swiss. It's going to say, my Swiss, the Swiss. So that other Swiss knowledge, that's actually the feeling of the feeling. Like the king of the Catholic service. Order that you have to sanctify everything, and you hold the Holy Spirit, and for the Commerce, she's like some of the WJ, the Hosanna was like cut off. Hosanna was castrated due to his was that he had a successful ability to remove Hosanna, which was that's how it's already made. It's going to be that says that Hosanna was something castrated for 10%. The cover or the whole other than the Swiss, now the shot, not the cover. The very being that several systems of shout of the process, so one says, my development is the whole come to the news are also to the cover of that, but it's fine that I know of that program. A reference to the key challenge. The story of one of the specialized yesterday on vaccine. So yeah, that's fine. The couple of the thought, but it is again that the word was fine, but the simple smoke. In fact, the official one which we said from the beginning. Was cut off during the days. How you fix it, carbon genocide solution, Schab society. And the other Swiss lunch, Schrecker, this is the greatest thing I said, that they are managed Swiss. So ultimately, again, with the possibility that is of the stuff out there, which is how to be getting folks, check this keep fascinated in. But also with the cut part of the design and just incredible. You might look like it. So I'm going to speak to Spanish. You see, the person says, the police will call us a live question. How do you want to be biased? What's the thing that they establish in the code? Is it a that the catch up is Rothschild? So let's say the catch up is Rothschild. I'm like, I'm just this guy's ever resulting in that. I told you from these models. I'm not going to use the only shot I had value in this level. And the apparently could very well be different for the release. They had children, but unfortunately, people had children through the system. My shouldn't over that in Russia, I'm not encouraged. Or even a trolley or whatever, our country, but I'm not going to do this super, shouldn't launch. Let's go see the video. Let's go see the video. At least the again, I buy or afford it. This is my situation. Sometimes you see the video is really fucking up. So I think you should look at community as you look at it. They can community Ezra. The community that I am. So it's interesting that it's pretty much all of the words, sort of from the national set. An hour, I feel sorry, Ezra and the photo. In reality, what's difficult, that's why it was divided out here on. So this is the interesting but as well as that 2000 so that is why I said Ezra has the I don't know if you see the Al-Shia, why would you not call the secret, right? I remember I should have told that school because I know they would give too much credit for themselves. So me, Elokai with Tova. Remember me, my God, for good I become married. We are the suffering and shed the Torah, fucking the shots that are. I don't know what's the second of 12. Remember me, making credit also of legacy better. In order to go ahead and add this to the therapy, which was not a graphic device. That means that's the graphic, graphic for starting struggles. So, just a use of sort of puts in so in the Kenya, it doesn't matter if they have this thing for the frame wide, because he spoke disparagingly about the ones. So what is this? What goes on through the show that I should have done? فيكون information lying back as a struggle outward. So this is incredible that Ezra, the Spanish component, sorry, the Spanish component that came before him, he accused them of exploiting their tradition for personal gain. Now, especially most of it is he knew that's the right. But it might have been that when it's no respect to it, you can't be the loyal of your Jews. Check on the Jews. So this in yesterday is that routine that says that the drowning spirit. So like the Rothschild said, no one can live. All the nutrients of the speak negatively about God disrupting the killing nerves. You can't speak negatively about Jews. You just can't. Even if what you're saying is true, even if a point has to be made, a point has to stand up, always holding up the sanctity of the Jew, never has to show deconstructing the other. So therefore, it doesn't kind of not truthfully, but nevertheless negatively spoke about God himself, therefore it must not have to be sacred. He must have heard about the Akal Kriya Sha'ever Yusuf Secret. He has spoken negatively about the will. From no one to know that he's ready. Now, by the way, how do you know? How do you know that how do you know that it's true? So the verse says, could I see God Rashi said, okay, that's like no, say, but I see any Daniel Rabbi as Hamara. I'm not sure you need more as Hamara about Hamara, no enough out there. But even for a Habe, I'm not sure you're going to see the says, so how do you let the meal to other people? Because the puzzle comes from where it was as a management, the meal had it and no one else saw it. No one else saw the meal. It's not that the meal saw it, no one else saw it. He thought that data was bigger. The Lord says, reminds me of what Kadosh, these other people. Take up a supervision. Our year, we do people about say, Hagai is Hagai Malach. Hagai is Hagai Malach. So there was the no. So most of the time, like 29. Under 29. So it's interesting that certain respects, Hagai is Hagai Malach. Were greater than the no. And in other respects, the no was greater than the outside. So the Lord says, so they kind of come up with interesting enough. So contacts are fighting a lot in what considers to be bona fide student. But the other thing was more great. The evening published uniting, the evening cause up, the interview create cause. But Daniel was going to get them because they don't have this vision and they do not have this vision. So the rest of the people after the cause you might kind of this okay, that's the problem. If they have the vision that they don't have, then why is it fighting? What caused the fight? So I said to me, outside. How about that the inner cause you leaving left right? Sorry, how about that the inner cause you leave my right cause? Even though this is here, their muscle soft. What is this mean? Because they muscle so often muscle refers to like astrological science, this counter-cycling these problems. Every person has malach, every person has a belief individual. We like the kids for that. So watch now watch for this. But like the science, so sometimes that thing that possible, like my mind sees, but I don't see. Yeah, it's like this just connection between myself and my mind. And if it was just for the but even if I don't see something in the mind, see something. So that has an impact on me. So I'm going to show you now. I might be not this. I thought that even though fuzzy, must very costly, but it's fascinating. Sometimes I like nervous and something that a person can be like fear. And fear doesn't even make sense. Like fear itself could be illogical. But what is it? Sometimes when a person like fear, like they don't know why. Sometimes that means that my mind saw something, that I saw something, even though I didn't see what I saw. And it's having an impact on incredible. So what's my test method? So what's the technique? So let's say first like fright. And I'm not exactly sure what's the fright, but I know that I want to get out of this situation. You should look things out of identity. So what you should do, jump away from your fight. Respond down on this. Jump away down on this. Imani, Yashma, or Sishma, comes the locomotive to the best, and it ultimately again standing in the place where how about the place again it's good. So you can't say Shmuel, what should you say? Maybe also six times. Jesus in the top car, Shmuel. The code of the slaughterhouse is better than okay. What's this? What exactly they are? What's this? Parents. He was teaching us. Rabbi is teaching us. Scripture found that you have to write for the person who's like and the times I write where I can't understand what fear is. So I said, what's the cup of fear? Fear is paralyzing. That's why fear is a very scary thing because fear is the ability to literally paralyze me and keep me at peace. What do you do like when you are seized by fear? So that's the possibilities. Number one, jump paralysis, which means give yourself solace. Number one, you don't allow fear to paralyze you. Give yourself solace, even if it's only $9. Whatever you do, don't make no mistakes. Because one thing is going to remain in place. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? You remain in place. Right? Nothing happens. So first thing we're seeing, right? You have to give yourself only a little bit allowed. Give yourself forward away. Number two, say Shema. Say Shema. We're saying, wait, after you something that's a 12. Shema is the old word of check. Give myself something 12. It takes time to build so a relationship with the Bono Shalom. So you see, like, I tell you what paralyzing here. See Shema, make yourself to have trouble. That will be to move forward. And we'll say, last thing, what should you do? Say, go in a slaughterhouse gets better than you. What is that? What is that? Sometimes it looks like fear is nonsensical. So sometimes the way to shake off fear is to say, this isn't me. This is not me. So that's the thing about you go in the slaughterhouse is better than you. It's just like the thing I kind of said, how do you do every single thing? Also, let's actually say a statement. You go a little bit, like a smile, like the idea of the share is a certain kind of place with paralyzed type things that aren't, they're perceived. So sometimes you need to do but you break the whole list by saying something like stupid nonsensical. So say really nonsensical, kind of like change the mood a little bit, and you have to move yourself forward. But you by paralyzing you have to move yourself forward and give yourself time as well, and remind yourself that you don't. If you don't speak the great things real, Jesus, you're able to move yourself forward, even if you say that's going to rise into travel. So what's the name of? The name of. So the Gemara says, it's like, no matter how sure that Shalom indicates, no time to that, like I was supporting, if they're not confident, so they got Wasua, the general was like, general of men, of the bus, like, he's open, and only remember, I don't know what it is, for it's for, in the middle, he's called, English version of the Rothschild, it's called Mashiach, so it's supposed to be 5 pieces of it, it's called the Mashiach. So if I want to make this called Mashiach, they said, hey, go to Mogul. And then they said, hey, comes out to the battle with this skill. Hashem will go to Mogul, remember again, there's this one called Mogul, which is this whole first showdown between the people, which precedes the next day. So Hashem will make this skill Mashiach, and it's something that they because it's much more devotional. You might have this all show the kind of shows that you're supposed to go there. Oh, let's see some Mashiach. So when you guys like you want to distribute justice because you devotional, because it's always like you know how many like that. Because that's like checks and balances like what happened with one of them. Devotional is ready to go to the skill level. It's what? And you didn't make double Mashiach. So the Gemara says, "Well, also some Mashiach. This guy is like holy city." Right? So this girl should also call this level. From all of our shoes on the Pastor Mashiach. So this girl ultimately again to be so many miracles for. And yet, unfortunately, we didn't see she got the same so much. She's a devil. She's going to be so many miracles. We didn't make the Mashiach. But God, we stopped. That was a net. That Mashiach. The net was closed. It was closed. Hashem wanted to make this girl Mashiach. And then it was closed because the leaders had to shut it down. And then this girl from Mashiach was saying, what do you see from here? What's in there? What should I this girl from Mashiach? He's lack of Shiva. He's lack of Shiva. Shiva was the power of gratitude for the Ribono Shalom. And he wasn't so power as Allah. So there was Shiva. He was Shiva at all times. Shiva in times of good. Shiva in times of challenge. Shiva in times of happiness. Shiva in times of tragedy. That is the hope of the United States of Mashiach. You don't take this Shiva type of 12 no matter what's happening in your life. You know, that we had lots of other problems, but we don't show up. It's such a beautiful brother. You know, since I've said, I knew that the brother that she had decided to say, not so much of that. Wow, that's so much of that. You know, it says, you know, please make this deal with that. I can see Shira. I'll say this deal. I'll say Shira is going to have, where it says, what's the bottom of Shira? On a Shira, never for artists, Shira's showing Shira Sadi. I'm going to tell all this to the father. Before you all see, you know, what's some of Sadi said. So, Sarah Ola, which is the Rashi says, Rama Shekola Ola Mosra Bilaka. So whatever this means, so that thing is like Malach, like, you know, universe CEO. You know, he's one of delegates things. So the Sarah Ola says that those powerful. Shamanu Tzviyah Zadi, Sarah Ola shows us that CEO shows Zadi. So the Sarah Ola says those powerful again. It seems like the universe said that on the side of the states of us, but I'll go. So let's say, so Sarah wants to trouble. She says, let's go. Let's see Joe Shia. Her head said Shia is bad, but he didn't say Shia is bad. So that's what came out that said, because it be the secrets of the world are for the troubles that changed my mind to be a home. And this is the time for to be the Shia. I'm on the plus side. So now he says, home to me, right? So how was that? So has the suffering much until Mashiach comes. Not says no way my colleagues here. Show my man the man, show my man the man, already over us. Also, I'm now with us. Do not stress. The man who's in charge of the release, his name is Duba. So let's start to call people inside the world. So all of the release keep the Duba. I'm going to go show my man the man, show my man the man. So essentially, the thing is, people go to Rashi says over here, Sar Hayuchos, Sharishos, the covers heads off, the only mask of Duba cat, our two lights, which they have actually said that Russia is not released, but instead is the Shabbos. This is the Malach who's in charge of all of the Shabbos. So everyone comes to this Malach and asks him, show them now, not Kava, not my Kava, not sex, it's a Kava Bara, that went to the Kava. What's it? It's incredible by the way to see. That's how I hope you to that we people towards mankind. So that was because of this. This is how you approach the system. The world was Mashiach. The universe was Mashiach. And everything is constantly pushing for Mashiach. So you must cover Shomer, also conquer the Gabriel, and divided by Yeshua Hasabi. So what is this mean? So the Shomer says, also conquer the Gabriel, divided by, so all could be again, the time to be the book will come, the book will come, and at the end of the day, after it, like that, she says, also conquer the Tila. So the constable, the Napa of the Sari, and Shomer, also conquer the double, the Gabriel, about the two Tiaros have the morning will come, but before morning will be the great, so we must have a shot as a podcast because into value to sugar side. So two things. So morning will come. But when your morning will come, number one, is the Bible. If you yearn for it, get yearn for it. God was not going to give us anything if we don't yearn for it. And number two, sugar side. Also, if you yearn for sugar, those are two elements. These are many elements people do that. But here, the knowledge was in charge of the Shabbat. But number one wants to use if we don't want the bad view of because of the legitimate to become about the Shura. If we can have these two elements at the end of the day, Mashiach will come. I will tell you, show Rabbi Babas. Unites with his girl, the CIA, which are on Shira, actually, first time on Shira was the first white lines of the other, the swat is fine. It was embarrassing, still, and he did not say Shira until he got to the Lord's head and said, Shira, Shira, it cannot hard, Shemaya Sira says it. Go to the October, and you'll make used to it. So we'll say other examples of situations where God starts not say Shira because someone else will might best use. Yisrael says, blessed is God who sees the cloud Yisrael. So much as I'm sure the Tapas, the Tapas, the idea of Moshe, Shisha, Shalom, Torah, I should find Yisrael all about Hashem. It was that as the Moshe of Israel. The Moshe finds one didn't say Korach Hashem, but this was the one is about. Remember, Moshe Israel said Shira has Rashi Moshe in Israel, but the only reason for the Shira Baruch Hashem, but they still came along. And as the marriage of Israel was the evil of this and that car Israel. Vayichad Israel. So also it's interesting here, Vayichad. What does that mean? Rabbi Shmuel Rabbi Amar Shehevet Chevet Chada Al B'Sarot. He says himself. Israel was so impressed with all my fathers. So I went to the parts of the Secretary of Shmuel said, Shmuel said, Chagidim Kol B'Sarot. That goes why? So it says, Shmuel said, it's interesting that the Israel understood to me, the Israel was overwhelmed by what happened to Israel. Everything is trying. And again, as much as he was born, he was a member of the household. He was a member of the nations of the world. He was very overwhelmed by what he saw happen to the Gentile nation of Egypt. So he was overwhelmed with the younger nations. Agasara Dario is a Arab one for it. So we were very important to start. And in front of a convert, do not disparage Gentiles like the three generations. So it's like this is just such a fascinating idea. And when it was any converts, what we say, rejection is back to tradition. Any person, any person, those ever taken the precedent. Most people has any person, doesn't mean it'll never last. Doesn't mean it'll never last. Which is, I said, it's never really contradictory. She's going to live this world of contradictions. You know what it says? He says it's a fact about what you say about Gentiles and point out or to fuck our converts. Because at the end of the day, a person came from that world. So if you savage that world, that person is going to do his Israel the first day. Israel left that on Israel. He says, yeah, like the words, servants are all these things. But at the end of the day, that's all to keep from. And because that there was a sensitivity there, you know what it says? Has listened of that sensitivity. That's it. So when it's a look at ישאל לך עוד אנשים ספקות ומשמענו בלעתו, מה זה משמענו בלעתו? אומר בזמן הוא לא הסגיון שיש לו 8 shemos, and yet from the second שיש לו 8 shemos. Let's just kind of say, remember, there's a lot of options in this small here, this battle between Simcha and Ezekiel. So like, look, Ezekiel has 8 things, like to conquer, to overcome, you thought exact punishment for assessing some Sanhedrin who has been posed. So when you get what is so and Ezekiel can say, he yada Manu, that is Manu, Nati, Amishra Ashaf Mobile, Inversional, Eliois, El Gibor, Ad, Sashalom, Iva, Ezekiel, okay, what about that in Ezekiel? This was an interesting Ezekiel identity revealed in the 50th Shechasku God. This guy was expected to be that the part will get Israel. No matter, Ezekiel Shlosh, Ezekiel, Shekizik is strong in Russia. So I say, otherwise, once again, Ezekiel got a really restricted name. Highlights, but Ezekiel, open because the strengthening the bond between God and Israel, because I'm seeing my back end a little bit. So I say, I want to say, all something that's it's the day to glass, Shalom, Sargam, Asanfa, Rabba, and Kiva. Okay, I have been said there. What about so this is that lower that you want to say you also that's descriptive. You want to say shifts and hustle you break also you make that he spoke. So things that you never going to see spoken also fast into a much better I heard Shasab, these guys foreign clapping Mala. That literally again he spoke, it was a good fight, he was defining his words to that British part. Very incredible. So what's over there, we came out of also actually grows up a Santa Lana Via Cuba. This is interesting. So it's like, if you look at some of these names, is actually given some pretty significant titles. It's a Santa Lava Via Cuba. So reading inside a Santa Lava Via Cuba is great and precious. How was that can be so see that the user size so both sides this is wild because Sanhedrin right there remember Sanhedrin who caused much destruction and yet he never spoke disparagingly about Eretz Yisrael Shnei Mar I believe that I copy as study how Eretz Karetz so I said this is incredible Sanhedrin man that is like your land. He doesn't say a land better than your land. That means just a land like your land. It's clear about how he spoke about that as well. So Rabbi Shmuel, Rabbi Shmuel would say. So one says that something is very wise, and one says that it is very foolish. How so? The man around the Kira Chaya, according to the one who said that he was a smart man, he had on the only people who are free from the allies. Kind of sharpness. So one says, ultimately, one of them was a smart man is because so if you were better land, even if they got great stuff. And then they dismiss his words as being foolish. Like, my don't know if teenage child is therefore perfect. So if you get to a man, I like your man. My don't know if teenage child, if he says that he was a foolish thing, we don't know who I think my right. I'm sorry, I don't know if teenage child, thinking it's my hurt, we say. The only thing that is foolish is, outside of these celebrations, is trying to get the binding of the foolish. So if you get the right implications, the problem that you need to a similar type of land, why would you invite it to that? You should have told them it's better, that if you had more readily bought to it. Okay, thank you. Mother says, but they don't argue with you, so what's a super down with that business? Let's just say, hey, is help in the highest value. Why? Because he did not speak negative about that itself. He killed Jews, he exiled Jews, he tried, but he never spoke negative about such an incredible idea. So when you're like, hey, God, when you go back and witness and exile the Jews too. So the person of the John, Rafiki, and I know about the Holy Smoke. Honestly, fine, this is very excited. How about the straw sickle the neutral as well? Unfortunately, as much as I think that there is no next to be about that as well, how this was speaking negatively about that as well. Kimatu sauce. But the king says it's called sauce. They call it sauce. They name it sauce because they said, oh, this guy man is just as nice as our man. Kimatu almond, but the king says it's called almond. Almond. He said, again, this is like our land as well. Kimatu sauce tray. When it came from it, it's called sauce tray. Omri al-fat shrimp. They said this is twice as good as our stuff. So the bunch of the bunch of the essentially the downfall of cultures. We find ourselves in new lands, and we see ourselves in the thinking that where we are is actually better than us. And not that it's okay, not that we just the last thing that people has to show up somewhere else, it's even better than us. So again, something to begin for everyone to do something. It was always trickle about how you spoke about the same thing, how you spoke just about the land. It's something incredible. So the first thing is follows. Good. So that's good. So look up good. The southwest is called gold. Cold, which is maybe okay. Southwest is gold and mamish. Rashi says over there. Southwest people mamish are both kind of shopping service. And we'll say, this is talking about again a great something that's hard to voice. So how is it? So verse Southwest is gold and mamish. So here it's going to be see the bodies were named had were killed by having their shamas in the cinema. So it was other local calling it the value to the not the side. Like the local cult is clothing those things that give me looks at this actually diagram. This is the word that we saw yesterday. That even this type of sakona, a person should make sure to keep himself intact. Because like time is on a time up, even though it's the furnace, and make sure that they're wearing proper clothing. The clothing is called the thing that gives you honor. How you dress says a lot about the person you are. And how you dress for certain things ultimately telegraphs the message about the information that you ascribe to that particular event. So it's as if when you're clothing is what keeps you honor. Just like by the death of Aaron's sons. So remember again, the fire came in, it stimulated their neshamas, but their bodies were intact. So too, it's that Haman's army was killed, and the neshamas were incinerated, but their bodies remained intact. So there's a ton of neshamas called Haro, Shekhinei Ta'atzmo, Yifrak HaMishpach HaVeri Ta'atzmo. This is incredible. Haro, who really been blessed Hashem himself, like his father says, so Haro himself, who blasphemed, his punishment comes to that very time. HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So here, Shafir was on the base, so he died in Sharia, and so here ultimately kind of rescue in Sharia. HaKadosh Baruch Hu lived from the middle, so we have to the middle life in Sharia. So ultimately again, so HaKadosh Baruch Hu exactly punishment from him through each Sharia of the Tzemach. So I said, yes, Hashem. So I can definitely blaspheme towards Hashem that I should listen to. So you guys can try to do that, but that's punishment from himself. You see, right now, Hashem as the time so I am. I fight by Hashem himself stood in the words of them. So you see, the last time I am so several. So he did the same. He had Malachata Hashem. So all the again. So those letters that here he says inherit the things in the second question out of which so if I come to progress and here doesn't straight out and speaking of last speed, I'm trying to get sensitive directly. So therefore again as the Lord says, here's I come to progress I say Sharia. This what I would take punishment from me through Sharia as well. I hate to know Hashem by Yah. Not that I should think of the Shmuel definition either. So it says again, it's just this incredible story where Israel essentially said, like, which one was it? They would be only provides what the people not outside there. So this is the sort of smell goes to sleep at any point. How many go to sleep? And you do what you imagine. And miraculously, that night, 185,000 soldiers died in their sleep. Just died. So that if you notice the Rothschild year, by Yitzhak Malach Hashem, wasn't that contrived to be that for himself, but ultimately again, we said exactly, this was Malach for one. This one was set the Malach. Why do that? Why that? So here, last week, directly, therefore, I'm responsible exactly much in that. I mean, about how the other stuff, moral kids of see the moral kids of. So that's a really interesting. The word is moral kitzel, which is to get in the heavens. The heavens are these above. And then it says moral kitzel. Moral really means like a dollar sign, a dwelling. That Rashi says over here, moral kitzel in Shaya. And see, moral kitzel in the Lord. Moral kitzel mashma kitzel shamnata. So one talks about the dwelling of a Polish part of all time. And then I'm also Russia. The Tila after the Dia Shamnata, the Africa after the Dia Shamnata. So you can see the unholy aspirations of self-care. But it says first, I will destroy the house of God in this world. And then afterwards, again, I'll destroy the house of God in this world. But it shall unite the sick at all. And God, I didn't understand how this Yalamaka was that. Not Shisa. Hashem, I'm not in life. Allah, as I don't see Shisa. So let's say, so this is very interesting. So we have fascinating ideas about something that is scientific. Because you see divine instructions to focus on stuff. This one says, for any focus with the message. So Rashi says over there. So again, the point is Rashi. So I said, Hashem, Alisa Makalazet. So it says, when I work against Yerushalayim without explicit instruction, Hashem, Hashem has said to me, come to this language. Which is wild. So it's essentially say that he's acting exactly by the word of God. So much you might say, what are you talking about? With this type of things, he's ready to solve it. There is such a thing like this. So he was showing up the God. As me, Ashrafa, the Akbar, and the source as Russell dependent on you. So what happened? So it's just So the thing is, I think you love it. Rabbi is a shy talking. The Rabbi says there's such a council has for safer than trouble. But some of us they have trouble. And also, again, it's mentioned about God. Therefore, if you go out of waters which flow and shed fruit, and instead they have gone ahead and taken to Rothschild and Rabbi on there. So we'll see all of this in just a little bit. However, see, the woman type of actor, no how to sell it cover. So Mason says the woman not the explanation of this concept. They have no idea what he's talking about. They have no idea what he's talking about. So So what is this? So the Gemara says, my color. So the Gemara says, color, because Amma had to give us using this brother. So this nation has forsaken the kingdom. So this nation has forsaken, not forsaken this brother. They gather a whole America's nation, there are continents between Sosni, where the Shabbat was, so I think the Shabbat also comes with the spring fed, and very gently. So this nation was governed by not his base brothers, governed them and looked after them in such a kind and beautiful way. And he did that all up, but forsaking that. Yes, right here, Christ had found the known. And instead, ultimately, again, they go ahead and they go to other things. They go ahead and go to such a couple of these on. Listen, but I'm like, Laura, such a so much as I think you know, years, so scientific, like, scientific, here's love you, think about so fast, and because X parts are not really accurate. I think they're going to try to use that which they almost do. It's an English, trying to solve. I mean, you're going to make us see. Laura, Hashem against Russia, another example, what you call that. Laura, Hashem against Russia, one city again is that also is a curse of Hashem in the house of Russia. Is that Pekka, what's the brother? Pekka, was the king of an office Israel. And he's going to go, he's a Russia. See, how is he such a Russia? Also, he saw it, but most people don't see that. He really went for this pigeons, for this because I don't think it's a pigeon, but it's desserts. It's desserts. Come back and try it. And so someone else again, he all of his pigeons before. What's this type of lifestyle? They would say, you want to hold each other, but in general, every together, what you see them set up with jobs, shooting this thing. And the shelter coverage plays that what's the thing between Apple Zero or this Hashem plus the different kinds of it. Apple Zero, she needs to try to do it. Apple Hashem is going to make myself in that. What's any time you know about it? So I was thinking, this is about what is even if I saw watch the dogs, it's not like we stop watching the show. Very often, they still watch the show with a Zara. So if we watch the show, why do you need a Zara? I think it's a great. How does the Zara work? So what? It comes from where they come. Maybe not so much situation. You want to start knowing about it, right? Step one. This is step one. Write down all the stuff you want to do in life. Right? All the stuff you really want to do. And this is what theology that allows for all of that. Right? So all the stuff you want to, some of it, they never matter, but it's a mix stuff. And then all the stuff that is that are not good, make that all the best aspects. Right? So all the stuff you really want to like, you want to dance, you want to dance, you want to look like that, that's all the mixes. That's how it result. That's how it results. So wherever you see Apple result, you see a cousin of the human institutions. That's what it's all about. It's actually all about reality. It's not that which one was very high expectations for us. And therefore tells us we can't do a lot of stuff. One, to hold us to a high standard. I hold us but I want to do that stuff. So I create a new system of theology in order for that all of that to occur. So back at the Mayo is eating all of these people, but he can't be satiated. Why? Because he's only about his own. Only about his own. Vegetables and really before. Maybe by what they kids, and everything working. But he didn't know that. He didn't know that. It also says that sometimes when you become a little bit too wrapped up in material, that may be an indication which medical 12 things like that. It's not that message. I will say, remember, all of us have a void. We have a penis away. And we're always trying to fill it. You should just have a relationship that's responsible, and I couldn't use the right things. I couldn't go to the parking, but I couldn't use all of the world. It's incredible. So we know those guys, but she was from a thing. And then I found out that it's me. It's not a hot shred. So I didn't know. As the shred says in the Greek, against you, thinking about shred soup, but it's a shred that the upper outside of stuff. Ella, my show is a step again. So I said, here's my stuff. And here's me. Yeah, it goes to 2.5. So it literally says, because of non-compliance, right? Because of terrible behavior, I'm bringing identity to your chart. So it says, okay, God wants me to do this. So God wants us to investigate the right down why is punished. It's a very attitude people look at why was he punished. Because it says, he really has sense of shocking is not the evil God technically. So think of the one the tool of our sin to attack punishment against the 10 tribes. He was the one who was responsible to exile the 10 tribes. He had no business in Shaddai. So he was sent to sites on Shaddai as well. بعد الدعوة كيلو عشان تسبب I'm highly prefer that we had me a massive so you got these study house there is no step. No step. You have a look, let's use that question from the pitch truck. You can try you set your sights on Yerushalayim so that people can tell right ultimately again really you cannot go ahead and on a higher so higher nation was an entire nation which is so with a tire nation. But it's just not tired because of suffering, tired because it's toiling with it, tired because it's constantly moving and shit that's toiling. So ultimately again the beach that's tired cannot be able to over the says my kids and you show my girl it says when back to the foot and if you get a young hopefully show you should keep them out of Torah. So ultimately again we are not that the only one he's looking for Malchus Yisrael. Who threw off from them the yoke of Torah. About a quarter of us, should be brought with all Torah. About his glasses, my roots over and down, who keep up and down. So things special. So second, we have control of the Malchus Yisrael, right? Because Malchus Yisrael grew off the yoke of Torah. Coming from the yoke of Torah, you have a lack of divine protection, but you have no control over the idea of the Malchus Yisrael. Because that Malchus Yisrael, they took upon themselves the yoke of Torah, and they were deserving of miracles, like literally again, like the splitting of the earth, somebody splitting the earth. So you might say, they what? I mean, as of no, so hey, if you turn that, right, and you don't go towards this muscle, so you couldn't make it for it. If not, ultimately, again, it will turn you into a degradation amongst the nations. That crashes the little enclosure, like you might answer. Right, the Latin style amongst this here. So it's interesting enough. So it didn't happen for recognition, but the 10 tribes of Malchus so that he's in it's been after Malchus Legal, it's been after the base of the Israel to Sharai. So they were like, I'll tell you how to talk. I'm not saying the Pasha is not for sure. By Yahoo, you go, by Yisrael, the Sidos, by Yomer, the Kahar, so ultimately against it, it's the state. And he goes ahead and marches on Sharai. So the Gemara says, "How the Mishnah, and Ashar, so she says, "We are the human being governs Kazeh, the other Kazeh. The human Mishnah is the Kiskiel." Plus, and it's also never asks an interesting question: why was Kiskiel deserving of this? Right after the Kiskiel was picked up. So why was Kiskiel deserving of having something much as Kiskiel successful over something? There's a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of difficulty. So the skill is such a sign that why did you deserve to have this fear of psychometry? So I'm going to do that. After Shakava to the 12 of the Mishpah, 12 sensitive. What happened? So the 12 who swore that they was going to call the R, who's going to go back and march against Kiskio. What happened? I'm like, yeah, Kiskio, my sister said there, and the Sarko together. So I said, here's what happened. The problem is like this. If I don't Kiskio, then I'm bringing some fear against you. But don't worry, because you'll be successful. What is Kiskio going to say? I'm not big enough. I want to see the big enough. The problem is I appreciate what they're trying to do for the other hand by giving something against Kiskio and by delivering a stunning victory to Kiskio. So I'm doing it. That's why we wiped out the entire other assembly. It was a massive Hashem. It was a massive word of people. But Kiskio said, no, God, it's okay, let's call it. It's called it, right? Don't put something and those in your salvation, right? Just too much anxiety, too much fear is going to cause just being alone. Not coming to talk to the Mishpah, they might see my way. The Mishpah will therefore swear and say, no, I'm bringing myself here. She may not. Mishpah, Hashem, is about us, the Lord, the Lord Hashem, is the myself. The Hashem, I think he's a home. Mishpah, Hashem, I see that I have a civil society, I let only be some other no es el rey siempre lanza augustus siempre. When I reach that area, it says fingers on the schedule, you're going to become like a trough. You're like a trough with his field and his kingdom. So it's all like that, whatever family life is, right? But sometimes you have to be happy, but in secrecy, commercial shops, he found by Yaakov again. That after Yaakov found out, after Yaakov found out that Yosef was alive. So the commercial shop says, Yaakov goes off to somebody, I'm so happy that Yosef is alive. That's so beautiful that well. Trouble, but I have a couple of proposals. Instead of everything working out well, why don't you instead what? Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. And you can spare the ultimate again 20 plus years ago. So that's why the Bible says, Yitzchak Saki offered up Kavos to his faith, Yitzchak Avi. But Yaakov offered up Kavos to God of his father. Or Yitzchak was Judas Hayyim, strict justice. Sometimes strict justice says, we don't understand why the Shema with us things. So if you're the Shema for you, then how do you divulge this kind of skill, this skill, and say, God, sounds great, but don't do it. Don't do it. If everything's going to end happily ever after, just leave things alone. I've said so many times in life, we have this fundamental question. Yeah, things work out. I'm in a stressful crisis situation, it turns out well. And I have such a job. But there's like this piece of that things. But why did you do it? It's very nice about the salvation, but the single gap of the salvation is also hard. It's also what? You see, the crisis, something I can count on both of us well. Don't put the crisis and not with the salvation. So that's the first one is about. That's what the emotional mindframe is. The crisis was necessary. It's not just the resolution that's necessary. The crisis itself is necessary. Sometimes those are things that we just want to understand. It's going to be like this. Same thing about it. Like, let's just sit on our ship. The old now, that's something like that. The Colbert always makes sure. So much really happy as well because he's good. Don't worry, everything will be okay. And the yoke of Sakura will be a tiny, naked Shabbat, Shmut. Or Shmut, literally make the whole. Let's see what else. And that's all these stuff that comes. Colbert also said that the Shmut of this kid. And the yoke of Sakura. What you can from the snow because we all look at skill. What's the right to see a process? She don't have the right to use it on the structures. Constant oil, constant care, right? Constant oil represents life. Constant life, burning and fucking nutrition, it's metrish. All over the rock, this is the kinds of skill. Not all stuff. What the skill to not have a sanitation. He was so at the end of this metrish, that he said, Baba, come straight off. But don't know, you don't get that kind of soup. He says, whoever leaves it, it's metrish, will be standing with the sword. It's like this sword, never said, I want to see this. They'll be metrish. It's humility. But his hero tries to tell God as well what the fucking idea. Torah is not a recreational pursuit. Torah is life. Torah is life. And if you have life, so exactly. Sometimes you can Torah, I want to tell us that Torah is terrible. There are not many person has a practice here. He points out, he says, there is a treat how Christians went further. People fall asleep in Russia. It's racist. Some people fall asleep in Russia. So it's not even from that. Let's look at this here. Right? But it's also going to judge places. That kid Rothschild of Batman was a reason that this is Russia before things. But like, the guy with the gas station to go ahead and guess the directions. And guess give you the directions. So this is not involved in what you want. It's so simple to your life. So if you realized that words of Torah really are life-saving. That words of Torah are life-saving. I'd say they both then you never got on. I sometimes never speak to them about that, right? I know whatever. So, and it's not everybody who always do okay, fair, right? So it's like a lot of it is us. It's easy to find someone else not being enough or engaged enough. A lot of it is us and how we feel that. And the truth is, I like God. It's a beautiful God. It's a beautiful idea. It's a beautiful God. It's a beautiful idea. It's life-saving directions. Like, so that's the experience I've had sort with them, not as a pure tradition, but show Torah is not something that's Torah is life-saving. decisions, or mistakes. Don't have it. So unfortunately, in transition, I find myself in such a street. So I'm going to have a contract process for ourselves. But we can't have a show. We took them down until the show for the lots of hours and lots of things. There was not an honest doing it. And everyone was all first in the wars of Tuma and Tara. Sazor, Omer, Bayama, Rahut, Ish, Atlas, Potter, Shin, Soy, was from I mean, it's also so we got a first of all, just a minute of scholarship, which is states of his field. Everyone was first, everyone was knowledgeable, everyone there was like, probably what? Not a sex brothers, right? Not the Shabbos, but we're referring to it here. Right now, let me say, what happens when we get to it? What happens? Come on, what happens? You look ahead and say, I love this going on, all right? When is this going to be over? Let's say, I love this people. Anyway, many children were put in the halachas of Tumah and Tara. And also, says, I am looking at each and every accomplishment. So, people had very simple material aspirations, right? They had a cow, they had 2 sheep, and they had all the Helalu, like a mother, she had some parrot, Yadda, Zilon, Kazak, which one was it? The Rothschild, she had a friend in the islands of Kazak, the Shwan Conscious, so they were happy with the presence. They had colonies that had thousands of dollars worth of fruits, and it just kind of lined. And why did they buy fruits? People were neglecting their fields. Why were they neglecting their fields? Because they put their full focus on their fields. So let's say with the oils, which represent the ongoing community spiritual growth during the midst of the struggle of the love, that ultimately it allows us to be successful over such a so that's much more to say. Let's start with what I say. Okay, and we ended up with a need to get up pretty much. All right, everybody, we'll be chatting with everyone. All right, we'll say good morning. Let's begin. Beautiful top ahead of us today. Face after side the cube night. Try it. You're picking up by the time. Oh, basic 94B. Reference of Amara. Not 2, 4, 6 miles up from Savannah. A ship is going to be dedicated by this several seasons of like Steve as the Basso or Zero and coins or just American art total of Chanel of the idea that color. She was also technically by Adam with the concept, but then she crushes this month and then the Shpaka. And that's sensitive. Amara. Esther herself was so much of it. So back to Sector. So said they were going ahead and traveled 10 journeys over the course of our 10 stops over the course of that dictionary. That were both the bus from Shaya. For our Ayas of our the people, this much Yatsur Kilo, Uncle Mahadra, Uncle Mahadra, gave a model of Harda Harama Kiva Shonda, Samas, the Lima Chibi Light Shots, Hania Anasos. So, where are the things over here? And as well, not just like Gabi, all the Vamo, yet Vamo, you don't think another Harabais, Kivashisha, we're going to find each part of this puzzle. Like the idea before I take some for kids, ultimately there are 10 stops that say here of the numbers, which goes to 10 stops. And you do have them. There's more than 10 stops that it's puzzle, which says, Sally Kobi Pascali, nothing to be called yes, it's so. So we'll say that last week and ultimately again, Sally Kobi Pascali could be these for voice, but value. daughter of the waves is a message that the Rabbi is saying to Klal Yisrael. Sadi Kohen Katzkel, Vito Shehaven Yitzchak Yaakov, She'asun Mitzvos Kikali Haya. Was actually quite beautiful. The Rabbi was saying, listen, you Bat-Gali, daughter of the waves, is a reference to Klal Yisrael. Why is Klal Yisrael called Bat-Gali, the daughter of the waves? So, daughter of the ones who did mitzvos in voluminous amount, like waves. It waves, and it says, Abba Yitzchak Yaakov, who did waves, abundant amount of mitzvos. Akshivs, or says Akshiva. Laisha, Mehayot Stafi, and this to be in the book Hanetza Harasha, the mystic, the Masa Kahari. So the Rabbi tells Klal Yisrael, do not be afraid of Sakir, who is like the lion cub, but instead be afraid of the Hanetza, who is like the roaring lion. Shnei, Allah Hari, so my was a type of inside the camera. My Aliyah, my Aliyah Harasos. What does it mean? Literally, Aliyah Harasos. That answer Harasos. Because Asi Yuda, Ben Hilkiah, Omasnati, Asi Yuda Ben Hilkiah, Omasnati Avon Harasos. So Asi Yuda Ben Hilkiah, Ben Hilkiah, is open to going to Torah and prophesies from the city of Anatot. You go to Anatot today, Anatot is right outside of Yerushalayim, right past the Stats and touching this beautiful place called Prat, which is a beautiful grass. So right you can see that is where the that's where Yod prophesies. So Yod prophesies from Anatot. Different Yod and Yom Hashem Anatot. So you must meet them. Plus somebody, right? One person says right, the other person says right. Because a lion is owned by 6 different things. If that's the case again, then ultimately again we're still on more than 10 locations mentioned in the puzzle. So there are more than 10 locations ultimately mentioned by the stops of Sanhedrin. Which the Gemara says, all group, excuse me, there are less than 10. All group, which the first all group are actually 2 different places. Okay? My old Yom Yom Lab. So what is the puzzle when it says, old Yom Yom Lab? Still they stand in Yom, or the still the day in which Yom stands. What does that refer to? Amar Abuna, Osayo was in that day when Sanhedrin marched by Yerushalayim, Yishtayer me'avona shalom, was in the sin of Yom was still in existence. That was the sin of Yom. Remember again, this goes back to the episode of David and Shaul. David is part of this king. Shaul has been effectively removed as the push the road, and it usually sleep with that moment. So what happens? He pursues David. David chooses to run away. He's not going to fight. He's not going to fight his father-in-law. He's not going to fight a fellow members of the clan. So he runs. He can't tell anyone about what has happened. So he goes to the city of Dov, which was known as the Miracle Kind of city. The mission was there. And what happens? He says to a secret mission from the king, I need food and I need weapons. They give him food, they give him weapons. In fact, the only weapon they had was the sword and shield of Goliath, of Goliath, like that said. Then the shut, David takes it. Who sees all of this happening and discuss all this? Rabbi going at who was one of the trusted servants of Shaul, and he comes back and he tells Shaul that the city of Dov has decided with the rebellion of David. I don't know, but actually no idea. I think it's actually by its big thing. They help him to send the king's son-in-law on a secret mission. So what happens, to make a very long story short, Shaul brings some of the soldiers to Dov. They wipe out the city of Dov. There is one survivor from the city that was discussed. This was a huge mistake we see on Khalja Shaul and on the reasons we discussed. So the Gemara says over here that on that we look at Rashi for just a moment. Also, it's 4 lines down the short line from Rashi. Also, because Khalja killed out the Karabakh. Callback to 12 hours. I also also Yom Kilbad Mishtayan is not on a Shmiva and no commission also Yom and Kosha. Because it is amazing. So Rothschild has a particular window in which he's going to exact the traditions of Israel for the massacre. The last day of that week was the March by Yerushalayim. And had Sanherib attacked on that day, he would have been successful against Yerushalayim. She says the Gemara, so the day that he marched was the last day in which God was going to exact retribution for Klal Yisrael for the no massacre. And therefore, had Nebuchadnezzar, had Sanherib attacked that day, he would have been victorious, as he would have been the God of HaKadosh to exact punishment for Klal Yisrael for the city of God. Now, give anything. It's amazing. So the Gemara says, I'm going to put also Hashem Yavar Shalom. Amalei Kaldoi Kaldoi. He others had in Yachlis. So interesting enough. So on the day that Sanherib shows up in Yerushalayim, outside of the dance, outside of all these cities, his astrologers telling King, if we march now, we will be successful. So what happens? The low Yachlis stuff. But ultimately, again, if we go free till tomorrow, we will not be successful. So Sanherib responds, Orcha, Goy, Sanherib, sorry, Yoba. So Gemara says, I'm sorry, Orcha, Goy, Sanherib, sorry, Yoba. Saga Makayo. Furthermore, when coming to Yerushalayim, Sanherib had both seasons like that. The journey was short. The journey that would only take 10 days took 1 day. Kimat Yerushalayim. So I said, the ideal here is that there's the perfect storm. The recipe is perfect for Sanherib to conquer Yerushalayim. He makes incredible time getting there. And number 2, this is the last day of no retribution. When he came to Yerushalayim, struggled with this guy. He had to sell Yosef immediately shoot up. At the Hatzul Yerushalayim. So we'll say what happens. So Sanherib shows up in Yerushalayim. What he does is he keeps having runs, one on top of the other, until it's high enough that he can see over the walls of Yerushalayim. You ready for this? He looks over the walls. This remaining essentially, when he looks at the sea, he says, he looks tiny in his eyes. The Amar, Halo Do, he counted Yerushalayim. He says, is this it? Is this my interest? Is this Yerushalayim? The Allah Arkishes Kol Mesharsi. And for this I went ahead and I moved my whole heart. The Allah Karvshes Kol Mesdifra. And for this I went ahead and I conquered all of the countries until now. Hello, he's a unit of Halash and called Tarki Almaya, the Kapshis, Pitakov Yodi. He says ultimately again, this is the weakest out of all the cities that I conquered. So Allah become Umani Bereshe, Mogul Umaisibia, Al Torbe, Samikash, Itzion, Ba'aladat Yishai. So what happens? He waves his hand submissively across Yerushalayim, Paradise. So Sanherib is exceptionally unimpressed. Exceptionally unimpressed. I have to understand something. It's just no time for this. No time for this. But I'll tell you what, so the cook takes time to put up on. Tried very hard to attract wealthy people from Europe and locate their businesses there. So it's a story that's told that one time was a particularly deal from Poland who had come to terms with well to check it out, so to see the land. So he goes on his whole tour, it's about to meet the cook. The cook says, so you want to think about this? So can I be honest with you? So whatever someone says about that, you know, so he asks him up. So he says, of course. He says the truth is, it's not so beautiful. It's not so beautiful. It's garbage on the streets. It's this, it's that, it's not so beautiful. So the cook says, you look to see the beauty of the air to smell. He's directly proportional to the personal spiritual beauty that you possess. If you possess beauty, you see the beauty in that. If you don't possess spiritual beauty, you see garbage in the streets. That is actually the nature of Eretz Yisrael. You just have to see Eretz Yisrael with Kedusha the gods. If you don't see Eretz Yisrael with Kedusha the gods, is it the most beautiful life? Maybe these days it's not. But when you see Eretz Yisrael, with not your eyes but with your neshama, there's nothing more magnificent than it in the entire universe. So the Bukhara says, you see this. But you see it with Gentile eyes. So Gentile eyes see it, Gentile eyes say, that's it. And God, he's waging this whole campaign. His soldiers have been on the road for who knows how long. And this is it. like one Shmuel was talking about this is the whole thing. So he says like there's a huge, and by the way, couple this with the fact that he was also a ridiculous guy. He was ridiculously arrogant. So like he says like this is ridiculous. This is what I marched for. So he's trying to go. He says the following. So Moses says you have to understand something. So everyone knows this cloud of the life where there is great arrogance, there is great downfall. So you see the soldiers begin to say, oh, this is not going to end well. The astrologers are saying, go now. Sanchira is saying, this is nothing. This is a cake. It's easy, right? It's a cake. So the soldiers say, king, let's go now. We're ready. Let's go today. I'm going to go home. Tell me soon. You know what? I'm a bit tired. So I'm a bit tired today. We'll go tomorrow. The Machar, I see we call Chagdachanechu Guma. Guma Karibir. Tomorrow, each of you will bring me a piece of your ball. So incredible time. And I must understand, here's the downfall. Right? What's the downfall? The downfall is that day was his window. That day was his window. That day was the last day for retribution for the city of Nob. That day was his window. Had he marched, he would have been the conqueror of Yerushalayim. That's as most things in life, Gaiva gets in the way. Miyad, so must remember again, what happens? He says, you know what, let's rest tonight, we'll relax tonight, tomorrow. What happens that night? We already learned yesterday. That night is when the Malach comes along and kills 185,000 sleeping soldiers. Miyad, that night, you know, he's confident of the victory the next day. The Malach comes out and kills Mea Ushmona Hamisha Aleph. The Ashkim of Robi Kula Bigarim Mason. Wake up in the morning and there are a few survivors to discuss. They find 185,000 corpses. Papa says, you know, this kid is a very important lesson. Basina, Batalina. Which also literally means to look at Rashi, so at the end of the short line. Basina, Batalina, Kavan, Shabastina, Batalina. When you don't pass judgment, the fight good. So, which is another way of saying, which I was like, when you procrastinate, you lose your window of opportunity. When you procrastinate, you lose your window of opportunity. Opportunity wait for no man, even for 7 years. He missed his opportunity. Again, I'm not crying over that. But at the end of the day, dramatic how the Rothschild gives him to do that Sadara, the Rothschild gives him that quick time to shine and he squanders it. Because again, it's because of Gaiva. But the message is procrastination leads to loss of opportunity. The Yishti Vino wasn't get ready for this. This is amazing. I'm amazing myself. The Yishti Vino, Basher, Filippi Harpa, which was now, the Nobi of this Yishti things, speaks about a man of Yishti Vino who was of the descendants of Harpa. Harpa is Arpa. We're going to see in just a moment the sister of Rus. Mishkan Kino Shoshnios, Mishkan Makoshes, Ruchakar Hadasha, Ayama Lahako says that. So as we're going to see, Yishvi was the brother of Koldex, the brother of Goliath. After David kills Goliath, so Yishvi has what we call it the blood feud, blood feud with David, and again, he's a big man in himself. His armor starts here, everything. He says he's going to kill David. So the Gemara says, "Mind the Yishvi, what is that? The Yishvi, so the Gemara says, I'm going to do the Amras Ish Shefa al Iskido." Was says, "Get ready." Rashi said he was a man who came to David because of the episode of Noah. Now, what does David have to do with Noah? It's only a control of David. He says, David, how long are you going to hide this sin of Noah? Wow. Through you, the city of Noah was wiped out. Because of you, you trust Noah Castle. Remember, Noah Castle died because of that city of Noah. Because of you, Shaul and his son dies. Remember again, how does Shaul and his dying word, like they're fighting against Michigan, the dying word against Michigan. So problems come because of all this stuff. So I say, so what is this mean? So the thing that we says something like this. He says, I stand responsible for making things that happen as a result of his actions, even if his actions were not guilty. Notice, so at the end of the day, David's actions set off a a chain reaction of events that result in the massacre at home. Now, David Hamelech was trying to do his best, ultimately to shield the people of the Lord. He was doing his best to try to operate up there, but at the end of the day, it was his actions that caused their death. So listen, this is a dramatic idea because the Rebbe says that we have to understand something. Sometimes in life, we go ahead and I do something, and as there's a negative repercussion, and that wasn't my intention. And again, I'm acting in good faith, I did, but understand that as a result of my action, someone else encounters pain, someone else suffers. Even though again that was not my intention, and I acted in an appropriate way. It just happens to be a byproduct of my action. Someone else is doing something. There's a credit to that. There's responsibility to that. Now, obviously, by deciding that was by painful. So the Rebbe Shalom says, David, your actions set off a chain reaction of different events that ultimately led to the death of Zoe and ultimately the death of Shaul and his sons. Remember, again, Klal Yisrael loses the war against the Philistines. Klal Yisrael loses the war against the Philistines. Why? Why did Klal Yisrael lose the war against the Philistines? Remember, your extensive Rabbi studies, right? Why did Klal Yisrael lose the war against the Philistines? Because Shaul diverted all of the resources of Klal Yisrael to pursue David, because he was reckless and irresponsible with his military resources. They were under their chasing David. Shaul gets word that the Philistines have invaded. He thinks twice: should I continue to pursue David or should I go after that? That's how so messed up everything is. He says that David Hamelech's fault. I know it's not else fault, but it's not like his responsibility. But even the other repercussions of his actions. So it's a dramatic idea. So the word was like it. The Gemara says, so guys, you have all this responsibility. Here's the choice. Here's the choice. So you can lose that. No, here's the choice. Listen to this. Listen to this choice. I can either wipe out all of your descendants, or you can suffer. Which one is it? Your children can suffer, or ultimately again, are you going to suffer? Which one is it? So the words Allah will show them. What of episode be like on the evil of the colors that so Governor says, I would rather suffer than cast a shame out by the sinners that wasn't given this. Yom Echad, one day, felt about this by Rothschild. So one day Governor went out hunting. Went out hunting. We'll say again, so he went, Rashi says, Sachar B'Zoi, Rosh Hashanah, he took up so far. He went out to hunt, and again, hunting food. Asa Satan, you eat me in the kitab. Someone happened, so the sun has came along and appeared to David as a deer. Chasak Bekira, well, I'm not sure so what happens. David shot an arrow, but he missed the deer. So he was Mash, so Mash, and I'm the heritage. So this is what happened. David was running after the bird. David realized that he wanders into Philistine territory. So David wanders into Philistine territory all by himself, without an army, and the Pash does not really armed. So because he happened to run. So what happens? The Chazi Yishbi window of Buddhist we run into Yishbi Goliath's brother is the first guy he happens to run into in the Philistine territory. Amar. So Yishbi sees him and he says, Hi, the Katzle with Goliath. Oh, this is the guy who killed Goliath, my brother. What does he do? Cops, he grabs David, ties him up. Well, it's interesting thing that he did. Osve Vishaji to say a Kachna. He moves Rabbi, ties David up, and he puts it in between the two stones of an olive press. And what does he plan to do? He's going to sit on it. So usually he's a big guy. He's going to sit on the olive press. It's actually going to crush David out. His muscle and Aaron to say, so a miracle occurred in what happened. Now, so it usually sat the press salt instead of crushing David out. So the Gemara says, any perceive, Harashim Sadi Kaktoim, Romad Bukhasuan. Hallelujah, what was this? I thought I might have said, okay, so either way. So usually realize that I can't leave it for later, but he's tied up in between the grass. Hallelujah, kindly demolish Hapsim. So it was like that day was Erev Shabbos. Abishai ben Surya, Havakah Chayim Reishei, he doubted God in the night. So we'll say, Governor Mount, one of his generals, the name of Abishai ben Surya, so he's going ahead and washing his hair. So starting down where it says he used Dalit God in the 4 barrels of water. Okay? Kasme Kama. God reward. And he understood that what he saw wasn't from him. So something's going on. Even the Ami Osayona Itrikame, others say that a dog and started like flapping its wings in a violent manner. Omar Knesset Israel Yona understood. Shneimar Kante Yom Nechomikasa. Shlamna David Malko Yisrael B'Tzarasha. So as he saw what happens, he sees the blood, he sees the dog flapping around. He realizes Klal Yisrael is compared to a dog. He must think Klal Yisrael is in trouble. Now Klal Yisrael was just fine. So who must do the first? Who must protect the king? The king is in trouble. Also, also they say, Rosh puts the palace. Like he says, king that home. And it's very Shabbos. So Amr, Tzia, King Rochman Asuso, then Yoshua Kiso, then Mishtamshin Bishabito. The Shasa Sakara was an halachic is you cannot use the king's horse, you cannot sit on the king's throne, and you cannot use the king's staff. So part of the covenant of love is the king's staff. The Shasa Sakara, we're not when the king is in danger. The king is in danger, so what Abishai Shriya is, the king had the fastest horse, was the fastest king. So can I ride the king's horse? That was the Shaila. So we'll see what happens. Also show big Russia. He goes to ask Shaila with his message. I'm relaying. Mishan says Sakana Shaketa. Ultimately, again, time of Sakana, yes, you can go. You can use it. So we'll say, first of all, to an things that he's going to go. But you always has to know what the halach is. Always has to know what the halach is. You have to ask the Shaila. I shall Sakana this, of course, I'm trying to it. I have to do God the Russia's react for everything in our lives is governed by halakha. Everything in our lives is governed by Torah. So please don't believe that that's the same life as the essence. So that's what I want to do. What is the Torah have to actually say it? What's the next one? So sure enough, you get the sun, gets on that to the party, and he wants to show up. He goes there and he jumps on the mule. Come for Oslo, come for some listen to this. Come for Oslo, come for the idol. So it says, yeah, it's incredible. He gets the education very quickly. So what did he come asking? Krasi the art but the characters. So this is like a what do they call it? The star-studded cast of characters over here. He's writing, let's go to Arpa. Arpa. Who's Arpa? Arpa was the mother of what this means actually. This is Arpa. She was a very old right? Arpa was the mother of Tobias, the mother of Ishmael. So what happens? So Arpa Eagle. Now enough she was spitting while she was weaving. So what happens? As he say, Sarsakta Nova, Shadarti Luya, Summerlin Mikvilla. So what happens? As Arpa sees Abishai and Sri, so Arpa must have known that Yishbi had captured Rabbi. Arpa now sees Abishai and Sri are running, Zarzishtim. She realizes he's on a rescue mission. She takes her spindle and she throws it at Abishai in an effort to kill him. So she misses him. So after she misses him, she pretends like she had no ill will. Rale, I speak of. Just excuse me, young man, I tried my spindle. Would you mind getting it for me? So what happens? She sure does. Husky, but they smoke up the cocktail. He brings it back to her, throws it at her head, and kills her. Fine, Arpa's out. She says, you are cut Chazi, you know. So the Gemara goes like this. We'll say what happened. So now David HaMelech shows up ultimately again. Now we'll say, remember, now we are saying also the also Yishbi no, because this is part of David HaMelech's punishment for that which occurs in no. So the Gemara says, what happens is Yishbi no, Omer Hashta, Habu Beitrim, Bekakutli. So what happens? Now Yishbi realizes when he sees Abishai coming, that he's going to be outnumbered. David and Yishbi together is a bit too much to handle. So what happens? He goes in and says, now I'm going to be outnumbered. What is supposed to get ready for this? So plus him as David Pile, we run through Rumche. So he wants to kind of get out of here. So what does he do? He throws down up in the air, which was an incredible display of strength. Puts his spear down in the ground, obviously the tip takes it off, and figured that enough just going to land on the spear and was done. So what happens? Who shows up just in time? Amar Abishai Shem. Abishai comes running out of the air. He said the Shem of Shem Hashem. Ultimately, with David ben Shemayu La'aram. So ultimately, again, he says the Shem of Mafurash and suspends David HaMelech with air. Which is spend that amount of man. Must get ready for this. Get ready for this. Says the Gemara. So why did David just say Shimon first? But it's not about also the sacred name of God. So again, why did David say the name in order to suspend himself? Here's what people say that found this story. So he was saying the incarcerated individual cannot extricate himself from his jail. It was an incredibly important resource, which again, generally we take that sometimes again, it's not like some Shabbos. Sometimes when you are in a situation you can see the trees from the forest. We spoke about this in the Mishnah Basel Fanal, how again Rab doesn't have to be the Rebbe or Rebbe. Like Rab could just be someone who's nice to rely on. Someone who can see your life, can see you outside of you. Rabbi is in the thick of this. He cannot think clearly. He cannot act clearly. And therefore, even if he knows the same shame of words, Abishai Arisa. Supposed to be ready for this. Okay, my Barzalka. So the first thing Abishai said, that it is, what are you doing here? I mean, what are you doing here? I relate, Haki, only Kuchrihu, Haki Hajat. So he tells that, see, so he would have thought I was going to say, listen, I was chasing a deer, and I just ended up here. How did I realize that this is a shkafa about this? So he tells Abishai the whole story. What's the whole story? The whole story is God told me that I'm going to be punished. He asked me, I want to get punished with my kids. So I said, I'd rather get punished than have my kids right down. I'm like, I'm going to say this. So Abishai says, I will shake around your tefillah. Ask that goes well with the punished children and not you. So listen to this. He says, so as people say, better for my grandson to sell wax, but I should not suffer. This is what it is. It's a natural response on parents to have a promise on their children. What the Shach will say, take the Shach is like this. What Abishai Ben Tzruya says is this. All you can plan for is the present. Right now, the Torah was given the opportunity for Shach and Shalom and Shabbat, your present. So take it. A lot can change between now and the future. You have plenty of time, even after 12 things in the discussion by the church, you have plenty of time to spend and to life in the future. And when 12 was giving you the opportunity for tranquility, now you grab it, you take it, use it to change your circumstances going forward. So swap your tefillah around, switch it around. Amalei, you say, Marziyahi, Sayah Bahadon. Kind of said by Ezra, Abishai and Tzruya. So what's the but Abishai can help me down. That is what the pasuk says. That Abishai and Tzruya helped me. Amar Avihuda, Amar Azru B'Tzruya. Abishai and David together with David to have these considerable verses. Amar Abishai, so Amar Abishai, Amar Abishai, the ox say, Amar Kavadeh Pasai. So we'll say, so what happens? So Abishai and David run away. So usually he's running after them. Kimata Kubi, when it comes to Tzruya Kubi, Amar Kumde, they say, I had a thought for a second, let's just turn around and fight. Kimata, they betrayed Uriah and Kadmon Aryan. So they said, then they had a second thought, they kept running. And then when they got to Betrayed, they said, you know what, 2 lion cubs cannot defeat the night lion. Or it's 302, and Ishbi was 1. Ishbi was much stronger than him. So you might say, Amalei, zeal. So what happened? And they realized, however, at some point in time, they couldn't keep running from him. So listen to the plan they did. Amalei, so they turned around and they said to him, Seal Ishkakach Arpa Imech Bikibra. Why don't you go visit the grave of Arpa, your mother? Now what they just told him was what? Right? You killed your mother. So listen to this. He Askura Le Shri Dime, Kaka Shri Le Dikaka. When they mentioned the name of his mother, the fact that she was dead, then we give his strength. And they were going to what's his name? Sometimes even the hardest of people, and even the hardest of people, everybody has a soft spot for something. So for Yishbi, he was a mama's boy. He might have been a big warrior, but he was a mama's boy. When he heard that his mother was killed, they heard him. And at the end of the day, we see them, they were able to go take him, and they killed him. I need to say, so one second. So listen to this. So this is the name of the pasuk. David Lamor. You can own the sixth best in so listen to this. So they said to David, after this event, they said they swore. Even though David said, you are not going out anymore. You're not going to battle anymore. And ultimately, again, the light of Israel happens. So what's after that? So essentially, what they did is the king of Israel is grounded. King of Israel surrounded. His soldiers say to him, "You're not going hunting anymore. You're not going to war anymore. Rothschild saved us all this time, but yet you're not traveling out in detail anymore." Don't know about us. Was amazing, guys. Amazing, guys. Listen, it's worth $7.5 just to go ahead and skip to that because A, the story's overwhelming. It has so many critical lessons just from reading the story. Then I about it. Shlosha Kaptala Hamadara. There are three colors. There are three people who describe the miracle of the princess of God. But the miracle of having a long journey short. Who were they? Eliezer Evet Avram, Yaakov Avinu, the Abishai Ben Tzvina. So okay, so Abishai Ben Tzvina, how the Avram, so Abishai Ben Tzvina, we just spoke about Eliezer Evet Avram. Eliezer son of Avram said, "V'havo hayom ela'ai." I came that day ultimately again to the Ayin Tivim. L'meimra Dahu Yom Hanafak, Dahu Yom Hanafak. So we'll say this about Eliezer in Parshas Kaisar. And it comes to look for white breeze. I came that day. I traveled from Canaan to Haran and I made it in the same day. Yaakov was in Moab, Yaakov was in Sid. I hate Yaakov there, Shalom, and Sarano. First says Yaakov was there, Shalom, and Haran. Sid, I used to come from Mako by Yom Hashem. And it says ultimately again, he sleeping at weeks and he slept there. Kivan Shemesh, because the sun set. He must have been, goes wherever that goes. When he sees the Haran, it's Yaakov even running away from home, running into himself, running to Lavan. Lavan lives in Haran. Kivan Shemesh, when he gets to Haran, אבל אפשר עדיין המקום שהספרנו פה הבוסי, ואני לא הספרתי בו. Is it possible that I passed by the place that my forefathers died? This is not Harabais. I passed through Harabais, the place where my forefathers died, and I even stopped the time there. So finding the Hazar. So he decided to go back to Harabais. So came over here, the other cup to the Arab, so he decided to have certain step. He already got to Haran. He said, I can't believe I passed Harabais like that, but he wanted to go back. Rothschild makes a miracle and allowed us to get back from Haran to Harabais. That's just very quickly. So now, but you come along. Number after, 8 years Ellis Zuba. Was very much like come up on here. He's trained Shneman. That's all I'll follow by the and I'll consider that. You know, I'll just tell you, I only shove, keep on shoving. She's stuck there because the sun set. Boston slowly talking about it. We'll say, after he takes a back from Choron to Harabais, he wants to go back to Choron. Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Tzaddik said, "Follow the base below, the bias below me. You punch it below, you know." So what's like, Rothschild says to me, the Tzaddik came to my home, came to my inn, so to speak. The Harabais is the Rothschild's home. So if the Tzaddik came to my home, I'm not going to have him sleep over. Yaz V'Shemesh. Miraculously, the sun set. I need to sleep by Yitzhak V'Shemesh. So Rothschild later on the book says, after the fight, the Maros of Yitzhak, Pasuk says that the sun rose. And the sun rose for him. If he rolled or about Salva, didn't only rise for him. Not all the it rose for everyone. It's called Shemesh Sheba Ba'agulo. Salva Ba'agulo. Ultimately, again, the same sun that had set earlier for him. Was it that's reference to that? Went back to Harabais because the sun set earlier. He forced to sleep by Harabais. Also, after the episode of Hanukkah, rose or Zachar has two miracles with the sun. One time it set early for him in order to get him to sleep on Harabais. The second time it rose early for him in order to heal him after that of the struggle with the Malach of Lisa. And we know him because that David says, now let's go back to the second. So David Malach went first to Bakasha. And first he said, God, I'm willing to suffer leave my kids alone. Then he reversed it and he said, Rothschild, visit the punishment upon my children, but rest me and not suffer. So where do you see that David Malach's children indeed did suffer? So it was as they say, Va'atalia in Atazio, Rosa Kiesmila. So it's Atalia, who was a crazy, maniacal woman. She was a mother who went crazy weak. Her son Atazia was killed. So he raised it up. Batagam Batova is called Zerahalatovah. So she decided she wanted to be king, and she wiped out all of the other male heirs to the throne. Baha Ishdayo and Yoash. I want to say this, that Shabbos is Iman said she wiped out pretty much the remaining members of the Egyptian family. So that was the punishment. His children were wiped out. That's not his children were wiped out. He didn't marry the girl. Because there was Yoash. Hasaman Ishdayo and Yasa. It's okay because from the city of Nom, there was also one survivor, a Kohen by the name of Egnasa. If still by the Molly, then on the Akimelech, Shmuel Egnasa. So much also just like there was one survivor from Noah, there was one survivor only from the family of Zachariah as well. Amr Yehuda, Amr Apollo and Stein Egnasa Akimelech, then Akitu, when Stein is out, shall come and from it. Therefore, yes. You are connected to one survivor from Noah, like Akimelech, excuse me, Egnasa. That amounts entire family would have been like that as well. I'm gonna go on and say it wasn't like the second. But characters. Violence and fear are actually about the things in England, no to be partial. So so also had one strikes at David's parties, which marched on the chariots. Comes with 45,000 officers who were sitting in golden chariots. Meanwhile, Shadmonos Visoros. Now, the officers brought with them their princesses, and their harlots. Or said that, what does that mean? Don't be princesses and harlots in a battlefield. They were so confident about their ability to fight in Yerushalayim that they thought they were winning. Like, no one ever think they went to the battlefield. They were so confident, they thought they were going to get it. Overshorted other foreign shield. And again, they had another 80,000 strong soldiers wearing coats of iron. Overshish and other Baltuzia banner runs in the foils, and another 60,000 infantry. That sharp Russian, the info by Pushab Russian. There was other chariots as well. They will discuss the size of the army or the soldiers, the size of the army is bigger. The info was a same size force, which marched against Alpha because he's got four horse against the fight. But he has even double in gold bubble. There was an army of this size, which could be true by gold bubble. The last Lisa Tana, Orek Machaneu, Arba Militars. Was some say the length of Sanhiri's army camp was 400 miles, which was a huge. Rocha, Samar Susa, the width, right, of the total length of the horses, are 45 those. South Machaneu was the total number of people in Sanhiri's camp was Masayim Ishishim Ribo Al-Ayim Cluster was 2,600,000,000 minus 1. It was an this type of battle. But the idea you was talking about is they never saw such a large army. Remember again, that is something before we see each other. This is really, can you have like taxpayer dollars there? This but the likes again, the level of the punch over here is an army size that no one has ever seen. I'm sorry, this is before the battle. No, all this is before the battle. We must buy a bias. So what is minus 1? Chassi, we are, or Chassi, Chassi, Alpha, or Chassi, they are Chassi, this means less than a million, less than 100,000, less than 1,000, less than 100, less than 1, usually less than paper. But the great thing actually, what it was to take over what? Who cares? I mean, it doesn't matter, right? We're not asking this one, right? What's the best that's going to the point over here that you want to ask is, why is it this is a huge art? What was like it? They show other Mishahi, what this is. The Gemara describes this army passing through the Jordan River. So now said to pass through the Jordan in order to get to Israel. So what happens after this? So the first group to pass the Jordan was Shaki. So the first group to pass Shaki, they have to swim through the Jordan, and some of the second ones who went afterwards, they had to swim. They had to stand direct while passing through a river. So there was such a large number of people passing the value of water. They diminish the value of water. Take water. When you walk through water, you automatically move some of that water just with your clothes. So the first group had to swim. The second group had to walk. Shinema had something like the Afronim, Halu Upper Broadway, the Matsu Maya Chana Mishkos, and Shinu Maya Bapu Asa Shas. Shinema, Amikarasi Shasi. So listen, the third group who came, they were keeping up dust with their feet. So it's that, right? By the time the third wave passed through, there was no water left in the Jordan River. So they have to bring water from elsewhere to be able to eat the heart. Hi, the whole thing. So what's the problem? What does that mean? The Pasuk told us, we're telling you about 2,600,000,000 person army. Rabbi said that Allah wiped out 5,000 soldiers. And that was the size of the camp. So which one is it? So which one is it? Oh, it says, Kololu, Rothschild, those 185,000, those were the standing officers. So what the Malach did was, the Malach wiped out the leadership. Once you have that leadership down in the what? Everyone else is going to I'm a rest of the Sid, but the Shmana Blazon, the Shmin, that's a fuzz. Shmana Blazon, literally again, keep the fact that the strain, the fact that the rest of the officers were practices. I'm not even taking out the Sid, I just got the Shemana, and the Fake for Kayo, no good to settle that. By Yago beats on the heart. We had saying they are shoving to the finish. Shmami not, but not the wasn't the fact that what is the Malach show? So the Rabbi Ezra says the Malach killed the 185,000 officers with his hand. Shneimar, Ayar Yisrael Yad Abdullah Shasikim Karnas After. Tell these saw the great hand, that ultimately would protect the tradition from such. The Shora Ezra says the Malach killed the army with his finger. Shneimar, Ayar Haturim Aparo Espa Elokim. The cartoons at the bottom, this is the finger of God. Yeah, Espa. This is the finger which will ultimately get so Gabriel is your Gabriel is your sick already. So Gabriel wants to dispatch to kill you. You're sick already. So it's only going to go show so Gabriel says essentially I was born. Right? I was right. When I sick already since the 6 days of creation. The time of year was the time when crops became ripe. So all that before Gabriel, so Gabriel has developed in charge of agriculture as well. When you go out to check on the fruit, take your sickle and take care of the next now. Maybe ever you got this the boat or so I have issues what people say. I got without the bulk of the shadow. So this is what people say that general when you have an enemy. So make sure to say good morning. Right? Let's go pass by your enemy in the morning and say good morning. It's very disorderly. So okay, yes, Gabriel, when you're going out to do checking on the food, also be very you will say by the way, it's incredibly so general about how to deal with conflict. The way you deal with conflict, if possible, is to diffuse it. And the best way to diffuse conflict is don't fight. Don't fight. You have an enemy, you say good morning, you say shalom aleichem. I'm not actually that's to fight with you, and it's disorienting for the other individual, especially if they're not destroying for a fight. These ones are both done like others say that we are these individuals of the soldiers, and that's how they were told. You may switch them they go Nashem and Shabir about Amar Kabayim Sapat Mayamumes. Others say that Gabriel clapped in their ears, and as a result, we back to the Lord Shemar. They got Haki, Aka Akabi, Akabi, the Kuba Kabas. But this one for Amar was 9 years right. So this one, as I said, he allowed them to hear what he allowed them to hear. The Shaman shared the Chayos with us. They heard the song that he used with the Chayos, and as a result, the Shemar. We must enough to tell you, Kaminish time, I must say, how many soldiers left? So at the end of the day, so the Malach wipes out the majority of it under how many soldiers leave behind. Rab Amar Asara. Rab says that soldiers Shneimar, Bishar Eitzero Misparu, and now they're coming down, Yochel, the Dog Asara, fine, wasn't enough to touch that the Master Shmuel says, no, where you get right from, if you shove all those, you know, get science, Shnai, Shloshe, Gagar, and Roshhagar, Arba, the Kamisham, so that is Arba, Kamisha, 4 and 5 is 9. That's when it talks about the usual. And the Omer, Arba is 14. Shneimar, Shnai, Shloshe, Arba, the Kamisha. Was it the Alas, all the numbers mentioned? The first comes to 14. Rabbi Yochanan Chamisha. Rabbi Yochanan says 5. Who are the 5 of the side? Sanhedrin was spared. Shnei Barak, his 2 sides were spared. Nebuchadnezzar Sar, what a good start. What's that? Can you imagine this? These are the 5 people who are spared. Sanhedrin, his 2 sons, Nebuchadnezzar had Sarah. Sarah, give us a verse, usually Sarah and Kibara. So it's how you divide so we have a tradition. Sarah is Kibara. What's the part of the tradition? We have the Sarah, who was there. The Nebuchadnezzar said, the Rabbi, the Rabbi, Yama, the Pharaoh. So what's that? Because remember, we recorded this before. After Hanani, we showed Azar for the Kishon. So Nebuchadnezzar says, I see four people, and one of them looks like an angel. How does Nebuchadnezzar know what an angel looks like? We love the translate, we know how they got that. I just know what it was like because Nebuchadnezzar saw the angel that night, everyone else was right down, and he was scared. So he was one of his two sons who said, like, you wish that for us, this look at the top of the hall, the Agamela, Bishop answered without being called the parents. So we'll say ultimately again, because we see Sanheriot and his two sons. We see that Sanheriot and his two sons are alive, they were out because ultimately again his two sons killed him. So also the fact that his two sons assassinated, which takes place after this event, tells us that Sanheriot and his two sons were spared from the wipeout of the entire Syria. So we stop over here. On to the rest of the fast, so we'll be here tomorrow. All right, so I'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our Torah sponsors for the year of Tafshin Day, the Tosim Shpachim, dedicating all the share drushos to this year's Zchus from Soros Levels for all of our Yisrael, our Torah sponsors for the month of Adar Haba, Living the Torah, Terry Yitzin, loving the his father, Dr. Harry Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Levin and Birmingham is memory of Mr. William Ziv Ben Shmuel, Yosef Shmuel Ben Yisrael. And our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther, Bas Elazar, and American Top Torah. All the things from America. The families later from all those who need a refuge, Shabbat, comedy, so it's not for sure. There's a Shabbat, more hostages, and allow our soldiers to be successful in all of us. Let's be dashed for us again with lots of these things. Hashem, today's daf is starting down in 94. We have to pick up on Sasha Kimmel, published piece 93b. Rabbi Amar the Morach of Adoni. It is about 10 lines up from before he gets wise. Rabbi Amar the Morach of Adoni. So this is fantastic. So Rabbi says, who has the ability, now literally translated, Morach of Adoni means the ability to smell and judge. Morach of Adoni, who has the ability to smell and judge, fit to go ahead and read. Whereas the Siddha Maraina Kishpot, Shabbat B'Tzadek Dalim, Malkina P'Nishim, what is this mean? That someone is able to smell and judge. So this idea is that one is able to go ahead and receive a judge. She says over here, my be a reach the more of my God, Shenariah, Papa, the Shofei, Yodea, Mi, Achai, Shemar, Lama, the idea is that there are people who possess such an acute sense of judgment. They're able to perceive that's which is right and that's which is wrong, without even hearing all the details, but are simply able to almost smell the MS. So the word of that word says, Arkosiva, where it goes to the terrible story. Arkosiva, also known as Arkosva. Arkosva, so Arkosiva, actually says here, Malchi Hortusvega. She was one of the Northern kings, one of the descendants of Herod. So he was king over Cloud Yisrael. Sparkles the mother of heritage. Sparkles the one for 2.5 years. I am Mashiach. Was the Sophie third Mashiach. On the way, the Mashiach is the Lord of Adon. And Mashiach says that he will go and smell the judgment. He doesn't need to hold on to the case. That is, he will just go ahead and literally smell that which is right and that which is wrong. So the verse says, so back home, but you think that you're Mashiach. Let's see, can you smell justice? Given the Chassid, once they saw that he was able to smell justice, so he was the false Messiah, and they killed him. They will say this is interesting, so about what the struggle to be exactly what happened back home. that Bar Kokhba was killed by the Jews. Other accounts have that Bar Kokhba was killed by the Romans. So again, either way, Kofa ultimately again leads the failed revolt. Just to point out, remember again, Rabbi Akiva thought that Bar Kokhba was Mashiach. So Bar Kokhba had a tremendous amount of support, not just as a people of Klal Yisrael, but as a potential Messiah figure as well. Okay, more goes right there. The Neo, the name Shal Ba'azari was simply Asher in by Kokhba, the Kokhba Ma'az, the skill of Kokhba, beyond the Ganas in the Kingdom, Asher Kokhba, Ma'amo Benekal Hazara. The long-term safer commercial positive. So it's not this concept highlighting the praises of Haran Mishal Azariah. So the word not goes to it, but Daniel Haran Mishal Azariah. My understanding by the Kopan, what does it mean to have no knowledge? Now, you feel about Fanny Amar, I feel Karifta, the Koslisa, Zohabable. It didn't even have like the puncture of the needle of blood. In other words, they were helping Baruch Hashem, they never even needed blood. My Vashakot, that he had strength to stand in the palace of the king. Already found out Rabbi Fanny and Rabbi should have both seen as Aslam and Asok, and Asichot, and Ashiko. It means that when they were before the king, they would refrain from any type of laughter, or any type of frivolous chatter, from sleep. And my meeting, I would ask for discussion and stuff of the bed, and they would abstain from going to the bathroom. They go back to the knees, because of reverence for the monarch. So as you ask yourself, so like, what's the shot like? What's so what does it matter for us? So say on a very simple level, perhaps the idea is like this: that we're able to abstain from frivolous laughter, frivolous chatter, sleep, and we're even able to restrain their bodily needs because they were in the presence of the king. If they could do all of those things in the presence of a human king, then Allah has come with a kavod, the ability that people have to exercise self-restraint, and the ability that we have in order not to engage in physicality, because we too stand before the king at that time. Incredible. However, Lazar, call me. So Lazar said that all of it, were all from Sheda. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shmuel, Barachmani, Amar, the other name, no, so disagree. So again, so Rabbi Shmuel Barachmani said, look, the was from Yudah, but everyone else was from other Shvatim. But that Asher Yitzim Nefah, Asher Toli Ikhu, Bahayu Svisim Be'echal Melach Tzavah. So the Apostle says, from your sons, that will come from you, the king will take them as Svisim. Svisim, my Svisim, what's a Svisim? So Rabbi, I'm a Svisim, Rabbi says it's like the king will often castrate his servant, or he should not be distracted by anything, and be holy and fully devoted to him. But if any Amar, she starts up on his RV. What it means is that Avodah was like cut off. It was castrated during their days, was that they had a ability to remove Avodah. Before someone was already in Ahab, it's crazy if he has that Avodah was to be castrated during their days. And it's sick. The Chava will eat the whole. Element of the species not the Chava, but eat the whole. The being that says that they were literal species. So what's the shot of the Pasuk? My the Chava is Chava Gura. It's an ultimately the Chava that has a final annual effect on them, a reference to the Kif Shanayish. The story before us that I spent yesterday on Taxi, Korea, nor not others by it. So Chava but it means again there was no fire nor the scent of smoke impacted as well. We should start some of the thing, and so according to the thing that says that Avodah was cut off during their days. I know they said Kamar Shul Nasari so saying Element the honor Swiss Hamish strike on the missions. The point is that says that they are managed Swiss. So ultimately again the possible Hashem makes reference of this level of degradation. Through verses Havaha could be that as well. Really the king castrated there. But also it's able to talk about Avodah Zarah during their days. It's incredible. We are going right there. Of course, the official line of the streets managed to be considered. Principally, it says they're managed to be seen. So the Apostle says, the Vesi will call us a Yad Vashem, Tov Mifanim Ubams. The Apostle says that the name that they established for themselves is even greater than potential physical offspring. So it makes sense they had no physical offspring. Elman Damish starts having authority they had. My Tov Mifanim Ubams. But they're not. If I use Mifanim Shahayulai, He's better. He this guy wrote recently by the king. They had children. Unfortunately, he was chosen. My shin over my shallow carries. What is now giving controlling on our country? That's what come from Puri. Says Sefer Nino, Shuri Crash. Of course, Sefer Nino, Sefer Nino is named obviously again by before mystics. More asks Joe, it's not that I know that Sefer Nino was named for the Nino. So that's actually mythic. Community the Ashkenaz, Ben Chachai, community the Ezra, the Henry Ben Chachai are mythic. So interesting enough, it says pretty much all of the words, what's going to come down in our Tanakh, like we have Sfar in Ezra and Nehemiah. In reality, it's the ultimate Sefer called Ezra. It was divided out later on. Mercy is very interesting. Most of Sefer Ezra was actually prophesied by Nehemiah. So that's why it's called Ezra and Nehemiah. So which was my time about every Sefer al Shmei. Why was it not called Sefer Nehemiah? Because ultimately in Nehemiah took a little bit too much credit for himself. Remember me, my God, for good. I have Nami, Damer Amra, Zachrini Hashem Besochnecha, Hakim Bishuasecha. I got also said remember me, takes credit almost like that, a little bit of requisite merits in order to go ahead and have this somebody was asking for us once. I was like, asking for funds from as well. So certain day, you see the reviews and show you. I was like, it's incredible. So in Nehemiah doesn't merit to have the same burden named for why. So he spoke disparagingly about the earlier ones. So what is this? Nehemiah, so those things is incredible that Ezra disparaged the beliefs of Nehemiah, disparaged the beliefs that came before him. The ultimate thing accused them of exploiting their position for personal gain. Now, it's fascinating was that even though he made up the right, it might have been that what he said was factual, you can't malign other Jews. You can't malign other Jews. Also, we saw this in yesterday's document that says that Chanaim Shlomo drowned in saliva, right? They drowned in spit. So the Marshal said, what does that mean? He caused the nations of the world to speak negatively about Klal Yisrael for their non-Jews. You can't speak negatively about Jews. You just can't. Even if what you're saying is true, even if a point has to be made, a point has to somehow be made, always holding up the same because the Jews never comes from people struggling together. So therefore, again, because they found out, perhaps truthfully, but nevertheless negatively spoke about Klal Yisrael, therefore he lost out having the same thing in the world. Furthermore, he was spoke negatively about the world. And we know on to God. Now, by the way, how do we know that Chicago? I don't know that he's great for him. So the Gemara says, could I see that? She's working with these next order. No, I'm doing the same. Right, you see, I need the nail of Adi as Hamara. I'm not sure you give me low as Hamara. I rather to go enough out of him. I even hope they are based. And I'm sure you will learn. So the Gemara says, so how do you know that the nail was greater than each other? Because when it was a dramatic vision, Daniel had the vision and no one else saw it. No one else saw about Daniel. It's not that Daniel saw it. No one else saw it. He felt that Daniel was greater. The Gemara says, who were these other people that the other things in the vision? The other prophets, there was no, they did not see the vision of themselves. Maybe pray. You know, it doesn't mean you are different. So it's interesting enough, certain respects. Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi was greater than Daniel. In other respects, Daniel was greater than them. How so? So the Gemara says, the evil road, the evil God. Interestingly enough, so Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi were considered before the 5 p.m. Daniel apparently was a lower grade. The evil are different guys. The evil Chazal, the evil Chazal. And Daniel was greater than them because Daniel had vision and they did not have this vision. So the rest says, okay, there's the problem. Afagam Binu no cousin, anything as like Afagam Binu no cousin, Maslayo cousin. Even though they didn't see it, their muscles was what is this? So often muscle refers to like astrological signs. These kinds of psychic follows. Every person has a malach, right? Every person has like a very certain control. And I think it's for them. So watch watch the like the signs me. So sometimes there are things that might also like my malach that I don't see. Yet again, it's like this synergistic connection between myself and my malach. And therefore, we want to suggest over here that even if I don't see something, my malach sees something, so that has an impact. Marcel Rabbi Shramina, Haiman, the Matis, Afagati, Rochazi, Mazlay, Chazi. So it's fascinating. Sometimes, like, once I see those little person because it exists by fear, and the fear doesn't even make sense, right? Fear itself could be illogical. But what is it? Sometimes when a person is gripped by fear, but they don't know why. Sometimes they think that I saw something, saw something, I saw something, and that's having an impact on me. Incredible. So you must content. So what's the technique for that? In other words, also, let's say a person is gripped by fright. You can't exactly sure, right, what the sign is, but I know that I want to be out of this situation. Then show me, don't take Arbagamidi. As much as you do, jump away from your present spot, Dalaramas. Jump away, Dalaramas. Inari, Bikriashma, or Sishma, the Kai the Mokamam to Novas, and if ultimately you're standing in a place where Allah said get a fear. So you can't say Shema, what should you say? Lema Hafi, say the following. He said, the goat of the slaughterhouse is fatter than okay. So perhaps he was teaching us, Rabbi is teaching us, three perhaps in life where a person is gripped by fear. And there are times in life where I can't even understand what fear is. What's the type of fear? Fear is paralyzing. That's why fear is very scary. Because fear is literally paralyzing. What you do in life in so that's the possibility. Number one, jump down skis, move yourself forward. Number one, don't allow fear to paralyze you. Move yourself forward, even if it's only $. Whatever you do, don't bring it with you. Because one thing is if you remain in place, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? You remain in place. Right? You don't do that. So first thing was by fear, thoroughly move yourself, even if it's only a little bit of amount, move yourself forward a way. Number two, say Shema. Say Shema. What is it like? Anchor yourself in Shema. Shema is the ultimate which I tell myself about it. The greatest antidote to fear is our relationship with the Ribono Shalom. So you cease by that unintelligible and paralyzing fear. Say Shema. Get yourself from the that's what you cause to move forward. And we'll say, lastly, what should you do? Say the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than you. What is that? What is that? Sometimes when we'll say fear is nonsensical. So sometimes the way to shake off fear is to say, this isn't enough. This is enough. So that statement of the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me, just like a statement that I can't. How do you feel these statements? Most of us reaction is the statement. You feel a little bit, right? It's like a smile, right? Like the idea of this is so intense, we're paralyzed by things that aren't real. They're not real. They're perceived. So sometimes what you need to do is break the hold of fear by saying something like shtickle nonsensical. To say a little nonsensical, kind of like change the mood a little bit, and you're able to move yourself forward. Gripped by paralyzing fear, before you move yourself forward, and you yourself to another struggle, and remind yourself that it's not real. If you do those three things, or even if it is real, it's not as real as it actually feels. You'll be able to move yourself forward, even when it's against the localizing fear. Incredible. So Marshall the name wrong. So the Gemara says, sorry, the Markaham Shardan Shalom increase of Dashmarkam story. The Teman called them Shabbat. So Teva Asua is that Sasam Shalom say general of them in the middle of a buzzard. Right? He's open. And only the end of the word is closed. The end of this word, then in the middle is closed. Because Shmuel Gulaso is Kiskil Mashiach. So it's incredible. It's Kiskil the king of Yehuda. So Kashmach was the Kiskil Mashiach. The Sakhirev Kohu Pogel. Remember again, Sakhirev, who comes out down with this Kiel. Hashem will remember again, there's this Kohu Pogel, which is this ultimate showdown between good and evil, which precedes the Messianic era. So Hashem wanted to make his Mashiach and Sancherev. Gogu Mother. I want to meet this at the day of Shalom. Shomer Kamashir says, "Lo asisa Mashiach." So the midas I can match with the street justice goes to Rothschild. Rothschild is it's almost like there's like a system of checks and balances like the Hazan Baruch. Rothschild is ready to go and make his skill mela. This is what somebody was fearing this. Somebody was fearing this skill, and he didn't make somebody Mashiach. So the Gemara says, "Lo asisa Mashiach." This skill shas is for Komisim. Right? So this skill also called Misma level. So again, his ultimately again, he did so many miracles for, and yet unfortunately he didn't see Shira. That was saying so much Shira. He's going to do so many miracles. He didn't see Shira. You're going to make him Mashiach. The fact is that different men, right? That represents Mashiach. The mem was closed. It's closed. Hashem wanted to make his Mashiach. Then the mem was closed because then he doesn't like to shut it down. Preventing Hiskio from becoming Mashiach. Everyone say, what do you see here? What do you see here? What preventing Hiskio from becoming Mashiach is lack of Shiva. It's lack of Shiva. You see from him power of gratitude instead of Rebbe Hashem. And the ability to bring this and tell it another is not only Shiva, but Shiva at all times. Shiva in times of good, Shiva in times of challenge, Shiva in times of happiness, Shiva in times of tragedy. That is the avoda of the year. That is the quality of Mashiach. The ability to sing Shira to HaKadosh Baruch Hu no matter what's happening in life. Gemara goes like to Miyad, Plus Ha'aretz V'Amar L'Panav Ribon L'Shalom. This was such a beautiful flower. The earth says Hashem. Ani Omer Stefanecha Shira T'Chas Tzadik Zeh V'Aso Mashiach. Wow. V'Aso Mashiach. The earth says Marshall, please make Chizkiyo Mashiach. I didn't sing Shira. I'll sing Shira. I'll sing Shira in his behalf. Gemara says Plus Amar Shira L'Panav Shneimar. Our Sarah Olive in front of Shalom Sitzono Fasal Tzaddik. So ultimately again, Sarah Olive, which is the meaning of Rashi says, Malach Shekol Olam Masar B'Gadol. Whatever this means, it means it's like Malach, it's like universe, he's the Baruch Hu delegates to him. So Sarah Olam said to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Sarah Olam showers so the Sarah Olam says, again, it seems like the universe is acting on behalf of the Tzaddik. That's the Vaskov Amra, Razi. So we'll say, so the Sarah Olam says, let's go. Now the earth says, Shira, she didn't say Shira, so Shira is back. If you not said, Razi, the secrets of the world are for the Tzaddik. My mind, and his skill is not going to be Mashiach. Amar Nabi. Oily. I the plus. So the Nabi said, woe to me, right? Crow. Orange. Now the Nabi now is lamenting. Mashiach is not yet come. So saying, when will Mashiach come? Yaz is a Baskal Avra. Bogdin, Ubadu, Ubagar, Bogdin, Ubadu, Ubagar, Bogdin, Bogdin, I'm not even going to be struck. At the Asu, Moses say. Until I guess we are enemies of it. Unfortunately, Rabbi has to suffer much until Mashiach comes. Master Gomer and I call him Shomer Man, Laila Shomer Man, Emmanuel. I'm going to be open on. Duma Shmo. The monk who's in charge of the winds, his name is Duma. So the says, let's get to call Luchos Kitzal Duma. So all of the winds came to Duma. Amrulo Shomer Man, Laila Shomer Man, so essentially, if you take a look at Rashi says over here, Sarah Ruchos, Shanishomos, the Kalos as well, Bahinu Masa, Duma Kat, Abartuma, like, so it's not Rashi states that Ruach over here is not weird, but instead Ruach is Shabbos. This is the Malach who's in charge of all of Shabbos. So everyone comes to this Malach and asks him, Shomer Nani, not Davar, Masaki, Sakula Mara, and Elzah. When is Kuja going to come? Looks like it's incredible, by the way, to see first time I here. We often say that we are the only ones in mankind, godly soul, but the only ones constantly and consistently pushing for Mashiach. You begin to see something else. The world wants Mashiach. The world wants Mashiach. The universe wants Mashiach. And everything is constantly pushing for Mashiach. So the Moses Amar Shomer, Asa Boker B'Dal Bayla, Intibayun Bayun Shuv Asai. So we'll say, so what is this? So the Shomer says, also Bokim will come, so ultimately again, it's going to be, the Bokim will come, the Torah will come, but at the end of the day, only after it. Like Rashi says, also Bokim the Tviya. This one, the Lakasabul, the Nachal, Amal, the Sar, Transfer, Shomer, the Shrahu, also Bokim, Gula Taval, the Gam Laila, about the Tviya goes up. Morning will come, but before morning, there will be a great night. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "Amar Shomer Asa Boker Pekam Laila Imti Bayun Shuvah Sai." So right before morning will come. But when morning will come, number one, Imti Bayun. If you're informed, God is not going to bless anything if you don't yearn for it. And number two, Shuvah Sai. Ultimately, again, we have to do Shuvah. Shuvah Sai. It's interesting. He's using many elements to think about. But here, the Malach who's in charge of the Neshama says, what's Mishpach waiting for? Remember what he wants? He needs us for it. We don't want the bad news of the He's one dollar children. But these two elements, and at the end of the day, Mashiach will come. Incredible. Turn the show around, Rabbi Papas. Kenai Uchizkiel B'Skai Doshlo HaMashira Hashem Pascha Azar Mashiach. First of all, the lines that fell up. Why is fine? It was embarrassing for Skiel. He didn't say Shiva until the earth came along and said Shiva. Shneimar, the Knaf Arts and Yoshamana Tzila Tzadi. Kelton never Atomer. But Yomer Yisro, so we'll say other examples of situations where Klal Yisrael did not say Shiva, so someone else reminded us to do it. Yomer Yisro, Baruch Hashem Shnetzla Esem. Yisro says, blessed is God who saved to Klal Yisrael. So the Moshe Shurim, Rabbi Papis, Naikul, the Moshe, Bishisha, Shalom Amru Baruch Ad Sheba Yisrael Baruch Hashem. It was embarrassing for Moshe and Klal Yisrael. Moshe and Klal Yisrael didn't say Baruch Hashem, but Yisrael came on and said, now again, remember, Moshe and Klal Yisrael said Shira as Yashem Moshe and Yisrael, but no one used the formulation of Baruch Hashem until Yisrael came on. It was embarrassing that Yisrael was the innovator of this, not Klal Yisrael. Vayichat Yisrael. So also it's interesting, Vayichat. What does that mean? Rav Shmuel, Rav Amar, She'ever Cherev Chada Al B'Saro. He circumcised himself. Israel was so impressed. So I'm like, Klal Yisrael wasn't trying to raise a Klal Yisrael giving some first meal. Shmuel says, She'eser Chadidim Kol B'Saro. Got goosebumps. Why? So where it says, Amarav, Shmuel said, it's interesting that goosebumps are understood to me. The Israel was overwhelmed by what happened to Mitzrayim. Again, as much as he was born, he was a member of the Mosul, he was a member of the nations of the world. He was very overwhelmed by what he saw happen to the Gentile nation of Egypt. So, It's very important to say that in front of the converts, do not disparage Gentiles unto the generations. So, those things are fascinating. And I want to know some of the converts when they say, Gershon is guided. That you know the dummy. Any person. It's true that he's a new person. Those have a fascinating. It's because I'm a new person, doesn't mean I don't have a past. Doesn't mean I don't have a past. Which I said, separately contradictory. Everybody's well okay. So it says, he says it's a fact about what you say about Gentiles and converts. Because at the end of the day, a person came from that world. So if it's disparaging of that world, that person is going to feel that they say, Israel, never again. Israel left everything. Circumcise all these things. But at the end of the day, that's the world he came from. And because of that, there was a sensitivity there. Where it says, be cognizant of that sensitivity. Where it says, nothing. Shalach Adam Hashem Tzvatos and Mishmar of Razon. I'm Mishmar of Razon. I'm not the Faru. Remember, there's a lot of illusion. This world here is battle between Senators. So let Hizkiah, who has a people, let him come and conquer, become exact punishment from Senators who has. So then what Hizkiah says, yell at Manu, and you can yell at Hamishra al Shekmo, Shmo, Eliois, El Gibor, Ad, Shalom, Iva, Hizkiah. Okay, what about his actually Hizkiah? This was an interesting enough Hizkiah my narrative is the name right in the specific name, Shechasku Ka. This is an interesting Other possibilities, once again, is restricted. I wise open up in the process, strengthening the bond between problem solving and problem solving. Something also today, Vanessas, Showmanessas, Sargon, Sanbar, Baba, Mekiva. Okay, I agree. Because what about first word says also that's descriptive. The word says she's he was very quarrelsome in the way that he spoke. We're going to spoke quarrelsome as he wrote the Ragar. She's soft, very foreign that literally again he spoke and he was defined with his words throughout Kodesh Baruch. It's very incredible. So it's already of the famous of Russian also Sankara Yakira. That's the first thing. So Sankara, if you look at some of these movies, including Sankara, it's actually some pretty significant titles. Sankar, Rava, Yakira. This had a Sankar poem. Yakira is precious. How was that favorite used? The visual speaker, the user side, so what's like this is why it's the favorite right now. Remember, it's a favorite. It caused much destruction. Yet never spoke disparagingly about that anti-social Myanmar. Like Kafka, how Eris cards. So I say this is incredible. So favorite means executing Jews. What do you think to Jews? I'm going to take you to a land that is like Jordan. Does the state of land better? That means that the land is careful about how to spoke about their Israel. So Rabbi Shmuel, will say, so one says that Sanhedrin was very wise, one says that they were very foolish also. The one about the KFIL, according to the one who said that the smart king, from the Arab, Amru, Kamashakris. So I said, so all the only thing which is smart king because so some period of view, if you tell the Jews I'm taking you to a better land, there's nothing better than this job. And if you dismiss words and things, like my normal expectation, if I do this, so take you to a land like your land, my normal expectation, maybe in a sense it's a foolish thing. Yeah, I mean, it was like, he's married. I'm sorry, my normal expectation, anything my person. One says he was foolish is he said he was trying to be buying the so he kept the other liberties to a similar type of land. Why would he pay it back? He should have told him it's better that he could have what we really want. Okay, then Gemara says, my name is Rothschild. Where do you see what's a super down kind of business? They system. Why? Because people don't speak everything. So Jews, South Jews, so I said, such an incredible idea. So one of my thought we will have a emergency care of exile of the Jews to the verse of Rafiki. Rafiki, and you know, I'm a hurry is small. Alright, so fine, exile. Avon is still sick with the use of violence as well. Unfortunately, as much as some kind of devastating everything about violence as well, well, this girl could speak negatively about violence as well. Matu, Matu, Sos, when it comes to this place called Sos, Amrin, Shadiot Shiade, they called it Sos, they named it Sos because they said, oh, this new land is just as nice as our land. Matu Amrin, with the king is called Amrin, Amrin. He said, ultimately, again, this is like our land as well. Matu Sos Trade, but it came to a place called Sos Trade. Amrin al-Shad Trade. He said, this is twice as hard as Israel. So what I was said, the downfall of concepts. We find ourselves in new lands, and we see ourselves where we are is actually better than Israel. And that's okay. That is just the classic show of how it's better than Israel. So again, something to be learned from everyone, people are something. So it was always people like how we spoke about the same thing, how we spoke about the land. It's incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. The Gemara says, good. Good. So the Sachas Kivodo, he called Kivodo, Tachas Kivodo, Kivodo, Babish. That's Takas people mamish that both kind was like this is talking about again when Sanhedrin's army was defeated. So how was it defeated? So the verse Takas Odo Okvok mamish. Sanhedrin's army, they're going to see their bodies remained intact. They were killed by having to shamas considered. So the verse Yoga Yokonos correlate the Mani with the Math big use side. That the Yokonos is clothing those things that give me also it's actually very reminiscent as you look at this contest that even it's still like Safrano, that's actually a short so many shaman signed up, we were going to the furnace and make sure that they're wearing proper clothing. The clothing is the thing that gives how you dress says a lot about the person you are. How you dress is certain things ultimately telegraphs the message about the to that particular effect. Because it's therefore your clothing is what keeps you on that. We look for most of our tatas, go no matter as they are. Mala also is the shama of the time. After the shama of the time. So just like by the death of Aaron's sons, so remember again, the fire kingdom incinerated their instruments, but their bodies were attacked. So too when Sanhedrin's army was killed, then the Shem's were incinerated, but their bodies remained attacked. So we're associated with there was something called Paro, Sheffield Das, when you fact is from the Expo. This is the Paro, less Hashem himself, like this Paro says, we actually look for Hashem Kolo. So Paro himself, blasphemed, his punishment comes directly for Paro. So Erev Shafir, what's the other base on the base? So Erev Shafir is Adi Shabia. That's the Erev ultimately again, kind of blasphemy. HaKadosh Baruch Hu nifra mimenu, so ultimately again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu exactly punishment from him through each Shadia. This was going on. This verse says, I don't think they Pharaoh says, who is Hashem? So God directly blasphemes. Who is Hashem that I should listen to? New fact is probably going to be answered. From him himself. It's it. Ba'inar Hashem Esposai himself. Right? By Yamsuf. Hashem himself stirred the water of Yamsuf. See, the Yamsuf. So David gets Yad Malachas Hashem. So ultimately again, Yad Malachas Hashem. So ultimately again, Sanhedrin says the ends of things is the degradation upward. So Nifrak, Sanhedrin doesn't cease to drink out a statement of blasphemy, but rather means that it is that. So therefore again, it says Nifrak comes for us, I use Shanda. It's rather exactly for him, as what you say. Yisrael Malach Hashem Yach, and Machane Hashem, this is remember again, this was the testimony where this essentially said, like, responsible, there was no advice of anything upset. I'm going to go to sleep, you that night, last night, 185,000 soldiers died in their sleep. Just died. So that, if you notice, the Rothschild appears, wasn't that powerful to be off themselves, but ultimately, again, staircase up. This was Malach's fellow audience. 12% the Malach. Why did that? Class directly. Therefore, I was responsible for exactly much like that. I mean, about Papa running things. Tomorrow, so see the tomorrow. So what's it very interesting? So the word says, tomorrow. So which really means the heavens are gold. And then it says Mother so Mother looking at the downside of flowing, right? That's special character. Mother Pizza in Shire, Mother Pizza in the Mother Pizza much more pure Shamata. So it's this one top stuff, one of the historical archive, and another, Omer Oscar Russia. It's a lot after pure Shamata. That got after pure Shamata. That's what you can see. Unbelievable inspirations of something. It says, first, I will destroy the house of God in this world. And afterwards, again, I will destroy the house of God in the celestial sphere. Spiritual, mighty, utter. Hashem Amar Elai. So this is very interesting. fascinating ideas about Santana. Santana felt that he received divine instructions to go on this trail. He thought this was a divinely orchestrated message. So that's the thing again. So again, the point is that so here it says, when I march against Yerushalayim, that explicit instruction from God, Hashem Adonai, Malay Allah, Hashem has said to me, come to this land. Which is pretty wild. So essentially saying that he's by the word of God. So my was what he's talking about. We're just here. So many years and these guys, essentially, Kaiser has a control. Kaiser Maas, and also, again, it's national. Instead, they have gone ahead and come to Rothschild and not the explanation of this concept, we have no idea what it's talking about. Right? We have no idea what it's talking about. So what is it? So the Gemara says, my comment. So the Gemara says, Chalaf, because I'm a people of this study. So this nation has forsaken the kingdom. Right? This nation has forsaken like a major that are kind of bullshit. Where the Shiva worms, like come on, this nation, come on, nothing that can look after them in such a kind and beautiful way. We have all that, right? They have forsaken that. It's for you, and instead of again, they go ahead and go ahead and essentially travel desire. I'm going to go for the ladies. Mars is here is so here's enough to do all these tasks. Because Christ like obviously that which they hold most dear. So we go, Mars actually Mars what is it again? Was the king of Malchus Israel. He was in Russia. See, how was he such a Rosh Hashanah? Also, many saw those who could not see them. He was equally in 40 kitchens. 40 servants. So apparently, again, kitchen was a big dessert. Just a big dessert. I'm not going to try it, right? And so nice again, he would eat all of these pigeons and he still would not be full. And let's say, what is that highlight? What is that highlight? What is this type of lifestyle? I will say, well, all this are out there. General, whenever you see all this are what you see inside of the Zara, he's in this deep behavior. Like the Shem Shal Baruch Shemektel, what's the link between Avodah Zarah and Avodah Hashem? What's the link on Avodah? Avodah Zarah is to make God in your image. Avodah Hashem is to make myself in God. What is it that we can't talk about Avodah Zarah? So say, if you go to my center, you're the right person. Avodah Zarah is, even when Christ worshiped Avodah Zarah, it's not like we stopped worshiping Hashem. Very often, it was Hashem with Avodah Zarah. So if you worship Hashem, why do you need Avodah Zarah? Avodah Zarah is great. How does Avodah Zarah work? Here's how it works, right? It comes from but not so in this situation. If you want to start your own idolatry, right? Step one is write down all the stuff you want to do in life, right? All the stuff you really want to do. Okay? Then make a new system of theology that allows for all of that. Right? So all the stuff you want to do, suddenly again, not only it's a mucker, but it's a mitzvah. And then all the stuff that you really don't care about necessarily, make that all the most assets. Right? So all the stuff you really want to like, you want a rayas, you want targets, you want to look like that, because all of the mitzvahs. Right? That's Avodah Zarah. That's Avodah Zarah. So wherever you see Avodah Zarah, you see a highest form of humanistic business. That's what it's all about. It's actually not about the theology. It's really never about the theology. It's about that Hakadosh Baruch Hu has very high expectations of us. And therefore he tells us we can't do a lot of stuff. Why? To hold us to a high standard. Avodah Zarah, but I don't want to do that stuff. So I create a new system of theology to allow for all of that to occur. So in fact, that Jeremiah is eating all of his pigeons, but he can't be satiated. Why? Because he's only Avodah Zarah. Only Avodah Zarah. Okay, the Lord was like, late Saturday, one says, she also literally had this stuff. It's incredible. What was his skills? His skill, he had a little bit of vegetables, and he would be full. He'd be full. What's the kid? He was a kid. He had anything he wanted, but he didn't eat a lot. He did not eat a lot. Rabbi also says that sometimes when we become a little bit too wrapped up in material, that may be an implication that our relationship with the Kodesh Baruch Hu might not be after. I will say, remember, all of us have a void. We have an emptiness in life. And we're always trying to fill it. It just is have a relationship with Hakadosh Baruch Hu, and I'm filling it with the right things. If I don't relationship with Hakadosh Baruch Hu, and I'm filling it with all of the wrong things. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back to so again, because of Father's own nonsense, Hashem says that the bring against you the king of Ashur. The Chalav Yehuda Sheta Ba'avar Atzava Yagidah. Ella, my time, and it shows us there again. So Sancheriv hears this. Sancheriv hears all this stuff. And he hears the Navi literally says, because it's going to point out, Sancheriv was the king of Ashur. The Navi literally says, because of your non-compliance, right, because of your terrible behavior, I'm bringing against you in Ashur. So Sancheriv says, okay, God wants me to do this. So if God wants me to do this, the Gemara says, if that's the case, then I can't understand. So Sancheriv actually did the will of God, why wasn't punished? The Gemara says, no, the answer is a shocking study. Even your authentic Yerushalayim. So Sancheriv was the tool of Hashem to exact punishment against the 10 tribes. He was the one who was responsible to exile the 10 tribes. He had no business in Yerushalayim. But Sancheriv set his sights in Yerushalayim as well. Finally, Kilo Mu'afa Hashem Mitzvah was a minister am Ayif Matarbi Mi'amat. So ultimately, again, so the Rabbi tells Sancheriv, you oversteps. You're at Moldova, but you've got Russian coming to tribes. You set your sights on Yerushalayim, so that you don't have any power. Right? Ultimately, again, literally, you cannot go ahead with the Am Ha'ayis, so the entire nation. Because I use the entire nation, which is the Klal Yisrael. So the entire nation. But interesting, it's not tired because of suffering. Tired because we toil and toil. Tired because we're constantly building a relationship with other people. So ultimately, again, the nation that's tired cannot be handed over in the hands of the Rabbi. Where it says, my case, and you should kill our arts and a fuck the Achon, every item, Kano Hakayu, go through Shavi, Shekilim Alein, all Torah. So ultimately, again, they're not like the audio of this scriptures from Malchus Yisrael. We threw off from them the yoke of Torah. About a foil of Malchus Yisrael, Shekilim Alein, all Torah, where we had a lot of Lasos Lamis to over Ayam, we could dark Ayam. So it's fascinating. So Sancheriv, you can have control over Malchus Yisrael. Why? Because Malchus Yisrael threw off the yoke of Torah. And when you throw off the yoke of Torah, you have a lack of divine protection, but you have no control ultimately again over Malchus. Malchus Yisrael, they took upon themselves the yoke of Torah, and they were deserving of miracles, like literally again, like the splitting of the earth and the splitting of the earth. So the Gemara says, so Sancheriv, if you turn back, right, and you don't go to war against Malchus, but you become God, ultimately, again, it will turn you into a degradation amongst the nations. Right? Rashi says over here, you'll become a source of degradation, right? The laughing stock amongst the this is the Sancheriv. So it's interesting enough, Sancheriv didn't have the contribution by the 10 tribes of Malchus Yisrael, but his mistake was going after Malchus. Yudah was going after the base of the planting Sharai. So the word was like that. So Achari had Tarim, Bahema Saib, Basa Kendra Fashor, Bayabo Yudah, Bayichan Allah Orna Silos, Bayomer Ka'am Filah. So ultimately, against Sancheriv makes the mistake, and he goes ahead and marches on Yerushalayim. So the Gemara says, Hi Rishna, the Ayat Hashav, Rashi says over here, if you Nisha, no, trust him. Everyone asks this interesting question. Why was this Yod deserving? why was his deserving of kindness? We'll say as much as his is successful over Sanhedrin, there's a lot of anxiety, there's a lot of difficulty. So this was such a time that why did he deserve to have this fear of Sanhedrin? Yeah, it's running by this. So I'm Rabbi what happened? So Rothschild swore that Sanhedrin was going to come on, was going to go ahead and march against his kill. What happened? My son Sanhedrin, on the circle of the other. So I said, here's what happened. Rothschild says like this: if I tell his kill that I'm bringing Sanhedrin against you, but don't worry, because you're going to be successful. What is Chizkiyahu going to say? Amar, Rohana, Beina, hello, be specific. Probably do me a favor. I appreciate what you're trying to do, because remember again, by bringing Sanhedrin against Chizkiyahu, and then by delivering a stunning victory to Chizkiyahu didn't do anything. Rothschild wiped out the entire army of Sanhedrin. There was a massive Kiddush Hashem. There was a massive, wave of it. If Chizkiyahu would have said, God, it's okay, let's call it even, right? Don't bring Sanhedrin, don't bring the others. Right? There's too much anxiety, too much fear that's going to cause, just leave it alone. Yeah, covers Rothschild with Ishba, and I see no way. Rothschild therefore swore and said, no, I'm bringing Sanhedrin. Nishba Hashem Tzavakos the Lord, and Lo Kasher Denisi Kenaisa, the Kasher Yatzti Hitakum, the Shbar Asher Ba'asi, Va'al Abusenu, Sar Me'alem, Oli, Savalo Me'al Shek Moyasor. So Rothschild said, that was Sanhedrin Skaito. Yasa obviously is going to Skype. I'm going to bring Sanhedrin, and Sanhedrin and his Hebron, they're going to become like a trough. They're like a trough for Chizkiyahu and his kingdom. So I want to point out what a profound Gemara this is, right? Because sometimes I will say, we have this book, sometimes the Sefer Siburo Shoshatis. He brings this down by Yaakov Avinu. That after Yaakov found out, there's no Sefer alive. So the Siburo Shoshatis says, it's probably clear that Yaakov would have thought to himself that this was powerful. I'm so happy that Yosef is alive. I didn't work that well. But I have a counter proposal. Instead of everything working out well, why don't you instead what? Leave it alone. And you could have spared me. Ultimately again 20 plus years of ministry. That's why the pasuk says that he offered up kavaros to the king. Yaakov offered up kavaros not as his father. What was Yitzchak was Judas Hakim. Justice. Sometimes justice says we don't understand why Yitzchak does things. So it's interesting because Yitzchak knew that had he divulged his plan to Chizkiyahu and said, God, sounds great, but don't do it. Don't do it. If everything's going to end happily ever after, just leave things alone. I must say so many times alone. We have this fundamental question. Yeah, things work out. I'm in a stressful crisis situation, that have sexual love. There's like these things. But why did you do it? Very nice you brought the salvation, but the same God who brought the salvation is also what? The same God who brought the crisis. So I can counter both of the problem. Don't bring the crisis and move the salvation. So that's the control of the problem. That's what the devotion runs the world. And somehow the crisis was necessary. It's not just the resolution that's necessary. Crisis itself was necessary. Sometimes those are things that we just will never understand. It's called a revisor. Says the Gemara, let's have that. So don't worry, everything's going to be okay. And the yoke of Sanhedrin will be lifted upon you. Shman. The word Shman means the oil. What's the oil? So it's on these stuff now, but it's beautiful. Literally again, the yoke of Sanhedrin was lifted upon from Klal Yisrael because of the oil of this yoke. What flow of this yoke was beautiful. There was constant oil, constant oil represents life. Constant light burning it, all over Malchus different times of skill. What did Chizkiyahu do? He put a sword at the entrance of the Beis Medrash, and he said, he says, whoever leads the Beis Medrash will be stabbed with this sword. Now, what is this mean? It's really going to kill people left Beis Medrash? No, it's figurative. But Chizkiyahu was trying to tell Klal Yisrael what the idea. Torah is not of recreational pursuit. Torah is life. Torah is life. And if you don't have it, then you won't life. Torah is, that's what you were saying. We'll say, sometimes we look at Torah, oh, it's Torah, it's very nice, it's beautiful. Or like another person has a beautiful question. He points out, which he says, they always intrigued how people fall asleep during the drasha. So that's what it is. He said people fall asleep during the drasha. It's not anything now. Not it's like Israel. We're not going to the idea, right? Can you imagine? Right? You're lost in a bad neighborhood. We'll say these are the days. This is a day to rush. Like the fall day. And you're in a bad neighborhood. And you go to a gas station to go ahead and get directions. And the guys give you the directions. And can you imagine what directions you use? Right? So no one's nodding off, and you know why? Because that's going to save your life. Just if you realized that words of Torah literally are life-saving. If words of Torah are life-saving, then you never got off. Sometimes right? Or whatever. So, and not everybody is an orator. Okay, it's fair. Right? On the nice side, a lot of it is us. It's easy to blame someone else for not being entertaining enough or engaging enough. A lot of it is us, and how we really talk about it. It's a beautiful part. It's a beautiful idea. It's not a beautiful part. It's not a beautiful idea. It's life-saving directions. That's what Christo was trying to hide. This Torah was there not as a punitive measure, but to show Torah is not something nice. Torah is life-saving. If you have it, it will literally save yourself from making such dramatic bad decisions or mistakes. If you don't have it, then unfortunately, you've been constantly to find myself in such negative straits. So let's finish up this process. Where it says, but from down by Beersheba, they checked from Dan until Beersheba, but a matzu amaretz with gas from the tickets. There was not an amaretz. There was no one who was hearing the words of Torah all the way from gas until the tickets. But a matzu tinok v'tinokes ish v'isha shelo hayu b'kinim v'lochos tuma v'tara. And everyone was well versed in the laws of tuma and tara. Omer Yabayamahu Ish Atlas Baka Ushim Tzor was so minute. So let's say so incredible. First of all, just to understand the level of scholarship which existed during the days of Hiskio. Everyone was first, everyone was knowledgeable, everyone again was like, by the way, what? Not a sex office, right? Not Hilfo Shabbos, not what they're referring to here. Right now, what was a Tumatara? We'll say, what happens when we get to Tumatara? What happens? Come on, what happens? You look ahead and you say, how long is this going on? All right? When is this going to be over? Let's say, those halachos people. Everyone, men, women, children, were versed in the halachos of Tuma and Tara. And also, again, in those days, the Gemara says, people had very simple material aspirations. Right? They had a cow, they had 2 sheep, and they were happy. So I was like, so they were happy with very small things materially, and furthermore, they had $12 worth of grapes. They just kind of lying waste. People were neglecting their fields. Why were they neglecting their fields? Because they put their full on the fields. I will say was the oil which represents the ongoing commitment to spiritual during the days of the struggle that ultimately again allowed them to be over it's much more to say. Pretty much. After one incredible week. All right, everybody's in Shabbos, everyone. Nice. Right, so water source. Rachel will say, good morning, let us begin like taking all of our sponsors for this morning show to thank our annual program sponsor. To go to Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael. Again, we want to show instructions this year as it's the first for service levels for Yisrael. And the service sponsors for the month of Adar, while we were in the like that, it's the team. The love of the Times Partner that have currency search and this by calling the Z of the and from the families and many of the Romans who said that Shmuel that we destroy. All the government sponsors and that Amber and the golden religious expert. Boston Motors, the have many sponsors, Louis Rakowski and many of Ida Kasavsky and Lindsay Blackstein, supporting the company that they're of our country. All of them are shops out there for the family take it all. All of those removers, which have been employees, so it's 12% actually, they move all our languages, so on second, she's accessible call of the certificates. Let's do that. Let's go. Today's time decided to give a 93. We are starting on inside today's $100, 92, 20 minutes up from the product, but we got this. So the doors are over. All of water. Those as far as culture in the high flood come in the process. Analysts are single dropping this. Anyone that's not, looking at them around companies are coming to benefit from these possessions will not see drop off rapidly. The person is supposed to share his possessions with something common, meaning supports Torah. But if a person does not choose his possessions to support Torah, will never go ahead and see blessing from those possessions. What's the logic over here? We're talking about someone who does not utilize his resources outside of help Torah, thinking that by then he'll have more for himself. So therefore the halacha says doesn't work that way. If you don't use your resources to go and help Torah, at the end, the whole thing you'll just have less for yourself. Shia Amar. It's really a clock. You know, to both. The A3 element, come to Shema Sudi Mashar, Shem, Korek, Bamra, Lazo, Lazo says house. Each thing of a hop. Kosher, Mishai, the Passage, in a Rosa, Lucky over. If at the end of the meal, you don't eat over bread on the table, you will not see blessing. Which means, make sure to always put over some bread on your table. Okay? So the Lord says, on the other hand, and the Lord says, Shema eats through the whole, I can't even go to go, but I, the Lord says, I'll have a when the Shaykh is season on Shulchan, he know all about it. I, but the Lord said, whatever you pieces of whatever is table, ultimately is as if they worship idolatry. So it's not like, obviously, the believing on the bread is not a good thing. So the Lord says, Shema, and the God that Shulchan, the mother-in-law said, for Kapsha, how do you eat the Shema behind the Hara? How do you like the Shema behind it? So apparently, the Abolazar of God, because when you worship the waters, you know, little pieces of it together with a whole bowl. So if you need little pieces with a whole bowl, that's what it's like Abolazar. But just go ahead and eat pieces, that's what you see with Abolazar. So what's the shot that we get over bread? We eat over bread. That presents the sinning bracha in one's house. So first of all, this is a little bit more of almost like a Havdalah type motif of overflowing the cup. Right? The idea is that there's extra, so someone overflow the cup of Havdalah because again we want it to be that ability our cup runs over. That's what we want. So giving over extra that indicates that there's surplus in the home. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that a local miss a person eat everything. That means I exercise some level of self-control. What's Kedusha? What's Kedoshim to you? Rahman says, Kadosh is asking Chabanashim is moderation. Is even not just drink like mutter, so even that which is mutter, I limit myself, I moderate myself. So perhaps that's the shot as well. If I have and I don't eat everything, but I leave a little bit over, that's ultimately that's a display of moderation. And where there's moderation, ultimately there's Kedusha. Okay? Now, the translation actually says that the Kalmach, word means a person changes his voice, which means it's only the person that's trying to conceal his identity, but the truth is not that his word also must be the person that doesn't keep his word. So whoever doesn't keep his word, it's as if he worships idolatry. See, you see the other things I say, to Hassan, how the him a massive tattoo. Very awesome. which the other so we start off the erva, hashdo eres. So we're going to translate. Whoever looks at the erva, whoever looks at erva, so discuss what this means. Hashdo eres. The soul is empty. What is that? And it wasn't actually hashdo eres. What she says over here, not so where it says sorry, Korach, Kishri, and Shalom, we are shameful. So that's just the easier of your idea. We'll discuss what everyone means. But if a person looks at Erba, which means some types of some things that we would say, cash from the areas. Rashi understands this the American ability, he becomes infinite. He becomes infinite. Like, so, coach in the show, so, so he died that's got a little out there. Actually, the highlight the ancient speech. Catch the word. So, first approach of Rashi is that literally one looks at something you're not supposed to be looking at. So, I think if I look at things I'm not supposed to be looking at, or the second approach of Rashi is that a person thinks about a married woman. In his own life, he thinks about a married woman. Either we're talking about some type of either illicit thoughts or illicit or actually illicit either. You're looking at things which are illicit but insulting. What's going to help you? What's the result? Touchstone bias is all these empty. Now again, so actually said it's almost like a little bit of erectile dysfunction. I said it's just not going to be able to father children. That's also what people know what it's saying is like this. That if you think about Orion, if you think about the morality, it's that it's all consumed. Like when a person has a loss, the person has a desire for Orion, it totally destroy and literally it can sap a person of all of their strength. Every single one of us has a reservoir, a certain amount of strength, a certain amount of vitality. That's what we got. Right? Before we go so long without sleep, you feel like this out in the morning, right? I feel, but in other words, as much as I want to say that picture was doing this, which is true, my co-op is not. Right? Because at a certain point in the time where there's no more gas in the tank. I think that's what I was telling myself. You can contribute to energy for because there's certain things that are all consuming around the energy, which is alliance. One of those things, it will empty the bowl, like it will empty the tank. It will charge exactly all the vitality, and therefore, not only am I engaged in Abuja, but at the end of the day, there's nothing left in the tank to be able to do good and sensible, sound love. That's why you know, have you cuddle the time? What's the chef? Okay, Rashi says over here, have you honor the Jizya? Be humble and you will live. Humility is the key to longevity. That's what we are in here. By his author, it posts from the longest English Shwanda, which the Israelites gives to the cities. It was going to be a contract of Lady Bati, which was a home that Saras. But interestingly, the only problem that Saras is that you get natural light in the house. Hopefully, the home does not have windows. You don't start putting in candles or lanterns to be able to see whether or not there's Saras on the home. So the idea is a home without windows represents humility. A home without windows can't Saras. A person who is humble saves himself from a lot of life's afflictions. Humility is a secret to longevity. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to share my conceit. What's the name of the pasuk that says Sha'ol? Lord said after the Arabs don't sit at night. So the thing about being Sha'ol, what's the issue? Sha'ol is the grave. Lehem is the wound. What's the connection between the grave and the wound? I don't know what this is fascinating. You know that kind of math is in the sea. Like, just like the leper, just like being fixing, like being fixing the sea. And ultimately, again, it's the weak. Sha'ol, the person was set to the grave. So for the gym, kicks in, that in the day, but both see, kicks in. Now, those are how the moment. Omar reference like this, and over Kashay, noticing also the Kodekonos, so the womb which speaks in quietly, that ultimately in this great cries birth the baby. So the Sha'ol Shabbat facing of the Konos, in addition to Sha'ol Tzipin of the Kodekonos, so the grave, which again, someone's buried when something goes into the grave. There's much crying, Kodekol, like it was crying. So it's one of the admits, I can't say it's going to be the deeper cries of joy. The actual only cancerous in the prayer. Ultimately, everyone says this is the truth. That's just cancerous. So it's always going to see fixated on the social transformation. This is a good driver. How do you know? So if you just let the struggle that if you're setting the phone in that front, just it's passing the other one. So you can work with the struggle, go ahead and bring that like this instance. First of all, she was saying, get up, you will not die. Says it, right? You know, all these cultures come up. Whereas let's say, guys, this is my rejection of the dead. Okay, this is incredible, incredible. So people died in that place. There were 70 people who died. Once it's 70 people resurrected, they're in the world. Shema Baya, this shall be sealed by us in Sharai. Kadosh Yomalot. Holocaust of Yishai, not Kadosh the Oman Kadim, Abidol Kadim, the birds of Hosset that stairs, Sabiki to Kadosh to Kadosh Baruch. Just like the Rebbe Shalom is eternal, so too means that we can come back to life, but we elements of eternality as well. Hamatis. Tomar, also Shan Shasna Kadosh Baruch Bahead, as Shas, so this is pretty wild stuff. So we're going to talk about this up to the really that there is this concept that at a certain point in time, the world will stop. Like you have this world that's good for 6,000 years. After 6,000 years, the world stops. What happens after it stops? Take a 2 or 3, whatever number we're up to, right? Which person is going to recreate another world from this. It sounds like everything that exists will be erased. But there's probably will start again. What happens to say during those like cosmic rebirth stage, where do they go? So we do what it says. Right? So it was made of surface bubbles like the fire can show it, shocking up the air. Russia is for the second release and the light birds and they fly above the water. There's mostly what's the water. So the passion is the world's going to be repeated. What's the initial statement of future, right? Up there, so they want to go back to water, but it's more within the universe. They don't work there, those things will propel them over the water. So once they go to such a share amount, people in England, the 100 areas, the most comfortable in the other. Shiver probably each one is hard. I know people say they have to start, but behind it's probably doing it. I don't know, man. It's a call to action, yeah, from the car. Yeah, I've got an indication. It's a pretty good move, like you don't see where you go, you'll go below the odds. Ultimately, again, you will go, you will run, and you will not be tired. In the block, and you will not be pregnant, and you will not be tired. Yeah, so ultimately, this is such a beautiful, beautiful service that we can just do. That's such a beautiful thing. The great have hope that coming inside you, the benefit of coming inside you. Somebody's ability to transcend everything that life throws your way. That is something you can have to really transcend all the difficulties and challenges. So you need to check the test notes. So you write says as follows. So what about we were talking about this sustainability, we referenced this already. What about the den that the telescope went back to life? Right? The telescope gets cancer missing. Now after the telescope was go back to life, people died again. Sorry, died again. So shouldn't that be a matter that even if Sadiki will come back to life, will ultimately die? Will die. So the US says, someone man, all right, the MS is not so higher. It's actually the opinion that the story of the telescope, like that someone said it shows the dry without any dry bones, that was a mushroom. That was a mushroom. It didn't actually happen. I tried to make it as a parable assignment. So this thing of the self is a sort of dramatic matter. It's the same. But also, least the chef, yeah, because the umbrella, they love the Shiva of this. People, because of the fact that, like, see that we say Shiva and then we die. Not Shiva, we know what they say. Not Shiva, Hashem and Davis, we say, the higher reaction. The Shua Omer, Shiva Suamu, Hashem Davis, the higher more Shah Bayal. The Yuba Omer, he says, Kadas, Mashal Haya. So he says, there was a Russian place. Kadas means true. Mashal Haya, it was a parable. So it doesn't say, oh, we have that. It's MS, Lama Mashal, and Mashal Lama Adas, which was it. You can tell me it's MS. MS means that it didn't happen. Similarly, it happened, and it happened. Otherwise, it's a Mashal. It's a Mashal. It's a Mashal. It's a Mashal. So it's a MS Mashal. Rather, in reality, walking is a Mashal. Right? So we'll say, by the way, fascinating my focus about whether or so the festival gets observation, did it happen or not? Did it happen or was it simply a project? Fundamental focus. Isim she'ekle fester Allah only God of Israel and not Sudrashim or leading part of the bonus. Incredible. So I say, no, he happened. He didn't die immediately after Satan Shiva, but what happened? He has come back to life. They say Shiva, they went to Israel, they married their kids. Their kids. So he was the other leader of the Sira Abraham of Omar. I mean, Nate and Ahab. The Allah is finished and Adi Abraham. So Karbali stands up and says, I'm a descendant of him. I'm a descendant of all those who come back to life for the festival. And all the use of the tefillin that I've saved from my great grandfather. So beautiful. So there's the companion so checking the festival. By the way, who are these people? Who are these people inside this valley? Who are these individuals who festival brought back that was in the want? I'm not thinking of Brian Shimon of the Kings to tell. This is incredible. But listen to that's some of the story. If there are a group of Jews who try to escape from Egypt, the rest of God is strong. They are members of the tribe of Ephraim. That's why also Ephraim's members of the other tribes. There's a group of Ephraim that tried to escape from Egypt and they were killed. They were killed. So that's what happened with them. Because they were believers, they stayed Shemona. When they find Shusela and Barak and Safas Bill, no, Safas Bill, Sparta, no, Shusela Bill, Israel, the heart and shake that, how about it? Come where people got. You see, by Zara find at the end of the garden, by a boat half of the Nahara. And ultimately, again, so if you do more, Father, my boyfriend, what's that happened here? They made a mistake. He made a mistake last page. The children the clock actually started from the birth of these things. The clock started from the actual Eastern episode. So therefore, it becomes really hard. It's time to go, it's time to go in. But of course, unfortunately, to the road, and it just the longer gets these shows, that's not what's that like incredible. So when it says, oh, so it says, listen, still have a way like that, I'll always say that, COVID system, already love shots, so Shmuel says, this is what the old doing on. So it's interesting. The next gets and runs to go back to life. Science does go. The beauty of our is the other shape, but the weakest shot. These are the people who unfortunately had not even that noticed this, not yet. As watched about professional things like the moisture in its songs. We didn't have any element of its no moisture source in the Pushkan. Had someone say, just should have it's not that how it's the purpose says. Everybody out there should equal saying how full of stress and glamour. These were people who unfortunately they agree with the entities of the brush. Schneebar, although the compound is very similar to the shape of the movements as well. The whole sound like yourself. You see, awesome. Okay, look what says it. We see should have become Duga. These are the people ultimately who died in Pikas Duga. Now, what's Pikas Duga? They're in the fascinating story. These were Jews who were killed by the Bukhara side. The Bukhara side, right? So these Jews, and you just about them like what happened in Pikas Duga. Minar Isha Al-Duga, Pikas Duga. So it's the second white line in other times. So listen to this. When you cut necessarily an exiled province throughout, so what happens? So when it's a hundred and buffering, she not need as shiny with God, that's not coming up there. You know, people young men who is so silly myself that really is so difficult. Because the sun's shade, like the sun is this thing, like that. I think essential beautiful innocence. These boys, these are already so innocent, they're all completely again, but the sun's a shade. So what happened? The Castiles rose also to show fast somos. So the Castile would see it, and really they would experience what for us, as other for. Listen, again, it's this perfect thing I'm called down the field, which means that sometimes, and it was an incredible amount, so a woman could also go ahead and do. So these Castile women saw these Jewish boys and they experience this flow. I'm about it. Something we don't know how to do. And the percentage how they are these folks. So the king killed them. So because they didn't want, right, they didn't want such good looking trees to be alive. Like, how you show off stuff, those are ones, but still, even as purposes, these guys are very good. So I can see by another corruption. The king has the bodies tripled, so that the fortune be disfigured. Overwhelming slope. So the verse says, these are the bones that just go towards that way. And over this happened, you pick us through. So that doesn't mean doing that. Through that one, the church is not even you might try some incredible stories about the independence. So remember again, it's not about a judge, people who can tell Russia, as Korea, Shah, Ataya, Kishan, so whatever context. People can tell us primary advisor that we're going to see the action of the financial fight in. That's the deal. Like contemporaries of Kenya, were Hanania, Yishon, and Azariah. So the Lord tells the story that Hanania had erected an idol of himself. You can imagine, everyone sit down to it. Hanania, Yishon, and Azariah refused to bow. As a result, their thorns were fighting for it. So the Lord says, so I'm going to have one first go. I'm sorry, so you should people who heard it at this time, so that's all you should age. I'm going to have one first go. Let's back into the best to go. So again, at the time that I'm trying to type out this is where Hashem does test like the test goes contemporary of the real, and then the Shah, Azariah, or what's incredible, I think that's a big thing. So as time is on time, Hashem does the test go, go and bring back the dead in the Surah Valley. You check out, so that's also tough for the world, so much of one of so happy. So actually, most of that person, it wasn't just the voice of any family. All the forms of people who have died, people who were brought back to life. It's interesting that apparently, this piece is something that had actually had to download out of the bones of some of his victims. So as the bones are brought back to life, just thinking of one of the bones drops down and slaps him in the face. Slaps him in the face. So the Amar says, Amar, Aktivo Shaibu. So instead of telling the guys and say, hey, what's up? What's going on? So I'm going to coverage over the kindness because so he said, defend these guys. These guys didn't play, trying to attack them. He's bringing back the dead into the valley. Also, for Amar, I saw it coming back with the Tasmoi coming to keep him up. He's saying, how long you shall punish him? Not about that. It's mostly in this moment, so you have about this moment. So that's how you see to Hashem. It's pretty amazing. If you look what he says, this guy, look how sweet he is, look how strong he is. His monarchy is a monarchy forever. And his dominion is from generation to generation. Yitzhak, the son of Joseph, is also Russia. So there will be again, what we do should be important to the mouth of the Yerushalayim. In other words, shut him up. Why? So במערכת הסיסרה, בגלל ספורשיות של שבחות, שבא בסדר תלוש. אז הדמר מהכלל, structure on the face, אחת של הסיים, חלצה, would have said, the songs that go on that. Like, so it's like the part that's beautiful, as if how to the book of Netza, so it's a simple question. And greater and greater people powerful good. Every person is possible. And that's how we're so able that we can destroy this impressions and exile all these stories. So all these terrible things. If you were to harness that power, it's sharp tones. There's no talk with incredible. Incredible. She's not also 6 miracles happen the best. We're talking about the showing us how to go. We're going to keep showing us where number one, it's not like there was a room with cauldron was actually beneath it was on the ground. The rows of backgrounds that everybody was able to see the everyone else happening. Next, near Egyptian, part of the wall of the Egyptian cracked open so that people could see into the Egyptian what was happening. Shimon so the foundation back. Then Selam Alpha, the big island of Hashaf, fell on its face. So these super Idolaters, Messiah Idolaters, all group of 400 kings who were allies of the Nebuchadnezzar who incinerated that day. They have to be Castel as amazing because they'll put back the dead in the Jura Valley. The cool thing about ultimately, all of these are traditions, all these miracles we have are traditions, but Idolaters crux it. We know about the deaths of the 14th and the possibilities about to say, when the Nebuchadnezzar not the shot, we're after that 9 this idea of Adar, Vizinia, Mitra, Mikal, Gavario, Vitavario, Tavasio, the whole shop for you. So, see, even you don't see this country actually had this Sagaria Professor that didn't knock out doesn't have it. So it's interesting for the first person, it's four sounds like a says we have right. So then say in the first person it's four more names, and the second person is less names, which indicates that the time sometimes ultimate second of the analyze your talk, you have a ton of data also, and you have about the shots as psychologists and devil tomorrow. So the terminator of the thing that go about the shots as psychologists. When you shut out these maximum miraculous shut up, which is available. Even in a time of danger, a person should not go ahead and change these unified ways. Should not the argument Gabra enough of super Sabalaya, Tashkent Kalisol. The name China is dying in referring to the picture of each in war, their distinguished clothing. What is this? It's another direction. Let's say that's actually that I showed you at once. Shalom, Shaharikaim, Shaharikam, the heart of Mission, the character, the solution to keep. So, if I was on the time of putting the picture, they were still wearing clothing. So, I'll show you in the Fukat is Baishin Soil in the Holland. Those things to know what always we have to say, a person must always remain dignified, even in the face of adversity. Sometimes, when we are overwhelmed by circumstances, so ultimately, again, we become understanding or confused, and we lose it. The result, we ourselves act in the undignified manner. Whereas the power of youth is always to maintain dignity and level-headedness, even in the midst of overwhelming circumstances. So, Daniel, what did they do before they went to the Kipshah H? They fixed their definitions, they did everything they went ahead, they straightened themselves out, and they were ready. They were ready. I will say, by the way, this is the story of the Jew throughout the ages. The ability to maintain a dignity and refinement. Because deep down, I know it's not my enemy who controls my fate. It's a Hashikara. Because I'm always in the hands of a controller, I can keep level habits. I cannot use my roots and I can maintain my dignified posture even in the face of overwhelming circumstances. Incredible. I'm going to know. I was like, that's what's that deal. All right. And that's the So you don't have to be about shines. This is good for you. So every day. I did my rock share and I on a place is on I was shining a hot in the computer for a couple of the whole the not these like the power so it's out the next the us of course now I was like it should be that I finish of course it's something upgraded in my life. It's not even shine like why? Because my looking for that we go to grow. We're not going to be able to change. We're not going to be able to transcend adversity or overcome adversity. So we've got to hush it. Then, of course, set the game up there and Morocco. Example, other kind of about anybody. Especially as a very child, I got a picture of English. Well, so all the customers are in Shane Star off man. Just an example. The Canadian child as I got came out of the kitchen and came out of the furnace. All of the nations in the world came along. The top 40 Shane Star there. A little bit again, they struck this. They struck the enemies of God's all with the event on their face. On their face. In other words, they give them a badge. You know what it says, Father Lad, each the head, I will cut my staff. Not that it's not going to sell it. So it's a solution. This was most of the common stuff. So in other words, when Canadian child is out of that, here at the kitchen, the nation is the whole set of Jews. What is the matter with you guys? You have a God like who saves people from the fire and furnace about us. Incredible, right? So sometimes the greatest emotion that we receive is the most important in the world. We have parts of our group, the fashion and stuff off, the non-negotiable part of the universe. I'm not sure what money I'm going to say, right? This is me about say, the 90, this is beautiful, say, 90 and the Tamar, all that is sun. So what's the meaning of the passage that says, Shia, literally again, I said, I will go up on the palm tree, but I only take of branches. You think of the branch shot. So the verse says, I'm not the element of power into itself. So again, the palm of the palm tree represents fire. So the palm essentially says, my goal, my desire is to hold on to the country of the value, right? What I want more than anything is to hold on to the country. The actual sense of effort of an Irish outsider. And unfortunately, I can't wrap my head around the part. Why? Because Carly started rejecting me. Instead, all I have are a couple of options. One of my branches, all those variants and I'm sure as I was in fact I kind of like noise like this is very different. Sometimes like we find ourselves very like this emotionally so that people who come from what does it do? It's important to understand such as nature relationships. That's kind of really like all our expectations. The expectations of people again are holding up the entire town. But yet again, we didn't get the whole part. Even if it's well, we didn't get the whole part. Once again, it's couple of branches. It's not branches, beautiful branches, wonderful branches, not just branches, just branches. Sometimes again, not getting exactly what you want or trying to speak in relationships. It's part of the course. It's part of the I don't know if I can say, but you said like you should look at us other. Only being a cancer schedule to us. So I think this is not right. This is obviously this is things that I so I think a man like on red horse, you stand between the rails that were in the swamp, or the swamp. The truth is then goes on, right? And then goes on to say that's what they saw other red horses and white horses. So it's not really see what is that? What is the next one? Like you get the photo of the photo like there's one was red was different shape with how mankind was ready to go ahead and turn the entire world into a critical communication program. And then it's like a voice who did it. Shut up, what's wrong with Shema? Hashem each year from Hashem Shalom. How's this other way to know red voice? The English level up on us coming over down. That's my mind. Hashem is ready to turn the entire world into blood. English is like other famous Zario, was Cairo Daiko. As soon as he saw famous Zario, ultimately didn't come down Shema. That's my shadow. Still amongst the little branches in the swamp. What's the little branches? That's the little branches. Those are some Egyptian now. Like that's how that's stuff. Says for it was the other part of the swamp. The swamp is called Shema. So it's not even on a second ocean. Okay, that's a short back. So now you outside. Now you mess with it. I'm not about Shlamino, Susio, Margaret, by the way. So red horses represent destruction, and white horses represent salvation. So good to know if you see white horses in one trees, and that means that you're a sign. So say, just the strength also has to be there. Emotional strength, that's what the world. So it should be sign. Change the sign once, can I shine as I people change how much talk was going about the entire world. This is something to ourselves that what this because it's not just one person. How much right you got it? Listen, you gotta make it more than you ever, mentioned. So now you're trying to decide. By the way, I want to point out, excuse me for saying this, they weren't even religious people of their generation, right? There was the Neo, there was the Fresco, there were other people. You can't, again, six world, something to know what are actions to do, and there's a whole tremendous, that's what I think. So for one of the causes, it was one of the causes. After Canadian China Zag, the Canadian kitchen, where do they go? Right, like kind of what do they do after that? So what do they do? Not very likely, but where do they go? Was it one of the aspects of Chinese sciences? After that event, we never hear about them again. So where did they go? It says, I'm gonna, the I have of this, the guy. The guy is the result of I have. There was a, what is it? The subject was so much attention, and the community became the subject of so much attention, that level of attention is not heavy. That is the result of I color. So, this is Shmuel said, the real coverage, the trail with the saliva. Now, what is that? It's supposed to be incredibly commercial here. So, the Rothschild says, this doesn't get home. He says this. The fire should get commercial. That guaranteed the general of the government stores and spreading the night shows that was in the street. It's like everybody. Then people are just saying, but the blind child is out to the home. Get out. So the nations will call like a little bit like urban beat up of the church people that said, what if you got to be there? Why are you worshiping other gods when your God is so great? So Rothschild says, what is the kind of child is out throughout saliva? To make that, so to speak, that Jews were subject to the verbal abuse, logical verbal abuse of the letter. So, like, it's sort of when people talk, so it's the bit. So the idea is that the Jews were being like, beaten up by people on Sodom, and they were being embarrassed. One of them in the Korean China exactly died for this is and you said the Korean China died something so beautiful, it's so spiritually better. What what would be caused the embarrassment of Christ? Because it caused the embarrassment, that's the saliva, right? So it's spitting at Christ, that's they're talking, giving them a sign. That embarrassment caused them to die. So it's how they go to that. I was on the Zaire, what did they do? Also, the rise of Christ, and the sources and embarrassment for Christ. And when the embarrassed Christ, there's culpability, even if it's fundamentally that is totally fundamentally. Because you see how careful we have to be with each other's face, how careful we have to be, how we talk to each other, how we relate to one another, how even again, unintended embarrassment and hurt of another Jew has such dramatic consequences overwhelming. So you might say, no, oh no, stop this Russian, and we do other violence. So it's such a traumatic things for me, right? So first of all, they say guys. Second, they say, no, what's not that? They don't to sell, like the Titan to sell, they have children. Once, keeping it, my focus line, and the rest of the Russian says, I ain't part of this, and we show it, right? How we go off, okay, so the rest of the we do it on a shit marriage. She will not, she got thrown at Dodo, I tried to do the ask by you, she actually will face it. So as the way talks about this, she'll point out, for this at the time, I get a kind of try to but I'm just a woman. And if I was a woman, they said, the same with his friends who did miracles. Who are his friends who did miracles? Anytime I'm actually translating the face, I over, said, can I help you shout that? So these people here, the kind of shout that, after it's done, he keeps showing, we said it. So that's married and had families. Okay, so the real thing out. So by the way, we was the real. We was the real already. It's right, the real was the most trusted advisor on the Muhammad side. He was the same prophet all the time. Where was he when Khaled and Zaria were being formed in Kisharesh? Amarav, Yamikra, Nara, that so we had to actually dispatch them to go and defeat the river, like the big body of water into the river. Okay, he was on a civil engineering project. Which one shows last week, he's that's passed up, but he was there to engage to work out a report. Right? For as fast as the type of animal food. To bring in as fast as the Baba. I look around last week, because we got Spanish from Israel. It's here to bring chesed and figs from Alexandria. So apparently again, Alexandria, Egypt had the best chesed in the best figs. And you had to negotiate the contract to bring those animals into Baba. Is that true? But I know. So this other thing, I'm going to import the chesed that's in Alexandria and shame. Hope to eat shalom, the shosha tipping. You know, I'm going to say it's fascinating. Alexandria. They would only sell livestock after the uterus of the animal. Why? Because they do not want people to, they do not want their animals to reproduce outside livestock. They cornered the market on a certain type of robust livestock. So as you put it, they would sterilize the animal. But when they would go to take the animal out, they're not able to import these animals. So they got to do the Chicago. So they selected says the century I see below that high. People are young ones, so no one had to have a little bit of baby on the trying to teach them. Okay, one is he wasn't involved in all of this. Not about it. Shoshai will say it's there were 3 people involved to ensure that Daniel was not present when the story time in Shana Zai happened. We'll see what he's going to do with it. How much more put Daniel in the book and it's much more alright. Needs of Daniel are the Roman group is who sees not so. So it's remember again. Daniel couldn't be there. Like Daniel was there. Daniel also would have been thrown into the body first. Why? He's not a cloud. The issue is then when they would have saved people and distributed the salvation to the American Bishop and then different Isaiah. And this was Hanani, Michelle, and Isaiah. This was their moment to shine. This was their moment to shine. And therefore, Daniel couldn't be there. Next, see what it says. But now, it's so can you be smith? See the innovations within marriage. And you also said, you don't think I get out of here. Because you also have the information that he too got going into the furnace and did not want the downfall of Bucharest si lascia da un po' di conference. Io so what the financial anxiety. When Bucharest come in, so the Morocco and Lego Tali and the Tabida. So it's interesting that the Bucharest also sent the other why. The Bucharest had a sense that this was coming to a head. He was going to ask Daniel to vow. Daniel wasn't going to vow, and then we had to throw Daniel into the Bucharest. He didn't want to do that. Why? Because he looked at Daniel as a god. And he did not want to throw his own God into the furnace. Now, how do you know the Gemara says? And then I said, like, I know that the Gemara says, there's a guy that's sick. But I did not do it. There's enough of a point in this segment. Find it out in the middle. Come on, Shem, so much also the Israel. I'll ask of the Ben Fulio, the Sikha, the Nasio, and the deal of a Hamlet, the Shmi, the Shaka. This is all happening at the same time. At the same time, it's going to be trying to tell you. So, it's obviously, again, so there are other people who also want to do the prophetic stature. So these two guys, Achel ben Fulio and Sitkia ben Nasio. And we also pose that prophets, although they're in a baby checker. From the cabin club, the cold comes to go. I share all day more. You see, I share pizza yoga. How much I call them? Although we share stuff up. So I share stuff up. When we married, I share stuff up. When I married, I share stuff up. So you can see in just a moment. These two false prophets, Achel and Sitkia, also thrown into the furnace. They were just doing they were singed. They weren't totally burned. They were singed in the furnace. So verse, what happened? Like roasted for but so it's not also the whole piece. So they're not possession. What they do that was so bad, it caused them to turn to persons to as well. But also got me back to the princess. They went to the yard so I don't know. Karma Hashem, Hashem Sitkia. Sitkia, but Karma Hashem, Hashem, interesting. So these two guys go through this process, come to the Akam says, listen, I'm a prophet of God. I come speaking the word of God. God has told me to instruct you. There is propositions here. You should give yourself in. Give yourself in. The Sitkim goes over to her. I come to you with the word of God. When Akam petitions you, right, you should give yourself over to him. Okay. So the Gemara says, so it's about which is interesting that you see it in regard to which they call the Jewish prophets, right? She doesn't say that get out there, but then she says, okay, she thinks it's to her father. It's to her father. So I was like, son Zio. You have it just as something as a son of her, because the God of these people he eats morality. So the way that he's instructing you, let's keep yourself open to these men, doesn't make that much sense. So what happens? Next time you come your way, send them to me. Send them to me. Let's look up. Check the same thing out. To show up again when they come back. So going with that, I send them to the so I'm going to do 9 uploads. So 9 uploads. You guys just tell me, yeah, I you this message. I'm not going to go. God, I shall tell you, but I'm going to be asked. You guys listen, guys. We'll fact checking. I asked the book on that side. I asked the name on the side about this false prophecy, and he told me fake news. He told me totally fake news, right? Never happened. So what's going on over here? I'm not you read what I said. This is crazy. So Sikir and Sikir, I'm not going to say, well, what's happening? Why are prophets on the side is what's more important than us? We're prophets, and we're prophets. Okay, all over the world. Because so just because my child is saying not true, that's not true. We're prophets also. So you want to say, oh, no, it's either God didn't speak to them, God spoke to us. I'm not being God that you do. You can't be God that you do. It's like you by so if my child is out there. So we're going to say, no, I do that. So I checked out Zion's prophetic credentials. Well, it's just a little party for this test. So you guys don't know, I subject you to this test. If you come out okay, you get the question where you were to go. So I go and you say, hold up there. I'm going to give it to us. It's not there. It's not there. They were sick because there were 3 of them. And I'm trying to tell you, there's only 2 of us. I thought I said, so I'm a little sad. I said, people crazy. What could your code might give up his supply? Phone a friend. Like, get your guy. What you think I want? I want for your performance museum. Go ahead. Absolutely no problem. choose whoever he wants to go into the fire of Congress. So he was pretty good. Others said, you choose your short-term level. Some you didn't see your short level, so they say, okay, we're going to choose your short-term level. What's the number again? We just had a short-term level. One depends on what the time remember again. He was eating friends. He became friends with the time was on the time. So it's thinking, okay, we choose your short-term level. We'll take it to the purpose of us. So let's ask him, so you able to do your short level if we could manage so what happens. So you do it to the purpose. After the 60 or bird, and it's into a bird, and you're sure it was really except it's clothing. Between singed. Okay, she and I, by any to the shop player, but only the Mount Hashem, say, remember Hashem Allah Satan, you got some bucks, you got Hashem, the call, but when you done is it's young. At the night time, I need to put up, Europe. So then, so now, the financial system of Yeshua, this is Yeshua. Abi, I know, right? So I said, sorry. Okay, so the biggest thing about alcohols and $6 burn is obviously again a false prophet. But my question is, my time I need to help out to do that. You're sure you're obviously righteous. But what is it that you're hoping that over this? In other words, if you commit as one, if you are righteous, then what? You should skip the things and go to the one thing is what I should have just what the says. And I can show an Azario, so a hundred books. Well, you commit says, no, so you, and when you saw Natalia, it wasn't even sick. It was like 2 minutes like I said, talking about how you saw Natalia, right? I got it, great, looks like you did it fine. Right, so no, but look, and that's a good best. Like, the Canadian shot it, you saw Natalia, it wasn't sick at all. So now you're short quite number, obviously you're a great guy, you survived it. What happens to you? But then, it's also but it's like, so that's pretty. So there, the binary. I'm going to go out of the office. So I answer the story. Like, this is what I need to first. It's all I want to get. And then he told us. Also, I'm going to show by that. Well, it's not the shoes. I'm going to show the head of this guy. So once I said, okay, again, so 2 years later, they said, how do you sort the first bell? For the fire had no issues about how do you sort the fire had issues to have an impact on that. Once the fire was even still level of sheep, as a lower control, it attacked his me as well. I was having an issue, straight with easy sheep, attacking people, overcoming the issue with you. That's what people say, the famous adage. And if you have 2 twice things and one red one, you try once for the next one. But it's good, but when I got to stick is important to the fire, but part of the fire around it, and those of the edge, the light stick versus well. A person who's very righteous wants the white stick. It's not exactly. So the white stick can be very righteous. But surrounded the white stick by enough for shine. And unfortunately, it can be shoving it back inside the stick's well. And kind of be a head person around it. So, by the way, nighttime is like supposed to be. So you might feel like that's not the noise. Right? If you're sure going along, it's really exactly the end of the patch that impact at all. Why? The fire impact. So one of the most showing how do this looking from incredible because the sun is looking at this. They were going about to graduate when they were not married. They were sure the father said failure to exercise parental right, internal thought, failure to add focus and parental control, never they were sure enough to them so they were sure when so cool the vida que se sure was around so I'm not sure that one of the most special they come back. I'm not that from that. There's like that, but it's my person was in the house. She has all my next son. So I said, yes, Ruth goes to the field with Boaz, and will be in the box and says that Boaz gave her 6 barleys. 6 barleys. So it's not she just what is it, 6 barleys? Even if sometimes it didn't really give her 6 barley kernels. So the question is, that doesn't work. You think Masala she sold but Boaz just give a 1% 6 barley kernels. It doesn't make any sense. It was like 7 people on the things, namely 3 Ella, she said, rather he gave her 6 saw. Now that's a lot of arms. So it's down to our she said, it's going to be able to carry back 6 saw. It's a lot of arms. Ela Rama is not Shasidas, she Shabbat. one of my things, my relation is not that shit blocks. So I said, so that, which is the US says that he gave her 6 cars purpose. Why? It was a metaphor, an illusion. But she was 6 sons, each eventually 6 cars. So it wasn't meant to be a sustaining gift, but rather it was meant to be a symbolic gift. So the Lord said, Jesus, really 6 sons, Abraham, so whoever was the 6, whoever was the 67s, who gave each of them blessed 6 cars, Abraham, David, Mashiach, Daniel, Hananiel, Michal, and Azariah. They always say, this is Moses' pedigree. This is pedigree. They always say that they go to trace it ultimate, or trace it ultimate. They put a moment when the Ami came back to Canaan, right? And the Ami said, don't come with me. And Arpa goes back to the north, and it goes to Canaan. Sometimes at night we stand at a crossroads, and we see at that crossroads. It packs not just us, but it packs us for generations. Sometimes we're at a crossroads, sometimes we're at a crossroads. So it's a new point of living if you have a mindset so that when you stand at a crossroads, you know that you're going to make a critical decision and you choose wisely. Incredible. So let's go through the next step. Tell me, let's see it. Like now, the fact that but you're looking at East and the Ishai, I saw this right, the son of Ishai, but then Nadi, the Iwa Kayo, the Ishua Kayo, right? To the level of each star. So it's about Shem Eagle. So 6 blocks that they will require each of these artists. These are the 6 attributes, 6 blocks that are already that's on that cost. Once again, that already doing Elkoshara. Once again, this was set for the story. He was one of the advisors. This is one of the advisors of Shaul to Shaul. That was documented. Sometimes also compliment someone is to be disparaging. So this was a compliment that was meant to be disparaging. It meant to really not disparage you, but meant to create animosity. יודע שיודע לשאול, he knows how to ask good questions in Torah. He שיודע להשיב, he knows how to answer questions in Torah. יש מלחמה שיודע לספק במלחמת של Torah. He knows how to engage in the battle of Torah. יש תואר שמראה פן בהלכות. He's a beautiful appearance. He's searching something halacha. Rabbi, you have a knowledge that he doesn't talk about. He's a Rabbi that understands how to extrapolate knowledge from one area to apply to another. That's something that God is within. Shabbat is the most of the halacha. Ultimately, whenever God says halacha, the halacha always follows. I don't know whether we are saying hello. In all these areas, Shaul said this is beautiful. And I said, your son has these same attributes. I'm not ready by Shem Emo. And not said that the day of the planning of holiday, published that to the candidate. So ultimately, going said that Shem Emo, the Shem is that the halacha always follows God. And God always has a sense of truth. Shaul didn't have that. And he could have said, that's when Shaul became jealous. And that, of course, sets off this entire dynamic where Shaul sees David as a threat and literally tries to kill him. In Shaul said, by Shaul, it says, wherever he was sent, he was armed and desolate. So there's enemies. David said, that's wherever David returned, ultimately there would be successful. So again, all of the shoulders of success. David has elevated from success over Shaul incredibly. You know the story, how do you say to mistakes? So there's a Siva of a year that comes out of the youth of the army. Awesome. She had to show me, only that I should show what I don't. I've been on all the show. So next, what's Mashiach? Next. So that's what I was saying. The point over here is, we'll see descendants within the laws gives us 6 rows of barley, the island. We have 6 descendants, or each batch themselves with 6 blocks. Now, we just have one of those descendants, and the 6 blocks of the Mashiach. You'll see. So it says, what's the rock of Mashiach? So beautiful. Incredible. I love Ruach Hashem. Right? Ultimately, again, the Ruach Hashem will literally rest upon you. Ruach Chacham, Ruach Chacham, Ruach Yitzhak, Ruach Das, Ruach Hashem. So these are the brachos of Mashiach. These are the brachos of Mashiach. I don't say these are the brachos of Mashiach. Observe, every Ruach Hashem, ultimately, despite these Alexandria, the life should be of mitzvahs in Yisur during time. This also teaches us ultimately that Mashiach, I would say, someone, Mashiach is someone who's going to be more with mitzvahs and sweet and suffering. And the answer is, what's the primary quality of Mashiach? The primary quality of Mashiach is spiritual fidelity, despite overwhelmingly difficult life circumstances. This goes back to what we saw yesterday about don't look at it. If you learn Torah, if you don't learn Torah at night, your house is consumed by fire. At the end of the day, like the most important aspect we have in our Yiddishkeit is the ability to maintain fidelity and allegiance to our overwhelming possessions. That's the quality of Mashiach. Mashiach is someone who's loaded with Jesus, loaded with spirituality, but also loaded with incredible suffering. The Rabbi says, you know that's not right. Mashiach is very interesting. My cousin, you know, because we're going to stop over there for today. Right. I will say, I sound like that. All right, good. I got it. We didn't finish the back. We didn't finish all the way. I will say, but yes, it's not. He's awful. You look normal. I feel last time he was as normal. That was a much more range. Tremendous. All right, so that's going to take care of you. All right, you want to say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this movie. We thank our annual sponsor. Johnson Mishpat of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating publishing and Johnson this year as his host for the Soros Tomos for Am Yisrael. Our Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Abba, the Torah, Champions, Sin, the loving memory of His father, Dr. Khan, C. Hirsch, and those Coins, the Ziv of Mephin and Herman families in memory of William Steph Shmuel Ben Yisrael. Our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Amper, in memory of Judy Bolton, your police, Esther, Basa Moses, calling the Grafon. And our learning sponsors, Ruben Rakowski in memory of Ida Kasovsky and Million Blackstone, according to the Merit of Anatomy Torah. All of them are Shalom with families in the Kamon. All of those who need our full Shabbat with the Holy Israel, which go for Shinner, that hold all of our hostages, and all these soldiers should be successful with all of us. Let's do that. Let's go. Today's half is Sadiq 93. We are starting on Sadiq D's Amud Aleph 92A, 14 lines up from the bottom, but we got this. Rabbi Lazar over. Rabbi Lazar. Those says follows. Anyone who does not, literally again, allow for the Chachamim to benefit from his possessions will not see bracha forever. Which is another way of saying that a person is supposed to share his possessions because the Chachamim, meaning supports Torah. If a person does not use his possessions to support Torah, will never go ahead and see blessing from those possessions. In other words, what was the latter? We're talking about someone who does not want to utilize his resources to help Torah, thinking that by not giving them, he'll have more for himself. So therefore, the halacha says it doesn't work that way. If you don't use your resources to go and help Torah, at the end, ultimately you'll just have less for yourself. Shneimar. Things really awful. The aim street elephant, coming Shnar Sweden, Shem Korea, Amra Lazar, was also as follows. Which is the halacha. Kosher Mishnayim pass Ashur Faro in Rosim Lafilo. If at the end of the meal, you don't eat bread on the table, you will not see blessing. Which means, in other words, over some bread on the table. Okay. So the Gemara says, on the other hand, the Gemara says, Shneimar eats through the Achlo. Akil Yachal to I, Amr Lazar, from the Shiner Persistent Shulchan, Kilo Omeyavel Hazara. But Rabbi Lazar said, whoever leaves over bread, the pieces of bread on his table, ultimately it's as if he worships idolatry. So it sounds like leaving over bread is not a good thing. So the verse is Shneimar also, the God that Shulchan, Malam is the money of the second Kasha, Hadi Kishnu Bahadeh, Hadi like Kishnu Bahadeh. So apparently, if the way about Zara and Zara God, was the way you worshipped it was little pieces of bread together with a whole loaf. So if you leave little pieces with the whole loaf, that's what it looks like in Zara. But just go ahead and leave pieces, that's what you see with I will say. So what's the shot? Leaving over bread. represents considered bracha in one's house. So first of all, this can be a little bit more of like almost like a Havdalah type motif of overflowing the cup. Like here's that there's extra overflow the cup of Havdalah because we want it to be that literally our cup runneth over. That's what we want. So something to get over extra red indicates that there's surplus in the home. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that halacha l'maisa, if there's leftover bread, that means a person didn't eat everything. If you didn't eat everything, that means I exercised some level of self-control. What's kedusha? What's kedusha to you? The Ramban says, "Hadeshus asim kol mashra mavor." His moderation is even not just throwing money in mutter, also in the world of that which is mutter. I limit myself. I moderate myself. So perhaps that's the shot as well. And if I have a meal and I don't eat everything, I give them over. That's ultimately again that's a display of moderation, and where there's moderation, ultimately there's kedusha. Okay, now literally translated, it actually says over here, means a person changes his voice, which means it's not like the person is trying to conceal his identity, but the truth is nothing can be also just the person doesn't keep his word. So whoever doesn't keep his word is as if he worships idolatry. So literally translated, whoever looks at the erva, we'll discuss what this means in just a moment. Kashdonim eres, his bowl is empty. What does that mean? You know, look at Rashi. Kashdonim eres. Rashi says over here. So the Gemara says, Koach Kishu Shalom Min Arth Shein Emol. This is over here, and I can discuss what everyone thinks. So if a person looks at Arabon, should be some types of something that will sit Kashdonim eres. Rashi understands this is not the metaphor that literally he becomes impotent. Right? So Koshi Shalom. So here goes the Rashi in the moment. Area Mir Kashtifa area Sha'at Shkazba Namish Bebasa Kitar Kashtafa the Rapper and Stanko from the Fashi Arayos Kashtagosh. So first approach of Rashi is that literally one looks at something they're not supposed to be looking at. So I think if I look at things I'm not supposed to look at, or second approach of Rashi is that a person thinks about a married woman. Could be even when he's in his own life, he thinks about a married woman. Either we're talking about some type of either illicit thoughts or illicit or actually illicit looking at things which are illicit and inappropriate. What's inappropriate? What's the result of it? Kashton in Eres is always empty. Now again, so Rashi says almost like a reptile dysfunction. Like it's just not going to be able to father children. I have some sort of people that want to say it like this. That the thing about arayos, the thing about immorality, is that it's all consuming. Like when a person has a lust, a person has desire for arayos, it takes over the individual and literally it can sap a person of all of their strength. Every single one of us has a reservoir, a certain amount of strength, a certain amount of vitality. That's what we got, right? In other words, you can only go so long without sleep. Right? Feel like this hour in the morning, right? I can only put it, in other words, as much as I want to say my potential is limitless, which is true, my co-op is not. In other words, it does come at a certain point in time, but there's no more gas in the tank. I think that's what I'm telling us is you can't actually use your energy for it. Because there are certain things that are all consuming the realm of energy, which is arayos, immorality. It's one of those things, it'll empty your bowl, right? It'll empty the tank. It'll go and stack you with all your vitality, and therefore that's all there's any needs for that bigger. But at the end of the day, there's nothing left in the clip to be able to says about found Gimar. Let's go. Nevertheless, person should always be humble. Rashi says over here, be humble and you will live. Humility is the key to longevity. It's fascinating. What's which this is, because there's a concept of batim, which means a home to that saras. But interestingly enough, the only for home to that saras is if you can get natural light in the house. Ultimately, a home does not have windows. We don't start bringing in candles or lanterns to be able to see whether or not it was tzaras on the home. So the idea is a home without windows represents humility. A home without windows can't get tzaras. A person who is humble saves himself from a lot of life's afflictions. Humility is the secret to longevity. Amr Tavi, Amr Yoshia might have said, what's the meaning of the pasuk that says Shaol, Yol Serechem, Eretz Lo Serevai. So the Hima in Shaol is Rechem. What's the connection between Shaol is the grave, Rechem is the womb. What's the connection between the grave and the womb? This is fascinating. Man Rechem, Machnis, Umotzi. Right? Just like Rechem, just like the womb takes in, right? The womb takes in the semen and ultimately again emits the baby. Av Shaol, Machnis, Umotzi. So to the grave. So to the grave takes in to bury the dead, to Motzi, Tchias Mason. Valod from Kavachomer, Omar Rechem, Shemachnis, Motzi, Motzi, also so the womb, which takes in quietly, yet ultimately emits with great cries for the baby. The Shaol Shemachnis, Motzi, in addition to Kolos. It's from the grave, which again, when someone's buried, when something comes into the grave, there's much crying. Holy Kol, right? There's crying. So too when it emits, i.e., Tchias is greater cries of joy. You can't show the Omer and Tchias in the Torah. Ultimately, the Gemara says this is proof that just Tchias. So once again, you see the fixated of having this notion of Tchias. So the Gemara says this is a good item. Tell me, Tzadikim Shasar Kashmach Kodak Sechos, and the Foto Yafta. So it's fascinating how Tzadikim, what Kodesh Baruch Hu is going to go ahead and bring back like Tchias Hameisim, doing the most Mashiach was going to get up, will not die. All these questions come up. When it comes to the resurrection of the dead, okay, which is incredible. So people die again afterwards, and the Lord says Tzadikim don't die. Once the Tzadikim are resurrected, they remain alive. Shneimar Vayah Zishar B'Tzion Vanos B'Yushalayim Kadosh Yom Rabbi. Kavakos L'Chayim Yushalayim. Not Kadosh L'Olam Kayim Afiyon Kayim. There's Tzadikim to Kadosh Baruch Hu. Just like the Yibon Shalom is eternal, so too the Tzadikim come back to life. Will be an element of eternality as well. Other things. In Gomar, Osam Shanim Shasar Kadosh Baruch Hu Bahem. As Shas Osam Shas Baruch Hu L'Chadish Baruch Hu. Shneimar, the Miska Basham Lavago by Yomanim. So this is pretty wild stuff. So we're going to talk about this idea of grace of death. That there is this concept that at a certain point in time, the world will stop. Like we have this, we're going to see this. The world was created for 6,000 years. After 6,000 years, the world stops. What happens after it stops? Take 2 or 3, whatever number we're up to, right? Which process is going to recreate another world from you, which sounds like everything that exists will be erased. And so process will start again. What happens to Tzadikim during that like cosmic rebirth stage? Where do they go? So we want to say that. Tonight, shut it up in the air. Rothschild is for the Tzadikim, the wings and the like birds, and they fly above the water. Those of us that what's the water. So the Pasha says, well, it's going to be repeated. What's the natural state of creation, right? So the one will go back to water, but the Tzadikim will become the wind. And ultimately, again, those winds will propel them over the water. So let's say, by the way, it's the Shneimar Akilo Nira B'Havir Eretz Shabbat Chaim V'Yamim Shema Kol Yishvan Tzad. I maybe will say they have Tzad and Bahab in a difficulty during Tzad. Kumar, call me Hashem Yahal Yachaz Korach Ya'aver Einer Kin Sharim. Wings like eagles, Yarutsu, they go, yields, ultimately go, they will run and they will not tire, so they walk and they will not press the world, they will not tire. And the other thing is, so ultimately, this is such a beautiful circle. That's a lead that moves. The great apple, sometimes the ability to transcend everything that life throws away. Consciousness of the things they have is what to literally transcend all the challenges. The amazing shepherd has no. You might say as follows. So what about we're going to talk about this a little bit. We've referenced this already. What about the dead that he has no birth back to life? right? The Cheskel takes care of us. And now, after the Cheskel brought those people back to life, they died again. So, right, they died again. So, shouldn't that be a raya that even the tzaddikim who come back to life will ultimately die? Will die. So, the Gemara says, "Savala command Omar, the MS mashal haya." So, it's interesting. You have to hold up to the opinion that the story of the Cheskel, right? The Atama Sayavation, the valley of dry bones, that was a mashal. That was a mashal. It didn't actually happen, but rather it was a parable. Samuel. So this in of itself is a subject dramatic macro is the Samuel. But also over Mason Shefya, because the people you Cheskel brought back to life. He stood on their feet, he sang Shira, and then he died again. Mash one of those things. As Mashira Hashem means tzedek and the Chayim after. When Yeshua Omer, Shira Su Amru, Hashem names for the Chayim, Moed Sha'om Bayal. When Yehuda Omer, Yehuda says, Emes, Mashal Haya. Yehuda says, that was a Mashal. I guess it's true. Mashal Haya, it was a parable. So the verse doesn't say, oh, we're going to take that. In Emes, Lama Mashal, then Mashal Lama Emes. Which one is it? In other words, if you tell me it's Emes, Emes means it kind of really happened. So if it really happened, it really happened. Otherwise, if it's a Mashal, it's a Mashal, what's going on here? So the Gemara says, Ella, the Emes Mashal Haya. That again means in reality, the whole thing was a Mashal. Right? So let's say, by the way, fascinating podcast about whether or not the episode of the Cheskel with Jethro Observation did it happen or was it simply a Mashal fundamental focus? But those who really show us how to do this. Mason Shefya Cheskel Allah, Olu Aris Harisot, Nosu Noshi, or Miku Balamu Balas. Incredible. So I would say, no, it really happened. It happened. By the way, it didn't die immediately after singing Shira. Right? Why? What happened? Cheskel brought them back to life. They sang Shira. They went to Eretz Yisrael. They married. They had kids. So the Mercer, I'm going to do them. Say, I'll rank over Amar. I need Ta'alon Tefillin Sheniach Li Abi Abba Mitzvah. So when people say it's like that, he says, I'm a descendant of it. I'm a descendant of all of us who was brought back to life from the Cheskel, and ultimately I can use the Torah that I received from my great grandfather. So beautiful. So reminding me this is okay. By the way, who are these people? Who are these people who did this down? Right? Who are these individuals who you Cheskel brought back that was in This is incredible. I will say there is a not so well-known story that there were a group of Jews who tried to escape from Egypt earlier than the rest of Klal Yisrael. They were members of the tribe of Ephraim. And so also Ephraim's members are bold and relatively low to other tribes. There was a group of Ephraim that tried to escape from Egypt. So they were killed. So what happened with them? They didn't escape. They were good people. They just made a mistake. When they find Shuselach and Barak below Pesachas below Baladam, no, Pesachas below Yisrael, no, Shuselach below Israel, Azrael, the Harkum and Shekat, no, the Republic before Gat. I saw the time that he had young Rabbi, by a full effort and and ultimately, again, so it became more. Father, if I'm more for them, what's that? What happened here? They made a mistake. They made a mistake in the calculation. Remember, God, Hashem says, your children will be enslaved for 430 years. The clock actually started from the birth of Yitzchak. They thought the clock started from the actual bris ben started. So when year 430 comes, they think, oh, it's time to go. It's time to go to the But of course, unfortunately, they were wrong and they were killed. So those who get some of the TV shows, that Cheskel brought it back to life. Incredible. So Mar says, everybody out there should come to this guy's listen. Shneimar Vayomer Elei Ben Adar, so it's like that. Kol Beis Yisrael. So Shmuel says these were people who denied Chesed. Interesting. They denied Chesed and I found enough. They went back to life by Chesed. These are individuals, unfortunately, who had not even the beat. They had no mitzvahs, not Russian, for moisture in its life. We didn't have any element of mitzvah moisture associated with Shneimar. Had someone say, hey, she shouldn't be Rashi. Therefore, says, everybody Adam, Shechiku as a Heichal, Kuku, Shkatz, and Ramos. These were people, unfortunately, denigrated and degraded to this Nefesh. Shneimar, Abba Be'er, beginning of Kagnis, when I said the Emish Sheket, how we do this. So, Kuka, like you said, Sid Hassan, and you heard how you said it. Yochanan says, these are the people ultimately again who died because Tura. Now, what's because Tura? Now we're going to get to a fascinating story. These were Jews who were killed by the Bukhara. So right? So remember again, so then what happened? What happened in Bikastura? Rabbi Yochanan, Inar Isha Adavas Bikastura. Shemshasha, who were the Khanes Arashas. So there's the second white line, and the bottom side of these, what these negative to be was white. So listen to this. When the Bukhanetza went ahead and exiled Tzad Yisrael, so what happened? So there was a Hayuban offered Shem Nagnin at Shahayim Ganet as Hacham Biyafler. There were a group of young men who were so exceedingly handsome that really was so beautiful. They put the sun to shame with their beauty, right? The sun is specifically like a quintessential, beautiful luminescence. These boys, these young men were so handsome, but ultimately, again, they put the sun to shame. So what happened? Castios rose also, Shofars, Sodos. And what would happen? So the Castian women would see them, and literally again, they would experience a blood flow, a subtle flow. Listen, again, there's this concept of halacha called unit, which means that sometimes at a point of incredible arousal, a woman could also go ahead and. So these Caspian women saw these Jewish boys and they experienced this flow. I'm a Baalei, so ultimately they told their husband, and their sons of their husbands told them, so the king killed them. The king killed them. They didn't want, right? They didn't want such good-looking Jews to be alive. Now, Dan had Zophos would tell you that even as corpses, these young men were very handsome. So what happened? Siva Hamelech Rothschild. The king had the bodies trampled so that the boys would be disfigured. Overwhelming story. So the Gemara says these are the bones that Cheskel brought back to life. And all of this happened in Bikas Dura. It happened in the Dura Valley. So Rabbanon, the Shashik of Bukhara is now the Gemara transitions to some incredible stories regarding Bukhara. So remember again, Torah about the Shashik, people of Bukhara Rasha, as Hananya Mishal Ba'azai Kishayish. So remember context. Nebuchadnezzar's primary advisor, that's what we're going to see that actually Nebuchadnezzar deified him, was Daniel. Right? Contemporaries of Daniel were Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. So Shemar tells the story that Nebuchadnezzar had erected an idol of himself. He commanded everyone to bow down to it. Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah refused to bow. As a result, they were thrown into a fiery furnace. So the verse says, so I'm going to talk about Eskel. I'm sorry. So the Shasha that people of Kaiser, as time shall guys hide in Shahid. I'm going to talk about Eskel. They have him is a big Torah. So again, at the time that I am shall guys hide into the furnace, this is when Hashem tells the Chesed, so Chesed is contemporary of Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, Azariah, and that's incredible that they connect all of these great men. Says that as Hananiah, Mishael, Azariah referring to the Kishon, Hashem tells the Chesed, go and bring back dead in the valley. Even Shek also. So what happened? So after the bones were brought back to life, so apparently it wasn't just the bones that were in the valley. All the bones of people who had died were brought back to life. So interestingly enough, apparently, as crazy as this sounds, the Nebuchadnezzar had fashioned like a goblet out of the bones of some of his victims. So as the bones were brought back to life, he drinking his wine. One of the bones from his goblet slaps him in the face. So for Amar, so Gemara says, Amar Nati Bashayim. So it tells him, Nebuchadnezzar said, hey, what's up? What's going on here? So Amar go, Kamarim Shayim, Machayim, listen to the Torah. So he said, the friends of these guys being Kamarim Shayim, is bringing back the dead in the Torah valley. Pasach Amar Asovi Kamarabim, because Moe Kamakakivim, Afisim Rafus Olam, shall turn it in Darvada. What's the this moment? It's incredible at this moment. So Nebuchadnezzar begins to sing Shira to Hashem. It's pretty amazing. And if you look what he says, this guy, look how great he is, look how strong he is. His monarchy is a monarchy forever. And his dominion is from generation to generation. So literally again, molten gold should be poured into the mouth of Nebuchadnezzar. So in other words, shut him up. Why? So Molly will come out of the citra. Because Dinos Fashios Shpakos showing that was a statement to him. Was his Rabbi had the Malach that come and struck him on the face. I touched the other side of the church. Nebuchadnezzar would have seen more beautiful sons than David. Right? He would have discovered. So it says that's the path. It's beautiful as everything that David did in heaven. Nebuchadnezzar's Shira could have been more beautiful. Rabbi says to himself, how can the book on that side make Peter Shvita and Rabbi? So it's a simple question. Remember, the greater the people, the greater the power of this. Every person was taught sort of the Netzach, who was so evil that he could destroy the base of the flesh and exile Klal Yisrael and subject our people. All of these terrible things. If you were to harness that power, and channel it towards good, you will tell me what you accomplish. It's incredible. What was I talking about? Six miracles happened that day. We're talking about the day that Shana Sarga for short word. Number one, it's suffocation. Remember, the cauldron is actually beneath some ground. It rose above the ground so everybody would be able to see the miracle that was happening. Next, Nifas HaKivshon, part of the wall of the Kivshon cracked open, so that people could see into the Kivshon what was happening. Homs, the foundation back. Nepach Tzelam Alpha, the big idol of Achash fell on its face. The Nisra for Abramelchios, ultimately 4 other kings who were allies of Nebuchadnezzar were incinerated that day. The half-man Fescal, as I said, and the Fescal brought back dead in the Dura Valley. Ultimately, again, all of these are tradition. All these miracles we have are tradition. But Abramelchios crux it. We know about the death of the 4 kings from the Apostle. What does the Apostle say? And the Nebuchadnezzar knows Hashem from Ifresh, or Hashem Arno, Sakinga, Profusat, Adar, Sina, Dario, Tavario, Tafasio, the whole shot to the Medina. So, see, proving the going to save Wisconsin, actually, Sakaria, Profusa, that didn't melt up, doesn't have it. So, what's interesting is in the first concept, this of course sounds like a sexually so yeah, so in the first concept, there's 4 more names, and the second concept is less names. We shouldn't see us and ultimately, against some of his allies, which are trying to get also. Ton of debate also. Yeah, about who the Shas is incredible tomorrow. So coming in also, yeah, who Shas is incredible, but you shine out in this Asma Mirabons. It's incredible. Even in a time of danger, a person should go ahead and change his dignified ways. Shemar, the Adin, the Gavra, the Lot, the Leon, Hashem, Harrisol. The name is Shalazari, referring to the Kivshon Aish, the war for distinguished clothing. Now, what is this? Look at that. Shalom, say that's Rashi. That I show you about us. Shalom, Shahari Chaim, Shabazari, Yahar, Kushni, Piki, Farton, Shushni, Kivshon. So, when Chaim Shabazari came to the Kivshon, they were still wearing their royal clothing, dignified clothing. So, the Gemara says, so how you sharish like you don't know the Fubat, Mufukat, and the Spacious son of Mikhail. What says, Hello, Gemara. What is Rose Biakov saying? A person must always remain dignified, even in the face of adversity. Sometimes when we are overwhelmed by our circumstances, so ultimately again we become all unstable, all confused, and we lose it. And as a result, we ourselves act in an undignified manner. The Gemara says the power of the Yid is always to maintain dignity and level-headedness, even in the midst of abnormal circumstances. So Ryan Rishon and Azariel, what did they do before they went to the Kivshon Aish? They fixed the nekashos, they buried in the egg, and they went ahead, right, and they straightened themselves out, and they were ready. They were ready. And I will say, by the way, this is the story of the Jew throughout the ages. Throughout the ages, the ability to maintain a dignity and refinement. Because deep down, I know it's not my enemy who controls my fate. It's HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And because I'm always in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I can keep level-headed, I cannot lose my wits, and I can maintain my dignified posture in the face of overwhelming circumstances. Incredible. I'm going to go. I'm going to say, top of Tzadi Gimel. All right. Like 93A. So if you don't say, so Alpha Hashai, it's this beautiful Gemara. It's so Tzadi Gimel. Are you greater than my love? Shnei Amar. Ana Chazik B'Farn Abba Shayim Malkim B'Golura. Chachalo Eating the whole. The Lavia Tiri right from the balance. So the tzaddik is mentioned first before the malach. That was say the truth is that it's not a thing. First, the tzaddik is greater than malach. It's not even shayla, right? Why? Because malachim don't have people. Malachim don't have people.
Can you hear me? Rusty. Rusty, go fuck yourself.
ability to change. It wasn't looked at the ability to transcend adversity or overcome adversity. So in different passion, and of course, taking a greater than for that. I'm going to come back for everybody. الشاشه تفهم ان شاء الله تعالى يكون age. Well, almost all the Teflon Science shall start off in it was incredible. When Kanai Mishan Azaria came out of the kitchen, when they came out of the furnace, so what happened? All of the nations of the world came along. The Teflon Science shall start off in it. A little bit again, they struck the enemies of God Israel, ultimately again on their face. On their face. In other words, they gave them a batch. The Gemara says, Amalan, Yesh Lachan, and Lakaka Zeh, the Akan Mishas on the seller. So what's this? This was a God Israel. In other words, when Kanai Mishal Azaria came out of the kitchen, the nations of the world said to the Jews, what is the matter with you guys? You have a God like this who saves people from a fiery furnace, and you're worshiping our gods. Incredible, right? I say sometimes the greatest most that we receive from most of the relations in the world. Yeah, custom, but Abru, Mukasha, and Stucco, the London boat was coming to the right now. I'm not sure how many other guys are right. This was the buses. The Marti, which is beautiful, was there. Marti, Ellen, and Tamar, all concept is Sansara. So I said, what's the meaning of the buses that says, Shir Shir? Literally, again, I said, I will go up on the palm tree, but I only take hold of branches. Only take hold of branches. What's the pshat? So the Gemara says, Amarti Allah b'tamar Eli Yisrael. So again, the tamar, the palm tree represents the Father. So Shmuel essentially says, my goal, my desire, is to hold on to the palm tree totality. Right? But I want more than anything, be able to hold on to the palm tree. But unfortunately, I can't wrap my hands around the palm. Why? Because Kavis was rejected. Instead, all I have are a couple of branches. Where are my branches? Ultimately, again, can I need to show on that side here? So, by the way, I just want to tell you, humor is like this regarding the front. Because sometimes in life, we find ourselves very like disillusioned by relationships and feeling so let down that people we count on don't come through. Like all these different feelings. And it's important to understand such as nature of relationships. That's kind of the work. There's also expectations. And expectations ultimately again of holding on to the entire palm. But yet again, he didn't get the whole palm. Because that's why he didn't get the whole palm. What does he get? He gets a couple of branches. Small branches, beautiful branches, wonderful branches, but just branches. Sometimes again, not getting exactly what you want or what you anticipate is powerful, of course. The Mar goes like that. I don't know if I might have said, but he said, I was thinking, okay, about Susato, for only being like the Dasar Shavusuba. So what's the meaning of this story? Right? This Nevuah, obviously, this is from Zechariah. I saw in my dreams a man riding on a red horse. He was standing between the road and the swamp. On the swamp. Now the truth is, it then goes on, right? And then goes on to say that afterwards I saw other red horses and white horses. So it's a Mary Iskela. What does that mean? What does it mean? So I think it's called Rabbi was ready, was how mankind was ready. He was ready to go ahead and turn the entire world, destroy the world. The man was right on the horse. Who's the man? Hashem Ishmael Sabah Hashem Shemot. What is the red horse? Because first line. Hashem is ready to turn the entire world into blood. And as soon as he saw Chaim Mishal and Azario, ultimately then he calmed down Shneimar, who only been Hadassah Hashem and Yisrael. Stood amongst the middle branches and the swamp. What's the middle branches? And that's not outside the din. The middle branches, those are Tzaddik and Shneimar, by he omed es Hadassah. Ancestor. Being the Sula Elef Baba, what's the swamp? The swamp is Baba Shneimar. Over the Sula, even out of Sefa, all fish, who gets Nasim, Shoki Badu. So now, outside, Badu Nasam Baba, Baba, Shnamina, Susya, Kitra, by the way, so the red horses represent destruction, the white horses represent salvation. So good to know, if you see white horses in your dreams, that is a good sign. It was a tremendous Let's the world. So what changed his mind? What changed his mind was three people. Three people changed HaKadosh Baruch Hu's mind about the entire world. I say sometimes we think to ourselves that most individuals doesn't matter. Come on, I'm just one person. How much do I really matter? It was to be matter more than you ever imagine. Three men, Hanai, Mishael, and Azariah. By the way, I want to point out who excuse me for saying this, they weren't even the greatest people of their generation, right? There was Daniel, there was Yecheskel, there were other people, but yet again, they saved the world. There's no telling what our actions could do for the world as a whole. Tremendous. Let's go like that. So Rabbanon Le'echaz, Rabbanon Le'echaz is great. After Hanani Mishlan and Azariah, where do they go? Like kind of like so where what is it like where do you what's it what do the answers? After that event, we never hear about them again. So where did they go? So the Gemara says, Amarav, the Ayin Haronis. He died. That is the result of Ayin Hara. Ayin Hara, that was, what does this mean? They were the subject of so much attention, and their piety became the subject of so much attention. That level of attention is not healthy. That is the result of Ayin Hara. So the Gemara says, Shmuel says, the rock covered, they drowned in spit and saliva. Now, what is that? It's supposed to be incredible in terms of Marshall here. So the Marshall says this doesn't make any sense. He says this to us. The Farish Derek Marshall, that yeah, the keeper share off into a fucking install by the Vaishno. So this is outside very. The Gemara just before that, the came out. So the nation of world, right, like literally like verbally beat up on the Jewish people and said, what is the matter with you people? Why are you worshiping other gods when your God is so great? So the Marshal says, what does it mean that Hanai Mishal Azariah drowned in saliva? It meant that, so to speak, that the Jews were subject to the verbal abuse, theological verbal abuse of the guy. So like, like when people talk, so they stick a little bit. So the idea is that the Jews were being like beaten up by the Umos Ha'olam, and they were being embarrassed. So what does it mean that Azariah in the saliva? It means that even Azariah did something so beautiful and so spiritually going. What they did caused the embarrassment of Klal Yisrael. Because it caused the embarrassment, that's the saliva, right? You saw them spitting at Klal Yisrael. That's spitting, they're talking, giving the Musar, that embarrassment caused them to die. So let's say, see what's happening over here? Azariah, what did they do? All they did was a witness to Isaac Kiddush Hashem. But what they did only the Klal Yisrael, the embarrassment of Klal Yisrael. And when you embarrass Klal Yisrael, there's culpability, even if it's fundamentally totally busting. What do you see from here? How careful we have to be with each other's feelings. How careful we have to be how we talk to each other, how we relate to one another. How even again the unintended embarrassment and hurt of another Jew has such dramatic consequences, overwhelming. So the Gemara said, Yochanan said, no, all the guys stop and us in Russian, I'll leave you butter about us. I'll say such dramatically different narratives over here, right? So first of all, they died. Second thing is said, no, what are you talking about? They went there to Israel, right? They were tied to Israel, and they had children. But was Kita, the Gemara says, look, this night, Rabbi Elazar says, Ba'ayin Haramesu, Yeshua, Rabbi Rothschild, from all there is something else, I'll leave you butter about us. Married, Shimona, Yeshua, Kohen, and Gazal, Atal, Afra, Yoshim, Hashem, Ki Akshem, Mofes, so I said, Gemara talks about this Yeshua, Kohen, Gazal, who lived at the time, Bakir of Hanai Mishal Azariah, I thought I was just a moment. And the Pasuk relates that Yeshua Kohen is sitting there with his friends who did miracles. Who are his friends who did miracles? So what do you see from here? Hanai Mishal Azariah, after the story with the Kivshon, moved to Eretz Yisrael, got married and had families. Okay, but Daniel had for also. By the way, where was Daniel? Where was Daniel in this? Right, Daniel was the most trusted advisor of the Nebuchadnezzar. He was the senior prophet of the time. Where was he when Hanai Mishal Azariah were being thrown into the kitchen of H? Amarav, the Mithra, Nara, so Nebuchadnezzar actually dispatched him to go and create a big river, like a big body of water into the area. He was on a civil engineering project. But he was there to begin to work out an import contract, right? For asbestos. Asbestos is like a type of animal food. To bring in asbestos to Baba. He was there to bring chazirim, to bring pigs from Alexandria. So apparently again, Alexandria, like Egypt, had the best chazirim, the best pigs, and you had to negotiate the contract to bring those animals into Baba. Is that true? But Tanya, I must say it's fascinating. Alexandria, they would only sell livestock after removing the uterus of the animal. Why? Because they did not want people to, they did not want their animals to reproduce outside Alexandria. They cornered the market, on a certain type of robust livestock. So you couldn't, they would sterilize the animal before they would go. So how was Daniel able to import these animals? So again, I go to the cup. So what did he do? So the says, Zutri Icy below that item. He brought his very young ones, so no one had a having that he was making them and trying to reproduce them. Okay, point is, he wasn't involved when all of this occurred. There were three people involved to ensure that Daniel was not present when the story of Chaim Shal Azai happened. We'll see why in just a moment. Two were they? Daniel and Nebuchadnezzar. Daniel to the main group is who said it's not so. So let's remember again, Daniel couldn't be the one because he was there. Daniel also would have been thrown into the fire furnace. Why? Because he too were not at battle. The issue is then when they would have been saved, people would have attributed the salvation to the merits of Daniel and not to Chaim Shal Azai. And this was Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. This was their moment to shine. And therefore, again, Daniel couldn't be there. Next, so the verse says, so the Kanye beat Sile Elohim. Daniel also said, you know what, they're going to get out of here. Because he also had a premonition that he too would have gotten thrown into the furnace and did not want the downfall of Nebuchadnezzar's theological downfall to come from you. He also wanted it to come from Chaim Shal Azai. When Nebuchadnezzar Amar Yezod Daniel Behaka to the lane road Kanye cover you. So it's a situation that Nebuchadnezzar also sent Daniel away. Why? Nebuchadnezzar had a sense that this was going to a head. He was going to ask Daniel to die. Daniel wasn't going to die, and then he would have to throw Daniel into the kitchen of Aish. He didn't want to do that. Why? Because he looked at Daniel as a god. And he did not want to throw his own God into the furnace. How do you know that the U.S. says? I speculate. I don't know that Nebuchadnezzar looked at Daniel as a god. He said, finally back to Daniel. Come Hashem Tzvakos al Israel, al Achov ben Fulyo, al Sidkia ben Masya, and the people of Ham and Bishmir B'Shaker. Now, this is all happening at the same time. At the same time as Chaim Shal Azai, it's obviously again. So there are other people who also wanted to be of a prophetic stature. So these two guys, Achov ben Fulyo and Sidkia ben Masya, and they also posed as prophets, although they were to be a shaker. So the campaign of the whole policy of God, I share all the more. Still, Hashem is a joke. I shall call from the Bible. Please share some fun. So I share some fun. Lo ne'emar. Sorry, I share some fun. Lo ne'emar. Elo. I share. So we're going to see in just a moment. These two false prophets, Achov and Sidkia, were also thrown into the furnace. Interestingly enough, they were singed. They weren't totally burned, but they were singed in the furnace. So the verse is what happened over here. I'm going to They were made like roasted grain. That's what was incinerated, but singed, burnt. So much the Yamisha law also developed these. What they did that was so bad, it caused them to be thrown into the verses to the smile. But also got me back to the book on that side. They went to the door of the book on that side. Achab Amarla, Kamar Hashem, Hashmiel Sivkia. Sivkia Amar, Kamar Hashem, Hashmiel Achab. Interesting. So these two guys closing his pockets, go to the door of the book on that side. So Achab says, listen. Guys, I'm a prophet of God. I come speaking the word of God. God is telling me to instruct you. And when Sidkia propositions you should give yourself to him. Give yourself to him. And Sidkia goes over to her. I am with the word of God. When Achab petitions you, right, you should give yourself over to him. Okay? So the Gemara says, so Azla Lavia. That's what point that's amazing. Which is interesting that you see the regard in which they held the Jewish prophets, right? She doesn't say, like, get out of here. My brother again says, okay, she takes this to her father. So I'm about Elohim Shal Eidu, Elohim Son and Simon. Look at says something doesn't sound good, right? Because the God of this people, he hates immorality. So the notion that he will instruct you, right, to give yourself over to these men doesn't make that much sense. So what happens? So look at this says, next time they come your way, send them to me. So sure enough, again, when they come back, so Nebuchadnezzar sends them to Nebuchadnezzar. So Bukhari says to them, tell me, give you this message. God, I really awesome. But Bukhari says, listen guys, a little fact checking. I asked the I asked them Shlan about this prophecy, and they told me fake news. They told me totally fake news, right? Never happens. So what's going on over here? I'm relaying. I'm not me the big process. This is true. So and I'm saying, well, what's happening? Why are Chaim Shlan who knows? They're prophets and we're prophets. Okay, we're all Chavirim. So again, because just because Chaim Shlan is saying it's not true, doesn't mean it's not true. We're prophets also. So if you don't know, if you don't know, God didn't speak to them, God spoke to us. I'm not being about the kingdom. He thinks about the kingdom, about the kingdom, so the Bukhari says, you know what, I have a good idea. The way I checked out Chaim Shlan Azariah's prophetic credentials was just a little fiery furnace test. So if you guys don't mind, if you got me to the same test, if you come out okay, great, of course, then you so I thought you say, hold up there. I'm going to it's not fair. It's not fair. They were saved because there were three of them. Chaim Shlan Azariah. There's only two of us. I thought I'd say, so I'm going to so the says, no problem. Phone a friend, right? Phone a friend, right? No worries, like get your guy, get what you want, whatever you want for your furnace museum. Go ahead, I'm no problem. Choose whoever you want to go with you to the fire furnace. So this is crazy. I was like, almost. They said, we choose your short clean level stuff. Should they see your short enough? So they said, okay, we're going to choose your short clean level. Listen, remember again, we just heard your short clean level. Wasn't clean level at the time. Remember again, he was friends. He became friends with Chaim Shlan Azariah. So Sid can ask us, say, okay, we choose your short clean level. Let him come into the furnace. Fine. So he wants to ask Yeshua, Yeshua God will so what happens? So he threw it into the furnace. After it, Sid burned. And Yeshua was putting up skin, except his clothing became singed. Okay? Shneimar by Yanis Yeshua Queen God will only the Primal Hashem will say, remember Hashem Allah Satan, he got Hashem with us, he got Hashem with all, but I'm going to let you down as a city of at my time I hang in Porta Nura. So now the Bukhari speaks to Yeshua. He says, Yeshua, obviously I know. And so sorry. Bukhari says, I understand why Achav and Tzidkiah are burned, because obviously again they're false prophets. But my question is, my time I hang in Porta Nura. Yeshua, you're obviously righteous. But why is it that you're clothing that on this stage? In other words, if you are righteous, then what? You should escape the flames in totality. So why is that you totally survived the death that your clothing was singed? So the Gemara says, Nebuchadnezzar says, I just want to tell you, their clothing wasn't even singed. Can you imagine that whole thing? Stop talking about Chaim Shlan Azariah, right? I got it. They're great. They're fine. Right? So, Nebuchadnezzar compares everyone. Chaim Shlan Azariah, their clothing wasn't singed at all. Obviously, you're a great guy. You survived the furnace, but your clothing was singed. What happened over here? So Yoshua says pretty simple. They have three kids, and my marriage of three people. I'm only one. I'm only Avram, Yochid, so I was only one. So the answer I knew was right. He says, but Avram was also thrown to the fire furnace. And yet he murdered told him to escape. Hasam Avrasham Bahadei. Is Yahya the shoes in the rock. Avrasham Bahajab is Kabish shoes in the ultimately again. So Tushka Shokan says, here's the difference. That's ultimately I'm just thrown to the furnace by myself. Therefore, the fire had no rishus. Well, I was thrown to the furnace with the shine. The fire had rishus to have an impact on that. Once the fire was given some level of control, it impacted his as well. That's what people say, the famous adage that if you have two dry sticks and one wet one, the dry one's going to connect to the wet one. In other words, even though only a wet stick is impervious to fire, put enough fire around it, and ultimately, again, the wet stick connects as well. A person can be very righteous once it's the wet stick, it's happening. So the wet stick can be very righteous, but surrounded the wet stick by enough Rishayim. Unfortunately, again, the Rishayim have an impact on the Tzadik as well, incredible, the impact of our surroundings. So the word says, by the way, my timing on this, what's the notice? So the word feels like that's not the notice. Right? If you're short line of it was really a big Tzadik, then at the end of the day, the fire should not impact it at all. Why did the fire impact? One of the most incredible. Because his sons behaved appropriately. They were fine about seeing married, but they were not really allowed to marry. And Yoshua the father said it. Failure to exercise parental right, paternal prerogative, failure to exercise parental control, ultimately is become first. They might be Yoshua, your lovers become himself. Yoshua was wearing the sword for him. He got the shame of the other side. Otherwise, one of them knows the best. I'm already done from Darish Barkafa. My text is in the Pasik. She has Orima in the Nos only. So it's in Gilas Rus. Rus goes to the field of Boaz, and literally again the Pasik says that Boaz gave her 6 barleys. 6 barleys. So it says, my Sheesh has what does it mean 6 barleys? He didn't share so much. He gave her 6 barley kernels. So the person he got the Shabbos leaking Matana Sheesh. So Boaz just gave a per person 6 barley kernels. That doesn't make any sense. Rosai Tzadik Gimel Amid Days 93b. Ella Sheesh Sin. Rather, he gave her 6 saw. That's a lot of barley. So he got the Sheesh Sin. This woman going to be able to carry that 6 saw. That's a lot of barley. Ella Ramazan Shasikin Shishaban and Martin's Convention is back in Sheikh Brachos. So it says, in fact, the verse says, in fact, he gave her 6 barley kernels. Why? It was a remnant. It was a metaphor, an illusion that she was going to have 6 sons who would each be benched with 6 brothers. So it wasn't meant to be a sustained gift, but rather it was meant to be a symbolic gift. So the verse says, it's for the 6 sons. Anybody listen to it? Who are the 6 descendants? Who again, each of them blesses David, Nath, Daniel, Shaul, and Azariah. I will say, by the way, this is pedigree. Ruth is pedigree. I will say, by the way, you know what you trace it all to? In a little moment, when the armies went back to Canaan, right, they come with me. The Arba goes back to Allah, and this goes to Canaan. Sometimes in life, we stand at a crossroads, and the decision we make at that crossroads impacts not just us, but it impacts us for generations. Sometimes we're at a crossroads, sometimes we're at a crossroads. But it's the importance of realizing that when you stand at a crossroads, you know that you're in the moment of a pivotal decision and you choose wisely. Incredible. So let's go through this. Here we go. Rabbi, it's it. I saw this, right? The son of Yishai. But they are nagging. The keyboard file. There's no Hamas. Right? The Ishtar. So it's Hashem Ibo. So 6 brachas. Okay, we'll define what each of these are. Actually, 6 brachas. This was said from Doeg, who was one of the advisors. One of the advisors of Shaul to Shaul. There was a Doeg meant it. Somebody compliment someone. It's really disparaging. So this was a compliment that was meant to be disparaging. It meant to really, not even disparaging. It meant to treat animosity. Here we go. You're there now. He always knows how to play music. You're there, Lishon. He knows how to ask you questions in Torah. Or Shadiel Hashem knows how to answer questions in Torah. Ishno Chama, Shadiel Lisa Litin in the Kamtash of Torah. He knows how to do the give and take in the battle of Torah. Ishtar, Shemara Panabal. He's a beautiful appearance, and he knows how to assert himself in the Bachot. And Navon, and then he understands how to extrapolate knowledge from one area to the side to another. Hashem, God is with him. Shalach the most of the Chol. Ultimately, whenever Davish is a halacha, the halacha always follows it. In all these areas, Shaul says it's beautiful. And I said, Jonathan has these same actions. Even the honor of Hashem, Imo, no certificate, Nami lo holiday, Chalash Aitzme Kanyuday. And ultimately, again, when you accept Hashem, Imo, Hashem is going to mean that the halacha always follows David. That David always has like an exact sense of truth. Shaul didn't have that, and neither did Jonathan. That's when Shaul became jealous, and that, of course, sets off this entire dynamic where Shaul sees David as a threat and literally tries to kill him. Give Shaul says, like Shaul says, wherever he was set his eyes are being decimated. Talking about his enemies. David said, wherever David would turn, ultimately again it would be successful. So again, both are the shoulders of success. It doesn't matter if having every form of success over shown. Incredible. You know the Goy, how do you know that the Goy is like these things? Someone says, good. Next, Mashiach. So therefore, we'll say the point over here is Russ's descendants. Remember, Boaz gives Russ six crowns of barley. Highlight. Going to have 6 descendants, or each benched themselves with 6 brothers. This will have one of those descendants, and the 6 brothers are the Mashiach. They're safe. So it says, what's the breath of Mashiach? So, incredible. The Melcha love Ruach Hashem. Right? Ultimately, again, the Ruach Hashem will literally rest on Ruach Chofno, Ruach Chofno, you know, Ruach Yitzchak, Ruach Hashem. So these are the Mashiach. These are the brothers of Mashiach. I must say, these are the brothers of Mashiach. Obsniv, Ericho Biras Hashem, ultimately, again, inspiring us, Alexandri, Alamish, Mitzvahs, Isuri purified. This also teaches us ultimately, again, that Mashiach, I must say, is someone. Mashiach is someone who's going to be loaded with mitzvos and yisud and suffering. And the Lord said, what is the primary quality of Mashiach? The primary quality of Mashiach is the ability to maintain spiritual fidelity despite overwhelming difficult life circumstances. It goes back to what we saw yesterday about ultimately, again, if you learn Torah and you don't learn Torah at night, the house is consumed by fire. At the end of the day, right, the most important aspect we have in our Jewish life the ability to maintain fidelity and allegiance to our Torah, even in times of overwhelming adversity. That's the quality of Mashiach. Mashiach is someone who is loaded with mitzvahs, loaded with spirituality, but also loaded with incredible suffering. Rabbi says, the more Achbad God, Mashiach is very interesting. Right, so you know what we're going to stop over there for today. Right. I have something to point out. But I got it. We didn't finish all the way. I will say, but now at least, we look normal. We look normal. I feel last time you look normal. Abnormal, that wasn't much more in range. Tremendous. All right, guys, remember, great day, everyone. Yeah. All of our sponsors for this morning should be very kind of any Amazon sponsor. Those which go for to all the show sponsors here, as is the hospital soul for most of the how it goes sponsors for the month of the other carrying things and not really to stop at the heavy time. It's going to help see first and it's also a coin. The sense of the big and first values the menu of the world and see small that so all of the shows have the hands of the 12 will bring all of our hostages home. For these soldiers will be successful. The whole in the assembly. Because we don't let us really have a lot to do today. Today is now exactly 92. We have to go on private island, public island, you light up from the bottom. Hopefully, that's in this incredible, beautiful product ahead of us. We should do that in a cycle like 8 years. But give us an extra 6 months and work through with this Since the view of a lot of tech out in our way, our way is ready answer, our view as we use the red. For instance, we're going to have a number of different conversations between Rabbi and Anthony. So Anthony was a Roman official. A little bit of historical review exactly who Anthony was he a So we'll just go with the idea that there's one of the Caesars. So fascinating when you know he developed a relationship with Rabbi. And so the mother records multiple conversations between these two men. So they had tremendous respect for one another. We're going to talk about Rabbi on a number of different occasions. So the Rabbi says to the following: I'm going to show up. The Chomer with Jocelyn and I think this is incredible. The body and the soul have the ability to exempt each other from judgment. Meaning, essentially, you know, it's saying, body and soul have the ability to view each other for failure. Now, so he's like, you know that. The Shomer God talks about, the Shomer God talks about the city. It's clearly the Shomer's fault that I've sinned. How so? It's very easy to explain. Shem should be together. I look at it together. Because life is like a Shemaiah. From the time that the Shomer left me, I have not gotten myself into any trouble. Right? The moment that the Shomer left, one of my parents is living very great. So clearly, again, who is the eighth figure of all of my life's problems? It clearly was in the Shomer. And the Shomer, I say, Shomer can say, "Group kata." No, it's the body that's saying, what's the group? Shemim should be asking me, how do we corrupt us? Ba'adir, kitzifa. He's in the Shomer, he said, look at me. From the day that I left that frustrating of God, look at I'm trying to have you like a bird. You like a bird. Right? So body says it's good, the Shomer's fault. The Shomer says it's good, the body's fault. So it's good. So Antoninus was asking, well, what's the question over there? Antoninus was questioning, so what is the mechanism of divine judgment? How does it hold this person accountable? But essentially, a person is composed of these two opposing forces. And it's not clear who has responsibility, and who can tell you that. It's involved in the commercial lack of those. So it's really a Russia. We can do that. Let's do a Russia. I'll give you a little Russia. And I'll never go back to this. Is great. But not a constant of share with hiding store. The king had a beautiful orchard. But I'm going to get out. Valuable. Choro's house, and in the orchard, the field, had very nice gates. For both notes, very nice gates, right? Or very nice gates. Both they showed that the king that put there too much to watch over the fields. After 3 days, after Suba, one of them was put there at one point. So I went over Suba, okay, so it's the guy was better. So these were the watchmen of the fields. So there's a couple of more instruments. The chorus notes very well. I see that there's really nice things in this field. But you have a field also. So there's to the watchmen. Let's do this. Put the other back. Very back. Let's my eyes together. Put the other back. Put the things. So show that rock. Showing up again. All the bad, all the good. And I said that the living abroad by something with it, the thing comes along, and he says, oh, I propose the old shape for the little pigs. Sometimes you can get a big job to see pigs, and eat a lot of things around and so on, to play or for a long time. So the only thing that's like, where are the pigs? So I want to see those, how much they can do, but also, sorry, I want to do that, how much they I want to see what really reach and lead us. So again, what the so the watchman, the night by foot, I realized so the blind guy said, I want to I have sight. The book guy said, I have very so it doesn't allow us something. If you can hear our guy who's still the third also gas, so you don't know, you know, the head of points of the people on the back of the story point, and judge them as points. So that controls, there's no right for it. But as a joint unit, it's actually hard to compare. I'm not going to spoil it. Maybe the Shabbat is some company, they don't go so gas. So the essentially says, how many is right? The body by itself and the soul by itself, the both of those who do their liability. So what does Hashem do? He brings the Shabbat literally, throws it into the book. The gun also Catholic. And ultimately, again, he goes ahead and he judges them as one entity. Yikra al Shammai Le'al, the Allah Aretz Imodin Alba. Yikra al Shammai Le'al, the chance of the heavens above, the Zul Shema, the Allah Aretz Imodin Alba, and because it's calls to the earth, the judgment together with it, is a high point. So not say no fascinating. So I'll tell you something about the movie is such a big picture. It's it's the fact that watching the summer outline goal for a sense of everybody. I was like, it's not the show that sings, it's the cook that sings. So why would the shower be held accountable for things that are bad? As Rabbi says, classic. It's hard. Rabbi says, the shower try hard enough to stop the body. Because sometimes what happens is when the body gets already blocked, he says, the shower's like, I'm out. That's not a bad point. The shower's trying to say, I'm out. I'm doing this. I just think, I want to be part of this. I want to be involved in this. And the Shema says itself. The reason it says is the Shema, how good, a chutzpah, beside yourself and the body is struggling. That's when you go to struggling, that's when you need to beat up even more. That's the way the fires of desire are burning. That's when you have to beat up even more. A chutzpah. If you decide to walk away, because now it's a little bit too control. That says that is why the neshama is held accountable in the sins of the body. We should have tried harder to stop and not God. When the struggle is most acute, that's not God. When you don't walk away. Also, it's such a profound soul. Such a profound soul. Feeling the truth. I want to be present. Wherever present in a relationship. Literally other people, literally the most powerful. I'm ready to work on myself, whatever it might be. Until when? As long as it's okay. As long as it's manageable. But how often might you walk away from things because they get too difficult? Now again, obviously other times in life you have to walk away from difficult circumstances. Of course. But more often than not says there though, that's when it gets hardest, is that the time you have to be most present and you have to try hardest. The Neshama is held culpable because when the body is struggling the most, that's when the Neshama really needed to be there. But instead the Neshama said something incredible. Alright, let's go back there. I'm going to do this ready. I'll do this effect. But they're not it's not like yeah. Impossible. This is seriously very slippery for you guys. Sometimes you should down the government of the world for something. Then you have such a well, I'm opening up a place for coffee. So I'm going to do this already. If they're not coming into the judge, you should guys go out of this. I'm doing this as ready. I want to say, when you see questions, these are not person because sometimes the more reports questions the Jews and non-Jews and Jews. The questions are often leading questions meant to somehow, pull forward the theology. If you notice that that's not the nature of these questions, and to me this has actually been a real theological curiosity. It's just like a real curiosity, which is why, by the way, it's Rabbi makes the answer so many of these questions. Because he recognizes this not that it is being difficult to try to give us, this is actually the legitimate pictures. See, I think that's what the person is. If they're not showing what's in Israel, the Shah Kasmara. Why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? Set in the west. They'll say that you should just right west and say it's happening. Why? So if you're ever here, you show them by the sun is glaring and he goes and it goes. These windows, I love it. It's beautiful thing. They love us. And they don't appreciate it. They don't visit the whole day off. They notice the whole day. And now they should be sick on there for a little while. You see the sun. Very much like that's not the nearest ask. Why is it that the sun comes up from the east and up to the west? So it's confusing. So that means it's what's your question. I didn't want to reverse. I'm going to help it get wrong. Not how so it's based on the reverse way. Of course, what's your ask in reverse? Why does the sun rise in the west and set in the east? Well, everyone's asking, what's your question? I'm like, I'll be going to here's my question. If the Mashal us the no, I'm just asking, why not just have the sun rise in the east and then east? Why does it have to rise in the east and set in the west? That's my question. Why does the sun traverse to the other direction? It's so beautiful. To be meeting the shalom that we call them. In order that the sun should be shalom aleichem, should be shalom to the people of Israel. Now, what is that? Rations on both sides. By the way, also feel a lot of the common information they got. Because even Rashi can get it together on both sides of it. Rashi can over both sides. So Rashi needs both sides of it in the sense that this case is like one as well. So look at Rashi, like this. Like you can show what they love. That comes from it. Shashkin will have it. The people should have done it. I don't know. The rest of them should have done it as well. What's the Shkia is in the West. Remember again, using this English model. So remember, the Kodesh HaKadosh and all the movies was situated in the Western part of the English. So that's what it says that the Shkia is in the West. So therefore, the sun Kiviyachol comes and bows down before Kodesh Baruch in the West. And it sets, because when it sets, it goes down, representing bowing. So the Shkia itself, so the sun itself bows to HaKadosh Baruch at the end of everything. So the Mishnah it's virtually from Shakir. Otherwise, the CCI Galga, the CCI Galga here, the PJ Shabbat details. So ask, I think it's once again, why not allow the sun to come like mid sky? So rise into the east, come to mid sky, bow there, and so bow there, and then just set. Well, I think that's why does the sun sort of operate from east to west? I understand that east to make its way from east towards west. Why does that have to go down over the in the west? Let it just come to the sky, so to speak, that outside the heart will set right there. It's the question which the Gemara says we should pause it like over interrupting. Because of what political traffic, that was always in the fashion, we should pause it. You can't come in much to the coast. Shaky Shakola, the inside IKEA, and the ear of yourself. Search like that, these shots, but only show the rush. But I should about the drop. And none of the way of once I here's the problem. If the sun is set in the sky, so let's say this what that was. The way the psychology works is the sun goes down gradually. People know, right? The workers know that the workers there is coming to it. No, you have a certain amount of like breath. If the sun were to set while it's mid sky, this would curtail the workday. This would create out for the workday. This would take it out like for travelers. If I control for an hour to allow people to work, and in order to allow people to travel, allows the sun to continue across the sky and set more gradually into the west. So the sun setting in the west serves a twofold purpose. Number one, it does travel and number two, allows the next year to protect the travelers and workers. So it's like a tremendous amount of skill. What does a controllable work to maximize time for? What does it maximize the time for? Working and traveling. But a controllable wants to more than anything, the rest is to work hard and to work for as long as possible and to maximize our hours of productivity. Otherwise, you can cause the sun just to set in the middle of the sky. The whole reason why the sun travels from east to west and sets gradually from reason is to give us more hours in the day to work, to give us more hours in the day to travel. What is travel? I'm at location A, I want to get to location B. Life is all about the travel. Life is all about the journey. Life is all about giving myself forward. And if you're trying to maximize the time, it's more than anything for us to work. Because he wants us operating as serious. He wants us maximizing the work day. I think like a career, like the career, the career, and the spiritual career. He wants us to choose because he wants us to stay in place. So we maximize it for the study points. Incredible. Something like this, Rabbi. You show it was saying the Bible. So the confession. So then it says, by the way, when it was written, when does the Shabbat come into the Bible? By the way, it just indicates us the nearest body in the Shabbat. And you don't think so. So he asks whether there's a person who sees the Shabbat. The Shabbat Kiva or the Shabbat Sira. So it's like, so the Kiva is literally head at the beginning of the pregnancy. Now, Rashi can tell you so many gets beautiful the of stuff as Nina, but the Gemara says that when a woman was pregnant, so the mother takes the teapot. So it's a sound like a little bit again, what do you call it? It's a pregnancy, but it's like this, and you know, a blast. Okay, good, fantastic. So the mother takes the blast, and goes ahead and brings it before Kodesh Baruch. And it says, what is this? That's called Kiva. Remember, this will not be going to be. So it's as written, with the baby against the Shabbat. Is that any of the place the blast, or what do you know, when it takes up certain little again, it's more like a form of the baby. Like a baby looks like a fetus, looks like a baby. later. Bishas Yitzira. So that is that short time of continuing more well for. Okay, so all right, so this is the concept. Actually, Patricia Shamas or Patricia Shivin Belomela. Then the Trapas. So like he says, can't be disgusting for a piece of meat. Right? You can't put a piece of meat out for 3 days and the whole go back. You need salt, you need to preserve it in order to keep it. So I believe what saying was everything that exists needs a preservative. So just like you need salt. So how does the black, so how does the peace exist at any point in time without a shama? It must be instead, it must be Elam Mishas Kiva. So the Nina says to Rabbi, it must be that the shama comes to the peace, however, the kind of Sabasha from another exception. So I'm already like I said, Rabbi said, I'm going to do this, and it is so he says, you have already said, I think it's great. But same thing. Every there's a concept that backs up onto this concept also. So the Gemara says, so literally again, so the action from Shas Pekido, and then let's keep the limits from Malach, brings the people to track of our Shama, right? Ruach reserves, and Ruach keeps, which was a sense that the Shama is given to the entity, is the short organization last for. All they have to do is not didn't say you touch on like that. Because they haven't spoken about the Shama, I said about the Shama. So when it does, when it does the first week, it's Zara. So Mishas Yitzira or Mishas Yitzira. So interesting the question is it the time that the embryo that the fetus is formed, baby is formed, or does there seed in the flesh, or the time the baby comes out of its mother, exits its mother. Other than Amma Hassan says, I'm sorry, I'm going to Mishas Yitzira. So he says, I respond. From the time that the fetus is formed, you grow, ultimately that's when there's Yitzhara. So how can I say it doesn't make sense? I'm going to keep going, you don't need that. If that's the case, the fetus would kick its way out of its mother. Which also says to this, the baby had Yitzhara, the fetus had Yitzhara, would kick its way out of its mother. Which tells you something about what does the Yitzhara? The Yitzhara causes us to kick. Causes us to kick. The higher essence of the Yitzhara is to down boundaries. But then Yitzhara says, okay, I don't think this is us. I don't care. I don't know how to do this. I don't care. That's not happening in Yitzhara. But here's the next thing after that. The Yitzhara has a very profound use as well. Because if I somehow able to take that energy of the Yitzhara and shut it into my prayers, then somehow I have one apricot inside of me that breaks down to each vibrate to be the most incredible energy of the world. Right? Everything inside how you harness that power. So again, as the man says, I can't be that he has the Yitzhara. You can keep this way of power of it. Once you get receive the Yitzhara, when it comes into this world, and the job is all of that, because it says, government on Davis. So if everybody wants to use that, it's right. So you're absolutely right. Right? It must be that the beginning of the season when actually, and you could have decided, and all groups like that, there's a possible that supports this as well. The Pasha robates. The Pasha says that literally again, sin awaits you at the entrance. Of course, again, this is talking about time, because it's like nothing. Okay, that's a metaphor. That's a metaphor at the opening, as the entry to the world. How sin crouches. It's all that. Everyone said this is how you got the emotions, right? How you get the sin. The earth covers it down, all because the head winning up into this world. Everyone said that this is sin. And first of all, we just need to see the world. It's real to our own lives. Then what does the Zahara do? Zahara gets me to keep down the boundaries. Again, if I can understand, if I can shadow that, and what found energy for personas. Alex Martin's Shaggy contrast and something. I want you to say both sides. So on you got to ask all of the right as yeah, no, see it as it's done, I have said with the choice not show even she didn't go with my mind and I felt about it. Interestingly enough, people because I heard the message I said so you might want to get something. One cause of secret is people come back with all of the physical furnishings. The other cause of secret is that people come back, you don't say one effect you don't have inside, right? The answer is that they have to be cast, the test makes it cool, it's uncool, they come back with the furnishings, with their disabilities to come back. Which the Gemara their countries that only believe in this guy. In reality, they come back and use our so they ended up killed by a bunch of people. They will say, why not just come back to it? Because he didn't never appreciate of that, all of the nations. They will come back with all of my, all of my broken cuts. They'll come back with all of it. And then yes, and this is what people will say, it's me, that's tremendous. Let's go back to it. It's not very safe. So let's say second white line, it's on the telephone. It's not safe. We have another slide here. It's after my passion really after time. So we can get all of forever. And a shepherd will be seeking always every year. Yeah, they're not sure of those. Really, don't let them shoot all of so there's another question. The best thing I got is your dad or is your loved one? One person sees anything difficult on that. Other person sees anything they don't push that. The person dies at 100. It would be like the death of another person. You sound like one live much longer, but they will still get that. So which one is it? Don't have show. How do you sort out all the people on it? One is a Judah with nonsense. So that they have a Judah with that. But I think that I got a get for 100 map or some. What I'm so it's interesting. Is it says in the secret marriages? What is that? So says, my mom was a one of the secret so it's not that that kind of also because apparently the money values, first of all, there's a whole discussion about the right places to house. What is going on, walking over Papa and those Shia. And it just this was into the fact that that also Shia is much more of a spiritual experience in which we will have others to our civilizations. So there'll be a general population to attend to those this way. And we think that's this on spiritual flow. There was an interesting enough. This is exactly the whole subtopic which is what is the Sarah, right? What is it? Is it like this supernatural world, or is it pretty much all of the so again, that's the backdrop to these discussions. That's the backdrop to like what happens with sickness, what happens with death, like clothes, all of these things are being back to the backdrop as to what exactly does it terrible, right? Or how many has is my focus we're always close to the same husband. She says, I know not how to think about that, but I never saw it except through that. So, that is not focusing. These questions are fascinating. But at the end of the day, what's the answer? What's the answer? We'll know what you know. Okay. So, Chris, let me see. The reason why I also contrast it to you. The fact that I want to go shot, I'm on. You got to keep my contrast about those. See, I come and Shiva Sami or Shiva Sayare. So it's an interesting thing now. There's two different circumstances in but the window is still in the movie will actually be dark in this area. The second person says that we think that the shine is bright, that even the moon will shine as bright as the sun. So which one is it? Which one is it? And the says this all. Look, I show Kalima Sochia Kamo and Habo. I suppose this is interesting. One is talking about the Messianic era, and one is talking about the most of Shia. So I say, so what is this? So apparently most of Shia, all of the Habo, is the life of Hashem. We're going to enjoy the life of Hashem, the life of the most of Shia, that's when all of the areas will shine even brighter. It will show. The Amma Ainsley, all of us, most of Hashem, our Shiva products grow up. But what Shmuel says, that there is no distinction between this world and the Messianic era, except Shiva products. So it's like Shiva products means we're not as think about evolution, but more than that means everyone that gives us bad color. Like everyone gives us which by the way, the biggest thing that was all about forms, right? Like we can help you, we can help you, it's us, okay? That Shiva obvious. Plus, of course, it's a recognition ultimately again of the body so so how do you extend to everybody? There's a fashion, come around, that's a big come around the Shira. So if you don't become you can't have the Shira, so you don't know that because the devotion itself shines light. And the Kaaba says that's where the air is shining in the light of the Kaaba. However, so other contrasts I do understand the Akira say so it's interesting. Pasuk says, Hashem says, I want guys and I will bring back to life. Mahati, I broke and I will heal. was almost powerful. Imagine the ease of the Chayet, other Mashemachasti as Ashbab who says, that which I took life from, I will give life to.